Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, the channel where the strangest crossovers in magic get the long-form treatment they deserve. Today we are diving deep into a story we have been promising for weeks. What if Wednesday Addams was sent to kill Harry but her visions showed he was her real mate? 8 full chapters, no filler, with a deadpan last knife, a soulmate twist, and a compact older than the Statute of Secrecy. If you enjoy this kind of slow burn, high-stakes world building, please hit the like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you do not miss the next installment. Settle in, dim the lights, and let us begin. Chapter 1, The Black Vellum. Wednesday Addams had killed 3 things before breakfast, and none of them with much enthusiasm. The first had been a moth that mistook her writing desk for a public square. The second had been the silence of her own dormitory, which she had ended by rolling out of bed and into the cold flagstones with the soft, satisfying impact of someone who refused to believe that mornings deserved a softer arrival. The third had been a small, shivering hope that today might bring her something interesting. That hope, like the moth, had not survived contact with her. She walked the corridor of Nevermore Academy in a black wool cloak that swallowed the candlelight and gave it nothing back. Her boots clicked the stone in steady iams. 2 strides. Pause. 2 strides. Pause. A heart rhythm she could not seem to break, even when she tried, even when she counted in dactyls just to spite her own pulse. The corridor narrowed. Stone gargoyles peered down with the bored hostility of librarians. A torch guttered as she passed and she counted that, too. 47 flames between her dorm and the headmistress's tower. 46 this morning. Something had been blown out, or never lit. She made a small note in the margin of her mind. The Addams method of investigation, her father called it, and only smiled when she reminded him it was actually the Holmes method with more cyanide. At the heavy door of Headmistress Weems's office, she did not knock. Wednesday Addams did not knock. She raised the brass knocker, a serpent eating its own tail, a poor design choice from a school that should know better than to imitate its own students' Ouroboros tattoos, and let it fall once. The clack was answered before its echo died. "Come in, Miss Addams." Larissa Weems sat behind her desk like a swan that had been told it was a heron and was thinking about a lawsuit. White hair pinned, lavender jacket pressed, fountain pen capped. Her hands were folded over a black wax-sealed envelope, and the envelope was bleeding. Not metaphorically. Crimson seeped from beneath the seal in a slow, deliberate trickle, gathering on the leather blotter, drawing a small, tidy heart, and then doing something the heart shape had not earned, it pulsed. Wednesday looked at the envelope. Then at Weems. Then back at the envelope. "I would like to commend whoever delivered that," she said. "It takes commitment to make stationery menstruate." "Sit down, Wednesday." "I'd rather stand. The chair you bought has begun to like me. I find it presumptuous in furniture." Weems did not smile. She had learned. "Sit. This is not a disciplinary meeting. That, headmistress, is the only kind of meeting we have ever had. Today is different." Wednesday sat. The chair, true to her diagnosis, sighed. "This came for you 40 minutes ago," Weems said. "By owl. The owl is currently in the infirmary. It tried to bite Bianca and is now refusing to be cured of being aggressive on the very reasonable grounds that aggression is its profession. I like this owl already." "You would. The seal is not Nevermore's. The wax is not Nevermore's. The vellum is older than this school, possibly older than this country. I have not opened it. It is addressed to you. By name. With your full title." "I do not have a title." "You do now," Weems said, and slid the envelope toward her with the tip of her pen, as if reluctant to have the bleeding thing touch her hand. Wednesday looked at the front of the envelope. The ink was red but not the red of the wax. It had a different texture. Wet still, after travel. Not blood. Not paint. Something older, something refined, cinnabar and arsenic and the kind of patience only certain orders kept. The script was elegant. Black-letter Gothic, with a little flourish at every Y, a little spider leg at every W. The address read, "To Mistress Wednesday Friday Addams, daughter of Morticia, inheritrix of the site, last knife of the old compact, by the hand of one who remembers." "Charming," Wednesday said. "I have a fan club." "You have," Weems said carefully, "a problem." Wednesday slid a fingernail under the seal and broke it. The wax cracked open with a sound like a small bone giving up. The bleeding stopped at once. Of course. Wax that bled to certify itself, to prove no one else had read it. A measure as old as the church and twice as petty. She unfolded the vellum. There was a single sheet, then a smaller folded square inside it, and inside that, a photograph that was not a photograph because it would not stay still. She read the letter first. To the last knife, a target is given. A name. A face. A hand that must be stopped. The compact has been honored among your line for 9 generations. We do not ask. We remind. The boy in the picture is a wand-bearer of the Southern Isle. His name is Harry James Potter. His magic offends the older order. His existence cracks the bonds that kept us safe. He is to be removed. Quickly. Quietly. Without sentiment. Within 28 days from the breaking of this seal. Your mother knew the price of refusal. Your grandmother. Your great-grandmother. Each obeyed. Each lived. Each daughter inherited the site as the compact promised, in exchange for one name, one face, one hand stopped, every generation as the hand is needed. You are needed. Should you refuse, the site will turn upon you. You will see only your own end, in every mirror, in every spoon, in every still water for the rest of your years, until your eyes burn out and your tongue forgets language and you become the small, drooling thing the site makes of those who break the compact. Should you obey, you keep the gift. You keep your mind. You keep your line. The boy is at school in the north. The school is called Hogwarts. We have included a charm to find him. The compact remembers. A friend who is not a friend. The handwriting was meticulous. The threat was meticulous. Wednesday found that the meticulousness offended her more than the threat. She had expected better aesthetics from a centuries-old murder cult. Surely they could have found a calligrapher with more drama, or at least someone who didn't end every sentence with a period when an M- might suggest more menace. She set the letter down. She picked up the photograph. It was small. Square. A face in 3/4 profile. The glasses were round, the hair black and untidy, the eyes green in a way that the photograph could not quite carry but tried to. He was laughing in the picture. He was looking at someone outside the frame and he was laughing, and the laughter had a shape to it that her ribs recognized before her eyes did. She had not expected that. The picture was magical, of course. A wizarding photograph. The boy moved within his frame, looked up, looked away, looked at her, looked away again. He was wearing a black robe with a crimson lining. There was a thin scar across his forehead like a poorly drawn lightning bolt that someone had committed to anyway because the rest of the face was too good to abandon. He looked at her again. She held his gaze. The world dropped out from underneath her. It happened the way visions always happened, like falling in a dream, only the fall did not stop and the floor did not catch and the dream was suddenly not hers. Cold first. Always cold. A pressure behind her eyes as if a thumb had been pressed against the inside of each one. The sound of the office faded, Weems's breath, the candle wick crackling, the small, distant horror of someone being grated, and was replaced by a high, thin tone, like the held note of a violin that had nothing else to say. Then the picture came alive. Not the photograph. The vision. It draped itself over her sight the way a shroud is draped over a body, and she was inside it. A field at dusk. Yellow grass. A horizon the color of bruised plums. The boy from the photograph stood on a low hill with his back to her, and he was older than the picture suggested, perhaps her age, perhaps a heartbeat older. His robe was torn at the hem. His wand was in his hand. He was breathing hard. Wednesday took a step toward him because the vision wanted her to. She had learned not to fight visions. They were like water, you could drown holding still or drown thrashing, but if you swam with them you reached shore. Behind you, she said, before she knew why, and the boy turned at her voice. He saw her. She saw him see her. He had seen her in a dream once. She knew this with the awful certainty visions sometimes gave. He had been waiting for her to appear, in some half-remembered nightmare he had thought was just his usual neighbor. He didn't know her name. He knew her shape. He knew the silhouette of a girl with 2 long braids and a knife in her sleeve, and he had decided, in the way only desperate people decided things, that this silhouette was someone who had come for him at last. She wanted to tell him she had been hired to kill him. She did not. The yellow grass moved without wind. The boy said, "Are you the one they sent?" "Yes." "Are you going to kill me?" She paused. The vision waited. "No," she said. The boy's eyes were green and too tired for his age. "Why not?" "Because the field knows you," she said, surprising herself. "Because the grass leans toward you. Because you have been somebody's target for so long you have stopped being a person to your enemies, and I am bored of doing what other people want. And because," the vision tilted. She saw it then, a thread, gold and black braided together, running from his sternum to hers. Not love. Not yet. Something more accurate. A line. A binding. The kind of binding that the older orders called fate, because the word fate let them charge for it. "Mate," the vision said in her own voice, in case there could be any confusion. Wednesday Addams did not believe in mates. The vision noticed and did not care. "Mate," it said again, with the patience of something that had been waiting 9 generations. She pushed back. She had pushed back at visions before. She visualized a wall and made the wall stone and made the stone older than language, and the vision laughed at her with her own laugh and said, sweetly, "This is who you save. This is who you keep. This is the hand you do not stop." The boy on the hill, Harry James Potter, the last knife's assignment, the wand-bearer of the Southern Isle, the offense to the older order, the cracker of bonds, reached his hand out toward her. His fingertips were stained ink-black, as if he had been writing all night. She reached back without meaning to. Their fingers almost touched. The vision threw her out of itself like a swimmer thrown by a wave. She came back to herself in the office of Larissa Weems with her mouth open and her braid loosened on one side, which was the closest Wednesday Addams ever came to being seen in disarray. Weems was on her feet. The tea on the side table had cooled. Outside, the bell of the chapel rang the half-hour, which meant she had been gone, in the vision, for 15 full minutes, although it had felt like 7 seconds and a small infinity. "Miss Addams," Weems said. Her voice was very quiet. "Wednesday. I am fine. You are not. You haven't been breathing." "I have," Wednesday said, "been breathing economically." "You went somewhere." "I went," Wednesday said, "to the same place I always go. The other side of my own eyes." She looked down at her hand. The photograph was still in it. The boy in the picture had stopped laughing. He was looking up at her now, and he was not smiling, and the photograph, a still, small, mass-produced piece of magical paper, was somehow waiting for her to do something. She sat very still. "Mate," said the absent vision, in case she had forgotten. She had not forgotten. Wednesday Addams forgot nothing. She closed her hand over the photograph until the picture's edges bit her palm. "Larissa," she said, she only used Weems's first name when she was in immediate danger of feeling something, and she was, they have invoked the compact. Weems's face did not change. Weems's face never changed. But her mouth thinned in the way of a woman whose office had just lost rank in the larger order of unpleasant things. I had hoped we wouldn't see it in your generation. You knew about the compact. I knew it existed. Your mother briefed me before she left you here. She did not believe it would touch you. Mother is sometimes wrong. Almost never. Almost, Wednesday said. Twice in my life. The first time she told me there were no monsters under my bed. Weems waited. The second is now. Weems sat. She placed her fountain pen on its little brass rest. She folded her hands again, the way she did when she had decided that the next thing she was about to say should not look easy. Wednesday. The compact is older than Nevermore. It is older than the Wand Academies. It binds your line to the site in exchange for a service. Your mother performed it when she was 18. So did your grandmother and her mother and her mother. It is the price. I am familiar with the price. I just read the receipt. What do they want? A boy, Wednesday said. A wizard. He is at a school called Hogwarts. They have given me 28 days. And if you refuse? They have promised me a future of seeing my own end in every reflective surface until I drool myself into a vegetable. Weems closed her eyes for one beat. Open them. You will not refuse. I will not refuse, Wednesday said, for entirely different reasons than they assume. Weems looked at her for a long second. The boy, she said. Yes. You saw him. Yes. And. He is mine, Wednesday said, and the words came out of her throat as if she had been keeping them in escrow for 16 years, ready for the deposit. They rang. They had a metallic sound. They embarrassed her. Weems's eyebrows did something that, on Larissa Weems, qualified as astonishment. Your mate. Apparently the site believes so. It has been wrong before. The site has never been wrong, Wednesday. There is always a first time. Not in your line. Wednesday looked down at the photograph again. The boy was watching her, still. She did not particularly enjoy being watched by a paper face. She also, and she filed this very carefully in the secret part of her mind that she did not allow to write things down, did not particularly mind. What do you intend? Weems said. I intend to go to Britain. Of course you do. I intend to find this Harry Potter. Of course you do. I intend to gather better information than the compact has graced me with, and then I will decide whether I am going to violate one of the oldest curses in my family or violate one of the oldest opinions of my life, which is that mates are a fiction. I see. And, Wednesday said, I will need the school's blessing. You will not have it formally. Of course not. But you will have it informally. Of course. A pause. The candle hissed and steadied. Weems leaned forward, just slightly, the lavender of her jacket creasing along an axis of concern. Wednesday. Be very careful. I am never careful. Be very deliberate, then. I am always deliberate. This compact has fed your family the site for generations. You will not break it without consequence. If you mean to refuse the kill, I do not yet know what I mean. If you mean to refuse the kill, Weems went on, you will need an answer for them. Something more than refusal. They will send another. They will send many. They will send the hide. Wednesday's eyes flicked up. The hide. You are not the only blade they have on the shelf, Wednesday. Of course I'm not. I am simply the sharpest. That is not in question. Then we agree. We agree on facts. We do not yet agree on plans. Wednesday folded the letter in 3 crisp creases. She slid the photograph back inside the central fold. She tucked the bundle into the inner pocket of her cloak, against her ribs, where her own heartbeat could keep an eye on it. I leave tonight, she said. You leave at dawn, Weems said. You will eat first. You will see Eugene first. He has a portkey for me in his greenhouse he thinks I don't know about. You will let me write a letter to Albus Dumbledore. You know him. I knew him. Past tense. Ours was a complicated tense. Wednesday considered her headmistress with new respect. If we survive this, I want the long version. If we survive this, you may have the short version. Now go to breakfast. Wednesday rose. The chair sighed in relief and tried to look like furniture again. At the door she paused. She did not look back. She rarely did. She said, Larissa. Yes. If the sight is wrong about the boy, I will kill him cleanly. I know. If it is right, I will kill anyone who tries to hurt him. I know that, too. Good. She left. The dining hall smelled, as always, of sage and the burnt edges of toast. Wednesday took her tray, refused the eggs, accepted the rye, did not acknowledge the existence of orange juice, and slid into her usual chair at the empty end of the long table. Enid Sinclair, who had once described herself as the Rainbow Wednesday is contractually obligated to ignore, sat down opposite her with 2 muffins and the unmistakable air of someone who had been waiting for a friend to come down to breakfast. Morning. What's the verdict? Did Weems finally decide to expel you, or is she keeping you for science? Neither. That's a no on the breakfast then. Are we ditching first period? Please say we're ditching first period. I am ditching all periods. All day ditch. Iconic. Where are we going? I am going to Britain. Enid's muffin paused halfway to her mouth. Like, Britain. The country? That is generally where Britain is found. Wednesday. Yes. Are you in trouble? Always. Are you in real trouble? Wednesday lifted her teacup and drank. The tea was Earl Grey, oversteeped to a bitterness that approximated the taste of her morning. She set it down. I have been hired to kill someone. Enid choked. Wednesday handed her a napkin. Enid recovered. Have you? No. Not yet. Oh, good, that's so much better. I thought you said, I will not be killing him. That is also good. That is also better. He may, however, be my mate. There was a sound from Enid's throat that no language possessed a letter for. It was somewhere between a squeak and a laugh and the noise an excited puppy makes when it sees its owner after a 16-second separation. Wednesday let her have it. Enid was best when she was being permitted her enthusiasm. The dampening of it was an act Wednesday performed for the public at large, not in private. Wednesday, you are about to ask me 3 questions in the same breath. Yes, I am sure. Yes, I had a vision. Yes, you are coming with me as far as the airport and then you are going home to your parents in Vermont because if you follow me into Britain I will personally kennel you in a place that is illegal in 3 states. You can't kennel me legally. I never claimed legality. Wednesday. Yes. What if, he is mine, Wednesday said, surprising herself for the second time that hour. He is mine and he does not yet know it. The sight does not tend to be wrong about these things, although it tends to be cruel about how it tells you. I am going to find him. I am going to determine if the binding is mutual. If it is, I am going to use the next 28 days to dismantle a centuries-old murder cult in his honor. If it is not, she paused, and then, because she was Wednesday Addams and she lied to no one but herself, I will determine that as well. Enid put both her hands flat on the table. Wednesday Addams. You are going to dismantle a centuries-old murder cult before lunch. By next month, please. I have midterms. Please tell me he's hot. Wednesday met Enid's eyes. She allowed her face to shift 1 millimeter from neutrality. He has potential. Wednesday. Eat your muffin. I'm going to scream. In the privacy of your own room, please. Wednesday. Yes. What's his name? Wednesday looked at her for a long moment. The dining hall continued its low burble around them. A first-year levitated her napkin and dropped it into her tea. A boy who had been sleeping in his bowl woke and discovered his own face was now oatmeal-colored and accepted this fact with a kind of philosophical pride. A normal morning, by Nevermore standards. The kind of morning Wednesday Addams had been doing for the last 2.5 years. It was, Wednesday thought with a small inward shiver, the last normal morning she would have for some time. "Harry," she said. "Harry Potter." Enid's face went through 19 emotions in 3 seconds. The last of them was a slow, dawning something that Wednesday did not have a name for, because it was not glee, and it was not fear, and it was not the horror Wednesday had been expecting. It was, she realized, recognition. "Wednesday," Enid said. "I think I have to tell you something. You would not be Enid if you didn't. My cousin Merrick went to a school in Britain. He's a werewolf. He was at a place called, God, this is going to sound made up, he was at Hogwarts." Wednesday did not move. "He used to come home for the summer and tell me stories. Most of them were dumb, like, Quidditch this and Quidditch that, but he had this thing he used to say. He'd say there's a kid at Hogwarts who keeps not dying. He said it like it was a joke. He said it to my dad, and my dad," Enid's voice did a small, careful thing that meant she was weighing how much to share, "my dad would get quiet. Because my dad knew about Britain. About the war they had. About a man who almost won it." "Voldemort," Wednesday said. You know. I have read." "Well. Yeah." Enid swallowed. "The kid who keeps not dying. That's your boy." "He is not yet my boy." "Wednesday." "Yes. He is going to be." Wednesday lifted her tea and finished it. She set the cup down soundlessly. "I had not finished assessing the situation," she said. "I do not appreciate your jumping the gun. You said you'd dismantle a murder cult in his honor. I said I might. You said it like it was already decided. I said it like it was an option." "Wednesday." "Yes. I have known you for 2.5 years and I have never, not once, heard you sound like that about anyone. Eat your muffin. Eat your toast." "I do not eat toast in moments of significance." "Significance acknowledged." Enid pushed the muffin across the table anyway. "Take it for the road." She left Nevermore at dawn, as Weems had ordered, on the headmistress's terms because they were the only terms that included a port key to London and a letter sealed with Weems's own ring. She wore the long black wool, her braids tight and freshly oiled, her boots laced past the calf. She carried one small leather case and a longer, narrower case that no one had asked her to declare. She carried, in the inner pocket against her ribs, a folded letter and a square photograph. The photograph had not stopped looking at her. The vision had not returned. She did not need it to. The vision had said its piece. It had given her a thread, gold and black braided together, and although she could not see the thread now, she knew it was there. She felt it whenever she breathed too deeply. She felt it when she clenched her left fist. She felt it when, in her mother's voice in her own head, the word mate refused to behave like a word and behaved instead like an instruction. The port key was an old leather glove. It smelled of pipe smoke and cedar and a sadness she did not earn. She gripped it. Eugene Ottinger, who had grown 9 kinds of carnivorous plant in his glasshouse and who had been unfairly trusted by Weems to handle illegal port keys, gave her a thumbs up and a small nervous smile. "Wednesday. Good luck." Or, the Addams version. "Bad luck." "Thank you, Eugene. Anne, if you find a flesh-eating fern over there, will you bring me a clipping?" "I will bring you a head." Wednesday, the port key activated. She was wrenched, in her usual ungraceful way, through several thousand miles of cold and dark in the part of every long-distance magical journey that always smelled of ozone and a faint, inexplicable hint of pickled herring. She landed in a small alley, on her feet, knees soft, hand already drifting toward the long case that held a knife she had named after a great-aunt. The alley was British, in the unmistakable way of British alleys. It was narrow, damp, and it apologized for nothing. Above her, a sign creaked. It read, in the gold-leaf cursive of magical signage that had not been updated since the 1870s, The Leaky Cauldron. Wednesday. Addams adjusted her cuffs. "Right," she said softly to no one. "Let's go disappoint a murder cult." She walked toward the door. Behind her, in an upper window of the building across the alley, a curtain shifted. A pale eye watched her go. The eye blinked once, slowly. A small, pleased smile crossed a mouth she did not see. The Hide, the compact's other blade, had been in London for 3 days. The Hide had been told the last knife might be late. The Hide had been told, more importantly, that if the last knife failed, the Hide would feast. The Hide was very, very hungry. Before she pushed open the door, she stood for a heartbeat on the threshold and let London do what London always did to people who arrived in it, try too hard. Smoke. Wet stone. Frying onions from a pub 3 streets over. The faint tang of the river that carried, even here, even hidden behind the Muggle world, the secret salt of a tide. A wet pigeon argued with an empty crisp packet in a gutter and lost. Somewhere a bell rang the quarter hour, and somewhere else, a different bell answered with the wrong time, and Wednesday felt the precise small joy she always felt when a city refused to coordinate with itself. She remembered, suddenly, sitting in her mother's lap on the staircase at home when she was perhaps 5 years old. The fire in the great hall had been low and blue. Her mother had been combing her hair with the long carved comb of black bone that had belonged to her own mother, whispering a lullaby that was not quite a lullaby because the lyrics were a list of poisons. Wednesday, Morticia had said, between verses. "Listen carefully. There is a thing in our family called the compact. You will not learn it tonight. You will not learn it for some years. But when the day comes that you do, you will remember that I told you this. We are a family of knives. We do not regret what knives do. We only regret who pointed them." She had not understood it then. She had repeated the words back to her mother out loud, the way she repeated everything, to be sure she had filed them correctly. We are a family of knives. We do not regret what knives do. Only who pointed them, her mother had finished, kissing her hair. Sleep, little raven. Wednesday had been, for once, able to sleep. The sleep of children who have been told the truth about themselves. There was no terror like the terror of being lied to about who one was. Her parents had spared her that, at least. She wondered, standing in front of the leaky cauldron, who exactly had pointed her this time. The door squeaked. She pushed it open and stepped inside. The leaky cauldron looked less like a pub than like a small, angry idea of one. Low beams. Smoke-darkened plaster. A bar of oak that had been polished by elbows for 2 centuries until the wood had given up and started polishing itself. 3 figures hunched over breakfast at scattered tables, a witch with a face like a dried plum, a wizard whose hat had its own hat, and a goblin reading a financial paper with the careful suspicion of a man who suspected even the typesetting of fraud. Behind the bar stood a stooped barman with no teeth and entirely too much enthusiasm about it. He smiled at her. "Mornin', miss. Room or breakfast?" "Both." "Right you are. Up the stairs, end of the hall, number 11. Eggs in 10 minutes. No eggs. Ah. Rye. Rye and tea. No milk. No sugar. Wholesome." He grinned, gums flashing. "Come from far?" "Vermont. Long way for a girl with 1 bag. 2. 2, was it?" He squinted at the long, narrow case in her left hand, and his face did the small, professional thing of a man who had learned not to ask. "Right you are. Up the stairs." She climbed. The staircase complained under her like a chorus of small, regretful ghosts. The corridor at the top was painted in a color her mother would have called jaundiced lily. The numbers on the doors were brass. Number 11 was at the end, beside a window that looked out over the alley behind the pub and into the windows of buildings whose magic was just bleeding through the muggle paint. She unlocked the door, kicked it open with the side of her foot, scanned the room from the threshold the way her father had taught her, and entered. It was a small room. Single bed. Wardrobe. Mirror. Washstand. A desk by the window with an inkwell that was almost dry and a quill that was almost worth using. A horseshoe nailed above the door, points up, to keep the luck in. A second horseshoe nailed below the window, points down, to keep something else out. An interesting pair of choices, that. She made a small mental note. She crossed to the window, lifted the latch, leaned out, looked left, looked right, listened. She listened for footsteps that had stopped just before her own. She listened for the slight wet click of a cane on cobble, the kind of cane that was not a cane. She listened for the inhale of someone else holding their breath while she held hers. There was nothing. Or there was, but it was being patient. She closed the window. She set her cases down. She removed her cloak and hung it. She removed her gloves and folded them. She sat at the desk. From the inner pocket of the cloak, she retrieved the photograph, the letter, and a third thing she had not declared to Weems, a small black glazed disc, no larger than a coin, set into the lid of a silver locket. A scrying mirror. Addams family heirloom. Two-way. Pugsley had set it up for her last summer with the kind of paranoid zeal of a younger brother who had finally grown into being useful. She tapped the disc. She murmured the trigger word, in the family Latin that was not exactly Latin, and waited. For 3 breaths, nothing. Then a small face appeared in the disc, blurred at first, then crisp. Pugsley, she said. Wednesday, he yelled, in the way of younger brothers across all dimensions. You made it. I made it 3 minutes ago. Why are you yelling? Because Mother is in the next room and if I yell she'll know I'm awake and she'll give me chocolates. That is not how avoidance is meant to work. It works in our house. Listen, Mother says the letter you got, she says it's real. Wednesday went very still. Of course it is real. No, no. I mean, she said you wouldn't get one. She told me last summer. She said the compact had skipped a generation. She said she'd done her job. Wednesday, she's furious. She is not furious. I have known our mother my entire life and there are 8 kinds of furious she does. This is the 8th. The quiet one. The one where the ferns die. Have ferns died? 3. So far. Wednesday filed this away. Morticia furious in the 8th way meant Morticia would burn a city down by Tuesday. Wednesday had 3 days to handle this before her mother handled it for her. Not enough time. Not nearly enough. She tightened her fingers around the locket. Pugsley. I need a favor. Anything. Tell Mother I am alive. Tell her I am safe. Tell her not to come to Britain. She's already packing. Tell her I have a plan. Tell her, Wednesday paused. The next words felt like a confession in a confessional she had never agreed to enter. Tell her I have seen a thread. Tell her I know what it is. Tell her I want 28 days. Pugsley's small face was uncharacteristically serious. A thread? She will know what I mean. Wednesday. Yes. Are you, is the thread, is it him? I do not know that I would phrase it in those exact words. Wednesday. It is him. Holy crap. Eloquent. Holy crap, Wednesday. Stop saying that. I'm gonna lose my mind. Wednesday. Wednesday, Pugsley. Yes. 28 days. 28 days. I'll tell Mother. Wednesday. Is he okay? Like, is he, alive? Currently. Aesthetic? Yes. Worthy? Undetermined. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Wednesday. Be careful. They wouldn't have invoked the compact if they didn't have backups. There is a hide. Pugsley's face went pale, even in the small black disk. Wednesday. I know. A hide. I know. Wednesday, I will not be dying in Britain. I have a list of places I intend to die, and Britain is not in the top 50. Tell mother. Tell father. Tell them I will be home in 28 days with either a body to bury or a boy to introduce. Possibly both. We shall see. Pugsley swallowed. I love you. Do not be sentimental. It does not become you. I love you anyway. Disgusting. Be safe, Wednesday. She closed the locket. She held it in her hand for a moment longer than she needed to. Then she opened the long, narrow case. Inside, set into black velvet shaped to its outline, lay a slim blade as long as her forearm. Single edge. Tang wrapped in dark leather. The pommel was an iron raven's claw, set with a single chip of obsidian for an eye. The flat of the blade had been etched, in the spidery family script, with the name of her great-great-aunt Calpurnia, who had carried it through 3 uprisings and 1 divorce. Wednesday lifted it. She tested the balance. She drew the edge across her thumb just enough to see if the blood would come. It did. She licked the blood off the edge and put the knife back to bed. All right, Calpurnia, she said softly. We have a great deal to discuss. By mid-morning she had eaten her rye, drunk her tea, ignored a second offer of eggs, paid the barman in Muggle pounds because she had taken Pugsley's advice and converted before leaving Vermont, and stepped through the back door of the leaky cauldron into the wall that wasn't a wall. Diagon Alley stretched away from her under a sky the color of dishwater. She had read about it. Reading about a place was not the same as standing in it. The street curved gently downward like a bone that had set crooked. Shop windows leaned out over their stoops as if interested in her in particular. A boy ran past with a broomstick taller than he was. A woman in a purple cloak argued with a parrot in a cage that argued back in fluent French. The smell of cauldron smoke and apothecary herbs and a faint, illegal undertone of dragon liver hit her in 3 layers. She approved. She walked. Wednesday had 2 pieces of intelligence to gather and 1 to plant. The first piece of intelligence, the location of Harry James Potter. The second, the location of the hide sent to back her up. The piece to plant, the suggestion that Wednesday Addams, the last knife, was not a very competent assassin. She intended to look distracted. She intended to look bored. She intended to look like a teenage girl in too much black who had run away from finishing school for no defensible reason. To look distracted, she ate an ice. To look bored, she purchased a copy of the Daily Prophet from a vendor with a wandering eye and a twitch in his upper lip and pretended to read it without reading it. She read it anyway, of course. She could not help herself. The Daily Prophet, on this particular Tuesday in early November, was preoccupied with 3 stories, a Quidditch scandal involving a transferred Bulgarian seeker, a missing ministry employee who was implied, with the genteel viciousness of British journalism, to have run off with a known criminal, and a small editorial warning about strange disappearances in the north of England that had been linked to old grievances and young grudges. The disappearances, the editor noted, included 2 suspected Death Eaters, a junior Auror, and a sheep. Wednesday folded the paper neatly. The Death Eaters and the Auror she expected. The sheep was the interesting one. The sheep meant something feral was eating, and something feral was eating in the shape of a man. The hide was in the north. The hide, then, was not behind her. Yet. She took her ice and her paper and walked south down the alley toward the wand shop, because she wanted a look at Ollivander, because Ollivander knew everyone and a man who knew everyone was a man who could be made to know one more thing if she presented herself correctly. She was halfway there when she felt it. The thread. She had not felt it since the vision, only the memory of it. Now it tightened in her chest like a string tuned by a careful hand. It tugged once, north and slightly east. Then again. North-northeast, more insistent. She turned, in the middle of the alley, ice in one hand and paper in the other, a 16-year-old in too much black and one very clear instruction: he is here. Not at Hogwarts. Not in the north. Here. In the alley. Within shouting distance of her, breathing the same dishwater sky, smelling the same cauldron smoke, walking under the same sign that swung above the same shop, and the thread sang in her chest like a wire. She moved. Not fast. The point was not to catch up. The point was to look. The point was to see him in person before he saw her. She rounded a corner past a shop selling something called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which was painted purple and had a sign showing a man pulling a rabbit out of his own collar. She crossed a small stone bridge over a smaller stone gutter. She turned again. And there he was. He was on the steps of the apothecary, with his back to her. Tall enough. Broader in the shoulders than the photograph had let her assume. Black hair, untidy, the way the picture had told her. He had a scarf around his neck the color of new blood. He was talking to a girl with bushy brown hair and a pile of books almost as tall as she was. He was laughing. Wednesday had heard him laugh once before. In a dream that had not been her dream. In a vision on a yellow hill. In the small space between her own ribs. She lowered the paper. The thread sang. He had not yet turned. He had not seen her. He laughed at something the girl with the books had said and he ran a hand through his hair, and the gesture was the kind that should have been irritating and was not, because nothing he did right now had a chance of being irritating, because the thread was singing, because she was Wednesday Addams and she had been pointed. She let the moment stretch. 3 full seconds of looking at him without him knowing she was looking. The sight had been generous. The sight had given her this much, perhaps as an apology for everything else. She watched him laugh once more. She watched his hand drop from his hair to the strap of a worn leather satchel. She watched the girl with the book say something stern and indulgent and watch him laugh again at being scolded, and Wednesday thought, calmly, with the cold organizational clarity she had inherited from her mother and the small brutal honesty she had inherited from her father, I will burn the world before I let anyone hurt this boy. The thought arrived without permission. The thought arrived and did not leave. It sat down inside her chest the way a cat sits down on a stack of papers, and it folded itself up, and it began, with the terrifying patience of the thing inside her that the sight had been talking to all morning, to purr. Wednesday Addams, who did not believe in mates, did not allow herself to lift a hand to the place where the thought was sitting. She raised the Daily Prophet again, casual, pretending to read, and stepped sideways into the shadow of a quill shop. She watched. She memorized his face. She memorized the way he held his shoulders, the way his weight rested mostly on the left foot, the way his right hand, wand hand, she noted, stayed near his coat pocket without the boy ever appearing to notice. She memorized the cadence of his laugh, which was on the lower side of his register, dry, surprised by itself. She memorized the girl with the books. The girl with the books would be a problem. The girl with the books was alert in a way Harry was not. The girl with the books was the kind of girl who would notice a small black-clad assassin watching her best friend across a street, given enough time. Wednesday gave her none. She withdrew. She went back the way she came. She bought a second ice she did not eat. She rounded back to the leaky cauldron by the long way, the way that crossed the street twice and stopped to look in 3 windows that she did not care about, in case anyone behind her was foolish enough to give themselves away. She listened, again, for the wet click of the cane that was not a cane. Nothing. Or, not nothing. A faint impression. A patience. A breathing. The Hyde was not in London yet. But the Hyde was close. The Hyde was patient. The Hyde, like she did, knew that the most efficient hunt was the one in which the prey did the moving. She climbed the stairs back to room 11. She closed the door. She bolted it. She placed Calpurnia within reach. She sat at the desk. She opened the photograph. She looked at the boy. The boy looked back. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said, with the smallest curl of her mouth that nobody but her own reflection would ever see. "I have been hired to kill you." The boy in the picture, who could not hear her, who did not know her, who would not know her for approximately 48 hours, blinked at her in his slow magical way. "The contract," she continued, conversational, "is bullshit. I will be honoring it in spirit only. In spirit, I will be killing the people who sent me. In flesh, I will be keeping you. You should know this in advance, because I do not enjoy surprises and I assume you do not either. We will, in approximately 2 days' time, be having a very awkward conversation. You will probably attempt to hex me. I will probably allow it once, to be polite. After that, however, we will need to be efficient. We have a great deal to accomplish before midwinter and I do not intend to die in this country." The boy in the picture went on looking at her. "All right," she said. "Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow." She closed the photograph back into the letter and slid the letter into the inner pocket of the cloak that hung on the back of the door. She lay down on the bed in her boots. She did not sleep. Wednesday Addams did not sleep on the first night of an assignment. She lay still, hands folded over her sternum, eyes open, staring at the ceiling, listening to the small sounds of the inn settling around her, listening to the wider sounds of the alley below, listening, beneath all of it, for the soft, hungry breathing of something across the street that had been told to wait. The thread sang in her chest, low and unhurried. It said, "He is alive." It said, "He is sleeping." It said, "He is dreaming, and he is not yet dreaming of you." He would, she thought, with a small and unfamiliar tightness at the corners of her mouth that on anyone else would have been a smile. He would. The candle by the bed guttered. She did not relight it. She lay in the dark and counted the heartbeats of the boy who did not yet know her. Outside, in a window across the alley, the curtain shifted again. The Hyde watched the candle go out. The Hyde waited. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, The Knife That Would Not Fall. Wednesday Addams woke at 4 in the morning, which was the hour her family had always considered the only honest part of the day, and the rest of London agreed by grace of being unconscious. She had not, in any meaningful sense, slept. Her body had performed the formality of stillness for 6 hours and her mind had filed it as a tax. She rose, washed her face in the basin with cold water that had a small skim of frost across the top, dressed in the same long black wool, oiled her braids, and laced her boots past the calf. She looked at herself once in the mirror over the washstand. She did not enjoy mirrors. They had a habit, lately, of looking back. She unsheathed Calpurnia, breathed once on the flat of the blade so it would know her by smell, and slid the knife along the length of her left forearm where it sat between sleeve and skin, point at her elbow, hilt at her wrist. Her cuff, when fastened, hid all of it. The whole arm hummed faintly with the cold of the steel, but this was not a discomfort she chose to register. She set Calpurnia's smaller sister, a folding blade no longer than her middle finger, into the inside of her right boot. She set a loop of gut wire into a hidden seam of her cloak, where it could be retrieved by a hooked thumbnail. She put 2 glass vials into the outer pocket of her cloak, one labeled in her own spider script as Belladonna and one mislabeled as Belladonna, in case anyone went rummaging. She put the photograph of Harry James Potter into the inner pocket against her ribs. She put the letter from the compact into the fire. The vellum, of course, did not burn. She had not expected it to. The wax sealed itself again, hissing back together over the broken edge as she watched. The fire spat the letter back out onto the hearth, warm but unmarked, and the letter went on existing with the smug tenacity of a curse that had been written by someone with a long-term plan. Of course, Wednesday said, and picked the letter up off the hearth and slid it back into the cloak. "I shall enjoy disappointing the man who paid to make you fireproof." She pulled her cloak around her, set her hood, and went downstairs. The leaky cauldron at 4 in the morning was a silent communion of three, the toothless barman, who was, with the patience of a man who had seen the world end 3 times before breakfast, polishing a glass that did not require polishing, an enormous, sleeping cat the color of wet ashes that occupied an entire stool with the air of a magistrate, and a witch in a peaked hat the color of squid ink, who was reading by the light of her own glowing fingertip. The barman looked up. "Mornin', miss." "Up early." "I do not see the point of being up later." "Fair enough." "Tea?" "Black." "Coming up?" "Going far?" She did not answer. He did not ask twice. She took her tea standing at the bar, drank it in 3 long swallows that scalded her throat in a satisfying line of pain, set the cup down, paid, nodded, and went out. Diagon Alley at 4 in the morning was a corpse. The shop signs creaked. A faint thread of fog had crept up from the river through the loose seams of the wards, spreading itself thinly between the cobbles like a lie. A single lamp at each end of the alley burned with the small, embarrassed flame of magic that has nothing important to illuminate. Wednesday stood for a moment at the head of the alley, listening. The thread in her chest tugged east-northeast. He had moved. She had assumed he would. She had spent 4 hours of her not sleeping converting the rumors of his itinerary into a tracking grid, Hogwarts in the north, by train, the borough somewhere near Ottery St. Catchpole, number 12 Grimald Place in central London, which the Daily Prophet had once accidentally mentioned and then unmentioned with such elaborate care that an Addams could only conclude it was important. The thread sang for east-northeast, which would put him approximately on the north bank of the Thames, in a part of London she had not yet learned to name. She walked east. The alley deposited her, after 2 turns and a small magical shift of geography that made her stomach roll the way her father's old elevator did, into the Muggle world. Charing Cross Road. Empty. She walked past the dark windows of bookshops and the silent face of a cinema marquee that was, this morning, advertising a film about a man who could not stop falling in love with assassins. She did not pause to admire the irony. She did not have time for irony before sunrise. She reached a bridge. She crossed it. The river flowed under her, oily and patient, and on the far side a cluster of streets that had not been redesigned since Cromwell unfolded itself in front of her like a map drawn by a mathematician with a grudge. The thread tugged her left. Then right. Then left again. Then it tightened, suddenly, and stopped tugging, and went still, the way a fishing line goes still when the hook has set into something heavy. He was here. Above her. To the right. 2 stories up. She raised her eyes. The house was a Georgian terrace, 4 floors high, paint peeling at the cornice, a front door that had been black once and was still mostly black under an ambitious crust of London soot. The number had been removed from the door. There was a faint, persistent shimmer over the whole facade, the way air shimmers above hot tar, and Wednesday recognized it for what it was, a Fidelius, or a near cousin to one. A house concealed not by being hidden but by being so ordinary that the eye refused to settle. Number 12 Grimald Place, she thought. So. Her mother had been right about wizards, as her mother had been right about most things. Wizards loved a charm where a fence would do. She did not approach the door. The thread, having delivered her here, had nothing else to say. He was inside. He was breathing slowly. He was probably asleep. The house was alert, in the way old wizarding houses were alert, a thing of half-aware portraits and protective wards and a memory of being besieged, and Wednesday had no intention of poking it before breakfast. She withdrew. She walked back across the bridge. She found, in a small triangular alley, an iron staircase that climbed the side of a building to a flat roof. She climbed it. She lay down on the roof on her back, fitted her cloak around her like a second skin, and waited. By dawn she had identified 2 patrols. Horrors, she suspected, in plain clothes, walking the square at 23-minute intervals, alternating their direction. Good. Reasonable. Unimaginative. By 6 she had identified a third presence, much less plainclothed, much less reasonable. A figure in a long traveler's coat had taken up a leaning station against a lamppost across the square. The figure had not moved for an hour. The figure carried no pole, no broom, no one visible. The figure was simply a long shape, a low brim, and an unreasonable patience. The figure was watching the door of number 12. Death Eater, Wednesday thought, with the clinical detachment of a doctor recognizing a fungus. By 6:30, the figure had been joined by a second. Then a third. The third one had a limp and did nothing to hide it. Wednesday's mouth did not curl. It almost did. The almost was the closest she came to delight. The compact had paid for her, and her arrival had triggered, or at least coincided with, a small mobilization. There were eyes that wanted to see whether she would do her work. There were teeth that intended to clean up if she did not. The chess of it was elegant, in the way only old murder cults could be elegant. Hire the assassin. Send observers. If the assassin succeeds, the boy is gone. If the assassin fails, the observers finish the boy and the assassin, and the compact never has to write a follow-up letter. Cute, Wednesday thought. They had not factored in the site. They never did. The compact had grown so used to demanding obedience that it had forgotten to predict deviation. She intended to be enormously deviant. Harry James Potter came out of the house at 7:11, with his hair in 3 directions and his scarf in 2, and the immediate look of a young man who had been told he could not apparate today and who resented this information. He was not alone. The girl with the bushy brown hair was with him, and a tall, rangy boy with hair the color of new copper who carried himself the way a giraffe might carry itself if a giraffe had been told to look casual. Wednesday recognized the boy from the Daily Prophet's gossip pages without having tried to. The youngest Weasley brother. Ronald. The sort of boy who had survived 3 years of being a boy through stubbornness alone. The 3 of them stood for a moment on the step. The bushy-haired girl was talking, low and urgent, and the boys were not exactly listening to her. Harry was scanning the square. He did not see the lamppost figure. He did not see his 3 watchers. He did, however, glance up, exactly once, and his eyes touched the roofline opposite his house and slid past it, the way a flashlight slides past a dark shape on a wall and decides, without consulting its operator, that the shape is not a person. Wednesday lay very, very still. The thread in her chest sang one clean note as he looked her way. He did not see her. But something in him registered something. He frowned, very slightly. He shook his head as if he had heard a fly. The bushy-haired girl noticed and asked him a question and he muttered something in reply that Wednesday could not lip-read at this distance. Then the 3 of them set off down the square. The lamppost figure did not move. The 2 flanking observers also did not move. The lamppost figure was waiting, Wednesday calculated, for a signal. Or for a cue. They were not following Harry. Yet. They were content to know where he had begun the day, and where he would, presumably, return to it. She rose from the roof. Her body had stiffened from the cold, she ignored it. She climbed down the iron staircase the way she had come up, dropped the last 6 feet noiselessly, landed in the triangular alley, and slipped after her boy and his friends with the fluid, unhurried patience of a person whose entire posture was a lie. She did not look like a 16-year-old girl, when she walked like this. She looked like a small, dark, unimportant absence. People's eyes went over her without registering the shape. She had practiced this since she was 9. Her father had timed her with a stopwatch. The 3 teenagers led her back toward the river, then south, then through a knot of streets that had been a market 500 years ago and was now a market for slightly different things, and then, with the abruptness of people who had been told not to dawdle, they ducked through a black archway that gave onto a much narrower, much darker alley. Nocturne Alley. Wednesday paused at the lip of the archway. She had read about this place. The Daily Prophet referred to it, in its more tabloid mood, as the alley where wizardry kept its secrets and its second mortgages. The shop fronts here had a different angle of soot. The signs creaked in a different key. A woman in a hooded cloak trying very hard not to be a woman in a hooded cloak crossed the street and disappeared into a shop selling, according to its lopsided sign, miscellaneous fingers. Harry and his friends were here. Harry was here looking for something. Hermione, the bushy-haired one, was almost certainly Hermione Granger, and if Wednesday had to lay a wager, the boy was Ronald Weasley, although she still had not heard either of them named. Hermione was looking nervous. Ron was trying not to look nervous and failing. Harry was pretending to look at shop windows while his eyes scanned doorways. He was hunting something. Wednesday allowed the corner of her mouth to lift 2 millimeters. She liked him better hunting than she had liked him laughing. Hunters, in her experience, were honest. Laughers were always selling something. They turned into a shop with a sign that read Borgin and Burke's. She did not follow them in. The bell above the door would sing for her, and bells in shops in Knockturn Alley were the kind of bells that remembered. Instead, she crossed the alley and slipped into the recessed doorway of a shop selling. A sign beside her assured her in tin lettering, hexed lockpicks of the highest quality. She waited. She listened. Inside Borgin and Burke's she could not, at this distance, hear words, but she could hear cadences. Harry asking a question, Borgin or someone, answering with the falsely cheerful fawn of a shopkeeper who has identified a young customer as someone he intends to overcharge, Hermione interrupting with a sharper, faster line, Ron saying something that earned him a sharp shush. The whole exchange lasted 11 minutes by Wednesday's count. Then the bell sang again. Harry came out. His face was grim. Whatever he had not bought hard. Ron emerged behind him, and Hermione, in that order, and the three of them began the walk back up the alley. It was now or never. Wednesday had no intention of attempting an extraction at number 12 Grimmauld Place. She had no intention of attempting one in Diagon Alley either, where wards had teeth. Knockturn Alley, however, was a pocket of careful inattention. The kind of place that pretended not to see things. The kind of place that an assassin could take a step into a small offshoot of and deliver, before the boy's friends had even noticed, a knife to the right of the spine where the kidney lay, or, if she chose, a slow paralytic toxin to the back of the neck where the jugular kissed the skin. She did not choose any of these things. She had decided in Vermont that she would not. She had decided again, in Larissa Weems's office, that she would not. She had decided again, last night, in front of the photograph, that she would not. She would, however, have to convince her boy that she was not going to. Until he believed her, she could not protect him. Until he was protected, there was no point in being his. She stepped out of the doorway and into his path. The thread in her chest pulled hard. She let it. Harry Potter saw her at 3 paces. To his credit, he did not scream. To his greater credit, he did not raise his wand. To his greatest credit, he stopped walking, immediately and without fumbling, and his right hand drifted to his coat pocket the way it had in Diagon Alley, and he looked at her with the tired, attentive look of a young man who had spent his life learning to expect the worst from strangers. Hermione, half a step behind him, had her wand in her hand before her mind had finished processing the threat. Ron had his out a heartbeat after Hermione. He held it badly. He held it with the conviction of a boy who would still cast. Wednesday lifted both her hands, palms forward, fingers spread. The cuff of her left sleeve hid Calpurnia perfectly. She felt the cold weight against her forearm and noted, with a clinical satisfaction, that her boy had not seen the blade. "I am unarmed," she said, in the tone of a woman who was not. Hermione's wand did not move. "Who are you?" "My name is Wednesday Addams. I am from a school in Vermont. I have come to give Harry James Potter a warning." Harry's eyes did the small flicker of a young man whose life had been built on the warnings of strangers. "What warning?" There is a contract, Wednesday said. On your life. A specific contract. It has been issued by a private organization that is older than my country and almost as petty as yours. They have hired me to fulfill it. I have declined. They have, however, hired other parties. 3 of those parties are currently watching the front of number 12 Grimald Place. A 4th, called a Hyde, is currently north of London and will be in this city before the end of the week. The silence that followed was the rich, full silence of 3 teenage wizards trying very hard to think faster than their training had prepared them to. Bollocks, said Ron, who was the first to speak. Empirically incorrect, Wednesday said, but a charming reflex. You're saying, Harry said carefully, that you were hired to kill me, and you've come to tell me about it. That is a fair summation. Why? Several reasons, of which the most relevant for our purposes is that I do not intend to die in your country and the compact has shown itself willing to dispose of me along with you. I find this disrespectful. I am not in the habit of being disposed of. I am, however, in the habit of disposing of those who would dispose of me. We have, therefore, an alignment of interests. Hermione's wand twitched. You said your name is Wednesday Addams. Yes. There's a chapter on your family in Belby's Compendium of Continental Magical Bloodlines. Belby is 3/4 wrong about us. The other quarter is a defamation suit waiting to happen. Your family is on a list. My family is on several lists. Be specific. The list of magical bloodlines that, Hermione hesitated, the way bookish girls hesitated when they had read something they had hoped never to need, that took bargains with what the compendium calls old powers in exchange for hereditary gifts. Yes, Wednesday said. We took the deal. My great-great-grandmother thought it was clever. It was. It is also, for generations later, an inconvenience. You have the sight, Hermione said, and it was not a question. I do. Then yes, Wednesday said. I have already had a vision of this conversation. I knew, before I crossed the bridge this morning, that we would be standing in this alley at this hour, that you would draw your wands, and that no one would die in the next 60 seconds. The next minute is more open. Harry's face did not change. He had the kind of face, Wednesday noted, that did not change easily. He had the kind of face that had practiced not changing for many years. She approved. Why, he said, are you telling me all this? Because, Wednesday said, I have had, in addition to that vision, another vision. The other vision is more personal. I am not yet prepared to discuss it. I will say only that my objectives have changed since the contract was issued, that I require your survival rather than your death, and that I would prefer, in the next hour, to keep both you and me alive. You expect me to trust you? No. Good. I expect you to trust the part of you that has begun to itch since I started speaking. The silence got rich again. Harry's face did its careful not changing thing. Ron looked at Harry. Hermione looked at Wednesday, then at Harry, then at Wednesday again, and her wand was still raised but her wrist had loosened in the small, definitive way of a young woman who had begun, against her will, to consider the possibility that the dangerous-looking girl in front of her might not be lying. Harry's free hand, the one not in his pocket, had moved to his sternum. He did not seem to have noticed. What's itching, he said. That, Wednesday said, is the part of the conversation we are not having here, because we have approximately 28 seconds before 3 Death Eaters who have been following us up the alley reach the corner you are standing at. Harry did not turn to look. Hermione did, and her face went from careful skepticism to operational calm in one heartbeat. There are 3 men coming up the alley, she said. Yes, said Wednesday. They were not there a minute ago. They have been there for an hour. I saw them at 4 o'clock. They followed us from your front step. You followed us from our front step. I followed all of you. They followed only Harry. Are they going to attack? Yes. You're sure? My boots are too clean for a fight, Wednesday said. I would have liked to dirty them on something less inevitable. But yes. Harry's right hand came out of his coat pocket. It held a wand of holly, 11 inches, and the wand recognized her in a way wands sometimes did, with a small, clean spark at the tip that she felt against her sternum like a tap on a bell. She liked that. She liked his wand. She had not expected to. All right, he said. His voice had dropped. The exhaustion had gone out of it. The grim attention had taken its place. Where? Behind us. 12 paces. They will reach the corner in 20. I would suggest that the two of you, she did not look at Ron and Hermione, disapparate immediately, and that Harry trust me for the next 30 seconds. I'm not leaving him, said Hermione, the way a stone wall does not leave a field. Same, said Ron, with rather less syntactic confidence and no less commitment. Then, Wednesday said, I require all three of you to stand still and look like tourists for the next 8 seconds. Hermione, lower your wand. Ron, lower yours. Harry, you may keep yours but please pretend it is a postcard. She did not wait to see if they obeyed. She turned, slowly, casually, the way a 16-year-old girl on a holiday turns, and she lifted her chin to the storefront beside them, and she said, in a voice slightly louder than was strictly necessary, oh, look, lockpicks. How charming. Behind her, 12 paces away and closing, 3 booted men rounded the curve. She had spent the morning identifying their patrol pattern. She had also spent it identifying, in a doorway across the alley, an iron downspout that climbed 3 stories and connected, at the second floor, to a fire-iron balcony with a balustrade that had been weakened by rust along its left bracket. She had spent it identifying, on a rooftop above her head, a stone gutter spout in the shape of a snarling lion with a 10-pound chunk of broken cornice perched precariously on top. She had spent it identifying, in the pocket of her cloak, 2 small glass orbs the size of plums that were, in fact, alchemical caltrops her father had given her on her 13th birthday with a card that read, for the ones who run. She did not need any of these resources for what came next. She had identified them only because Wednesday Addams was incapable of standing in any space without inventorying its lethalities. This was the part of her that her mother had named accurately, when Wednesday was 12, as her gift. What she needed for what came next was simpler. She needed a single second of distraction. She turned back to the 3 men as they reached the corner. The first was tall, with a beard the color of dirty straw and a wand of yew already half raised. The second was shorter, with the wide, soft shoulders of a man who had been a brawler before he'd been a wizard. The third, the limper, was hanging back, and his wand was not yet out, because the limper was the lookout, and the lookout's job was to not be seen. The first man saw Wednesday. He did not see her as a threat. She was a 16-year-old girl in a cloak, between him and Harry Potter, and if his orders were what she suspected his orders were to subdue the Potter boy, kidnap him to a quieter location, and leave any witnesses in a very tidy heap. He raised his wand at her. Calpurnia came out of her sleeve before his lips had closed on the first syllable of the spell. Wednesday's wrist had memorized the motion at 13 and her hip had memorized the follow-through at 15 and her ribs, which did not particularly remember things on their own, had memorized the breathing pattern that produced a knife throw the way a painter's hand remembered a brushstroke. The blade left her hand at the height of her shoulder and rotated once and a half and entered the meat of his wand arm exactly 2 inches above the wrist. He screamed. The wand fell. The half-cast spell was a wet bloom of light that died in his own palm. She was already moving by the time he had finished screaming. She closed the 12 paces in 3 of her own, her cloak loose now, the small folding blade out of her boot and into her right hand without her conscious direction, and the second man, the brawler, who had been a heartbeat behind in his draw, met her hand with a grunt as she rolled past his guard and drew the folding blade in a clean shallow line across the inside of his wand wrist. He dropped his wand because his fingers had stopped reading instructions from his arm. He swung at her with his free fist. She ducked. She drove her elbow into the soft notch under his ribs. He folded. The limper, 12 paces back, was raising his wand now, and his mouth was forming the first vowel of a word that, judging from the texture of the syllables, was not going to be a polite one. Behind her, Harry's wand snapped up. Stupefy. The limper went down like a man who had been told, at the bottom of a long staircase, that he had only imagined the staircase. Harry's spell was clean and competent and arrived with a force that surprised Wednesday in a small, warm way she did not have time to admire. 3 Death Eaters down in 7 seconds. 2 bleeding, 1 stunned. None dead. Wednesday found that she was satisfied with not dead, today, on the grounds that not dead Death Eaters were available later for a more comprehensive conversation about who had funded their mourning. The bearded one was making a noise on the ground that was not quite a word. Calpurnia stuck up out of his arm at the angle of a dropped pen. MS. Addams, Hermione said, in a tone that was not panic but was a very nearby relative of panic, we have to go. Yes, said Wednesday. She walked to the bearded man. She set her boot on his sternum. She bent. She gripped Calpurnia by the hilt and pulled it free with the small wet noise that meant the blade had not nicked anything she would have to apologize to her father about. She wiped Calpurnia on the man's coat. She slid Calpurnia back into her sleeve. She looked down at him. He looked up at her. His eyes were watering. Tell your master, she said, very softly, that Wednesday Addams is no longer accepting work from the compact. Tell him that the compact is not in business with him. Tell him that the next time he sends someone to follow Harry Potter, that someone will not be coming back to him in the form of news. I am the last knife. Wednesday, Harry said, behind her. Yes. She did not turn. We are leaving. Hermione Granger, please ready a disapparition for 2. 3, said Ron. 4, said Wednesday. Hermione did not blink. I cannot apparate 4 people at once. Side-along is 2 and 2. You take Ron. Harry takes me. Harry does not, Harry does, said Harry. Wednesday felt the thread in her chest pull tight as he stepped up beside her and took her left hand. His grip was warm. His grip was steady. His grip was, she registered it with the small, professional shock of a person who had not been touched without cause for a long time, the grip of a young man who had, in the small space of a fight, decided already that she was on his side. Where, he said, low. Anywhere, she said. Disapparate to wherever you are most safe. We will sort out the rest from there. Hermione, Harry said. The cottage. Hermione's mouth thinned. Harry. Hermione, please. Fine. The cottage. On 3. 1, the bearded man on the ground reached, in a last raw spasm of professional pride, for his fallen wand. Wednesday flicked Calpurnia out of her sleeve again, faster this time, and put the smaller blade through the meat of his other arm. Sorry, she said. Reflex. 2, the man's eyes rolled back. 3. The world spun. Wednesday had operated before, but only by portkey and only by the tame discipline of her family's old gloves. This was different. This was a hand and a will and a place written into both of them, and she was wrenched through London and the half-dozen counties beyond it like a thread pulled through a needle's eye, and her ribs protested, and her ears popped, and her boots, when they hit the ground at the other end, hit grass. They had landed in a clearing. The clearing was at the edge of a wood. The wood smelled of pine resin and turned earth and the small, mossy dampness of an autumn that had not yet committed to winter. To one side of the clearing stood a cottage, low and stone and white painted, with a thatched roof and a small smoking chimney and a green door. The door had a name plate. The name plate read, in faded gilt, Carried. Welsh, Wednesday thought. She had not known there were Welsh safe houses. She filed the fact, the way she filed all facts, in the small mental ledger of things she would write down properly tonight. Harry let go of her hand. The thread in her chest did not go away when he did. It hummed quietly. It seemed pleased with itself. Wednesday wanted, very mildly, to throttle it. Hermione and Ron arrived 2 seconds later with a louder pop, the louder pop of two people operating at the upper end of Hermione's confidence. Hermione staggered. Ron caught her. They both straightened. They both turned to look at Wednesday and Harry the way people look at a difficult meal that is about to be served. Harry did not speak for a long second. Then he said, "All right." Wednesday waited. "You followed us," he said. "Yes." "You watched my house at 4 in the morning." "Yes." "You knew there were 3 men in the square." "Yes." "You let us walk past them." "Yes." "Why?" "Because if I had warned you in the square, the men in the square would have been alerted, and they would have called for reinforcements, and the engagement would have been larger and harder to control. I needed them to follow you to a smaller alley with fewer windows so I could break their bones in private. You broke their bones in public. I broke 2 of them by hand. The third was your work. We were efficient. I do not consider Nocturne Alley to be a public space in any meaningful sense." He looked at her for a long moment. She looked back. The thread in her chest hummed. "Right," he said. "And the other vision?" "What other vision?" "You said you had 2 visions. The first one told you we'd be in this alley with no one dying for 60 seconds. The other one was personal." "What was the other one?" Wednesday Addams, who had stared down ghouls and grandmothers and a number of men with intent to do her harm, who had been thrown out of 2 boarding schools for offering frank academic critique, who had buried 3 of her father's enemies before she was 12, found that she did not know what to say to a 16-year-old wizard with messy hair and tired green eyes who had asked her, in a clearing in Wales, what her other vision had been. She said, "We will discuss that one inside, Mr. Potter, over tea." "Harry." "What?" "Just Harry. If you're going to follow me around for the next month, you don't have to keep saying my last name." "I will say it once a week," Wednesday said, "to remind us both that we do not yet know each other." "Fine." He turned, and put his hand on the green door, and Wednesday, with her cloak settling around her in the small wet wind that was rising off the wood, with Calpurnia warm in her sleeve and the photograph cold against her ribs and the thread humming in her chest like a wire tuned by a careful hand, followed him into the cottage called Carriot. Behind them, in the wood, a single twig snapped. Wednesday, who heard it, did not turn. The Hyde, 3 counties south and closing, had not yet arrived. But something else had. The cottage was warmer inside than its exterior had advertised, and tidier than its history had any right to be. A wood stove glowed in the corner with the small, smug heat of a kettle that had been waiting. The floor was slate, swept. The walls were whitewashed, hung with 2 charcoal sketches and a copper pan polished to a soft mirror. A worn green sofa took up most of one wall. A round oak table, 4 chairs, a wooden bowl of apples that had begun to think about being a pie. Whoever maintained Carriot maintained it with the kind of love that did not fuss. Wednesday respected that. Harry took off his coat and hung it on a peg. Hermione bolted the green door, pressed her wand against 3 points of the doorframe, murmured something Wednesday did not quite catch, and pressed her wand against 3 points of the frame in reverse order. The cottage gave a small satisfied hum. Hermione lowered her wand. "Ward set," she said. "Tea." "Strong," Wednesday said. "Gunpowder?" "Acceptable." "3 sugars," said Ron, with the air of a man whose contribution to crisis was metabolic. "None for me," said Harry. "The kettle's already on." Hermione moved with the efficiency of a young woman who had run this kitchen before. The kettle whistled. Tea steeped. Cups appeared. Wednesday took the offered cup with a nod so small that nobody else in the room would have called it a thank you, but Hermione was a careful enough reader of small gestures to recognize it. They sat. Harry on one end of the sofa, Wednesday at the other, Ron and Hermione on the 2 chairs they pulled to the table. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Harry set his cup on the slate beside him, leaned forward, and said, "Talk." Wednesday talked. She told them about Nevermore. She told them about the compact. She told them about the bleeding envelope and the photograph and the vision on the yellow hill. She did not tell them that the vision had said the word mate, that word was hers and Harry's first, and would not be served to a room. She told them about Pugsley and the scrying mirror, about the hide in the north, about her mother's 8 kinds of furious. She told them about Larissa Weems and the portkey and the rooftop above Grimald Place. She told them, when Hermione asked, exactly how old the compact was. She told them, when Hermione asked again, exactly how many generations of Addams women had honored it. She did not tell them about the thread in her chest. The thread was not yet a thing she could name out loud and survive. The thread was something Harry would have to hear in private, or never. When she finished, the cottage was very quiet. Harry's tea had cooled in his hand. Hermione's notebook, she had produced one at the 3rd sentence, was full of small fast script. Ron had eaten an apple without seeming to remember eating it. "All right," Harry said. "All right what?" said Ron. "All right, I believe her." "Mate." "Ron." "Mate, she said she was hired to kill you. And then she didn't. That's the part of her plan that, Ron." "Fine. Fine." Ron set the apple core down. "I'm just, on the record, mate, I'm noting on the record that I think this is mental." "Noted," said Harry. "Noted," said Hermione, drily. "Noted," said Wednesday. 3 notes, Ron said. "Brilliant. We are all on the same page about how mental this is. Carry on." Harry turned back to Wednesday. "The personal vision." "Yes. You said we'd discuss it over tea." "We are over tea. We are not over privacy." He looked at Hermione. He looked at Ron. He looked back at Wednesday. His mouth did a small thing that, on him, qualified as a smile, wry, slight, a corner only. "Out," he said. "Excuse me," said Hermione. 5 minutes. Just 5. Please. Harry, I am not leaving you alone with a girl who threw a knife into the arm of a man who was about to hex me. Yes you are. 5 minutes. Hermione. Please. Hermione's face did the careful, complicated thing it did when she was overruling her own caution because her best friend had asked her to. She pursed her mouth. She picked up her notebook. She looked at Wednesday, and her look was sharp, and what the look said was, "I have written your name down, and if anything happens to him in the next 5 minutes, I will have words with the universe and several of its lawyers." Wednesday inclined her head a 1/4 inch. Hermione and Ron stepped out the green door. The cottage, with 2 fewer breathing humans in it, sounded different. The kettle ticked as it cooled. The wood stove gave a small soft pop. Outside, the wind moved through the pines with the long sigh of a forest that had heard a great many secrets and intended to forget none of them. Harry waited. Wednesday set her cup down. She placed both her hands flat on her knees. She looked at him, properly, for the first time since the alley, with no observers and no Death Eaters and no thread of caution between them. He looked back. He looked tired. He looked 16. He looked, beneath all of that, like a young man who had been given more than one war already and had, against all the reasonable forecasts, kept his eyes open. "The other vision," she said, "was of you. Right. Specifically, of a binding between us. A thread, gold and black, between your sternum and mine. The sight identified it as a mate bond. My family does not, as a rule, believe in mate bonds. The sight does not, as a rule, care what we believe." His face did not change. His hand did. His hand, the one resting on the arm of the sofa, made a very small fist, and then unmade it. "A mate bond," he said. "Yes. Between you and me. Yes. You, he stopped. Started again. You felt this. I saw this. There is a difference. I did not consent to it. I have been raised to consent to a small number of things, and feelings is not one of them. The sight, however, is rarely concerned with my consent. And you came here. I came here because the compact intended me to kill you, and I had no intention of doing so, with or without the vision. The vision, however, accelerated my interest. Accelerated. Significantly. He looked at her for a long moment. Then his free hand went up to the spot beneath his sternum where the thread had said he would itch. It was already there. He did not need to feel for it. He had been feeling it since the alley. He had been feeling it, she suspected, since he had glanced up at the rooftop above Grimald Place and decided, against his eyes, that nothing was up there. Right, he said. His voice had gone, for just a second, very quiet. Itch. Yes. And if I asked you to walk back through the door right now and never see me again? I would not. You would. I am not in the habit of obeying small instructions. It would be better for me. I disagree. You don't know me. I know enough. I will know more. I do not require permission to protect you. I do, however, require permission to be near you. The first I will take. The second I am asking for. He did not answer for a long moment. The wood stove popped softly. The wind moved. He said, "Stay." Yes. Until we have a plan. Until we are both still alive and the people who hired me are not. That is a different timeline. It is the same timeline, simply better described. He almost laughed. He did not. He almost. He lifted his cup. He drank his cold tea in a single long swallow, the way a man drinks something he no longer expects to enjoy. He set the cup back down. Hermione, he called. Ron. You can come in. The door opened. Hermione had clearly been counting to 500 under her breath. She entered with her notebook open and her wand back in her hand, and the precise expression of a young woman who had reserved her judgment but was prepared to render it on short notice. Plan, she said, briskly. What's the plan? Tomorrow, Harry said, we go to Dumbledore. Hogwarts, said Hermione. Hogwarts. With her. With her. Harry, Hermione, she just put a knife in the arm of a man who was going to hex me. We are going to Hogwarts with her. After Hogwarts we will sort out the rest. There's a hide, Wednesday said. Right, Harry said. And a hide. Ron looked at the kettle. Is that the plan? The whole plan? Because that's not a plan, mate, that's a sentence. Stage 1 of the plan, said Wednesday, is to survive the night in this cottage. Stage 2 is to reach Hogwarts. Stage 3 is to identify the principal who issued the compact's most recent contract and address him with a directness he is not expecting. I like Stage 3, Ron said. I knew you would. Stage 1 bit, Ron said. About surviving the night. You said something about a twig. Wednesday turned her head, very slightly, toward the window. Yes, she said. I did. Outside, the sun had begun to set behind the pines, throwing long copper lines across the clearing. The wind had quieted. The pines stood the way pines stand when they have decided to listen. Among them, 80 paces from the cottage, a shape stood very still. Not the hide. The hide was still south of London, hungry and patient, awaiting its turn. This shape was something else. Tall. Cloaked. A wand in one hand. A small silver disc in the other, pressed to one ear, like a magical earpiece. The shape spoke, low and careful. They've gone to a cottage. Wales. The girl is with them. She did not kill the boy. She killed Greybacks 3. A pause. Yes. The last knife is unreliable. Recommend escalation. Recommend the second blade. A pause longer than the first. Yes, my lord. The shape raised its wand. A small dark bird formed at the wand's tip and lifted, climbing the cold air toward the south, to deliver the message that would unleash the hide from its kennel. The shape lowered its wand. The shape stood watching the cottage for 1 minute more. Then the shape, who had been hired by the compact only to observe and report, made a decision that exceeded its instructions, because the shape had its own grudges, and because the shape had recognized, from 40 paces in Nocturne Alley, the precise way Wednesday Addams had thrown her knife. The shape moved closer to the cottage. It moved very, very quietly. In the cottage, Wednesday Addams set her teacup down a second time. She turned her head a second millimeter. Her left wrist itched in a small clean way that meant Calpurnia was preparing to be useful again before nightfall. Hermione, she said, calmly. Please reinforce the wards. Harry, please bolt the inner door. Ron, please pick up your apple core, you are leaving sap on the sofa, and I refuse to die in a room that has not been tidied. What? Hermione began. There is a wizard in the trees, Wednesday said. He has been there for 47 seconds. He is moving closer. He is not the hide, which is a small mercy, but he is something the compact did not pay for, which means he is here for personal reasons. Personal reasons, in my experience, are more dangerous than professional ones. The cottage went still. Hermione stood up very slowly. So did Ron. So did Harry. Wednesday rose last, the way the curtain rises last on a play. She drew Calpurnia. All right, she said. Stage 1. Survive the night. Outside, the figure in the pines drew closer. Inside, the kettle hissed itself empty. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, the high that carried the wards held for 11 seconds. Wednesday counted them. She counted them while she moved the green sofa 6 inches off its skid line so it would not catch her ankles, while she pushed the oak table flush to the door so the door would have to push back against 20 pounds of wood before it knew it was being pushed, while she went through the kitchen drawers in 7 seconds and found the salt cellar, which she appended in a thin pale line across the threshold, because salt did nothing to wizards but a great deal to certain other entities, and certain other entities had a habit of appearing whenever wizards were in a hurry. Hermione watched her do this with a face that had stopped trying to be skeptical and had committed to being impressed. What are the salt lines for? For luck. You don't believe in luck. Belief is irrelevant to the function of salt. Hermione paused. Then, with the small smile of a girl who had decided to like a person against the recommendations of her notebook, she said, right. Useful. The wards held for 11 seconds, and then the cottage gave the small soft groan of a beloved old animal that had been kicked, and a thin invisible film along the windows broke with the sound of a teacup hitting tile. Down, Wednesday said. They went down. Hermione behind the oak table, wand on the rim. Ron behind the sofa, wand braced on the green corduroy arm. Harry behind the door frame, holly wand held the way she would later remember as the way an athlete holds a bat, with the grip of a young man who knew, in his arms, what he was going to do before his head had finished the syllables. Wednesday went up. She climbed onto the sideboard in 2 soft motions, her cloak gathered at her elbows so it would not throw a line of darker wool against the white plaster, and she settled herself flat against the rafter beam over the door with Calpurnia in her left hand and the small folding blade in her right, and her own breath shut down to the slow quiet pulse her father had taught her was the only dignified way to wait for a man to walk into a room. The first knock was almost polite. 2 raps, evenly spaced, on the green door. Mr. Potter, said a voice from the other side. The voice was male, middle-aged, smooth in a way that had been practiced and was therefore wholly false. Open the door, please. I represent interested parties. I would like to speak with you and the young lady from Vermont. There need be no further bloodshed today. Hermione's brow tightened. Ron mouthed a word that was probably an opinion. Harry's mouth did not move. Wednesday's mouth did not move either, but she liked the voice. It was a good voice. It had been to school for what it was doing. Smooth voices, in her experience, were always more dangerous than rough ones. Rough voices had to make their case by volume. Smooth voices made theirs by conviction. A man who could ask politely was a man who had killed in numbers that had stopped impressing him. "Sir," Harry called back, with the steady, surprised politeness of a young man who had been raised to be polite to adults under almost all circumstances. "I'm afraid we don't take house calls. Could you leave a card?" "Mr. Potter." "It's Harry." "Harry. May I call you Harry?" "You just did." "Quite. Harry, the young lady from Vermont is operating outside her contract. You understand. She has been hired to perform a service for a client of mine, and she has, I am sorry to say, become creative. Creativity in our line of work is a terrible thing. It cannot be permitted." Hermione, against the table, met Wednesday's eye. Wednesday lifted one finger half an inch off Calpurnia's hilt. "Wait." "What service?" Harry said. "You know what service. Indulge me. She has been retained to end you. And you've come to make sure she does." "I have come to make sure that someone does." "Yes. Right." Harry's voice was, Wednesday noticed, almost conversational. He did not sound afraid. He sounded mildly interested, as if a man on a train had asked him for his ticket and Harry had begun to wonder why exactly the question was being put. "Could you tell me your name?" "My name is not relevant." "Mine seems to be." "Yours is publicly available, Harry." "Mine is not." "We are not, you understand, equally placed." "Fair." Harry's eyes flicked up. He could see Wednesday on the rafter from where he stood. He gave her, with 2 fingers against his thigh, a quick 3 count. She nodded. "Sir," Harry said, "you might as well come in. The door's open." The door was not open. The door had been bolted by Hermione and braced by 20 pounds of oak. But the cadence was important. The cadence was the cue. Wednesday's body, at the count of 3, dropped from the rafter the way a hawk drops from a branch. The door blew inward in a calm, careful way, because the man on the other side was a calm, careful man, and the lock and the bolt and the brace did not so much break as politely concede that they had been outranked. He was tall. He was thin. He wore a long traveler's coat over robes the color of charcoal. His hair was the color of iron filings. His face had the smooth, untroubled symmetry of a man whose vocation had involved doing terrible things in well-lit rooms. He stepped through the doorway with his wand low and easy and the small inner smile of a professional who had been told there were 3 armed teenagers in a cottage and had concluded that 3 armed teenagers were a manageable inconvenience. He did not look up. He had no reason to look up. The man with the smooth voice had not yet learned to look up. Wednesday Addams landed on his shoulders. She drove Calpurnia, hilt first, into the soft place behind his right ear. The sound was the small, clean tap of a hammer on a peg. He buckled at the knees, surprised. His wand came up in the reflex of decades of training, but his elbow had stopped reading instructions from his shoulder, because his shoulder had been seized by a girl who weighed exactly enough to redirect his momentum without warning him about it, and the wand, when it cast at the rafter she had just left. The rafter caught fire. Hermione yelled "Aguamenti," without rising, and a thin practical jet of water from the table corner doused the flames before they had agreed to be flames. Wednesday rolled off the man's shoulders as he went down, landed on her boots, and brought Calpurnia in a clean low arc across the back of his wand wrist. She did not cut his hand off. She had decided in the alley that today was a day for breaking, not for severing, on the grounds that severed hands were difficult to question and broken hands could still hold pens. The blade went through the small bones at the base of his thumb. His hand opened. The wand fell. He swore in a language Wednesday did not recognize and was nonetheless able to file as a curse word. Harry's holly wand was up. "Stay down." The man, on his knees now, his hand bleeding into the salt line on the threshold, looked up with the small startled politeness of a man who had been struck by furniture. He blinked at Harry. He blinked at Wednesday. He blinked at his own wand on the floor. He had the look of a man who, in an entirely different life, had been very good at chess. "Ah," he said. "Ah," Wednesday agreed. "You are quicker than the file said. The file is older than I am." "Indeed. The file is also incomplete. Files always are. I ought to have added a chapter. Do not move, please." "I am not moving. I am exsanguinating, very slightly. It is, you understand, distracting." "I understand. Hermione, please bind his ankles. Harry, his wand, if you would. Ron, cover his mouth, but leave him room to nose-breathe. I have questions and I dislike the shape of his teeth." The room went into motion. Hermione bound. Harry retrieved. Ron, with a cloth from the kitchen, gagged. The man did not resist. The man, Wednesday thought, was not afraid. The man was something worse than afraid. The man was watching the four of them work with the small, professional interest of a senior craftsman watching apprentices put up a wall. "Sir," Wednesday said, when he was bound. "Your name?" He smiled at her, around the gag, with his eyes only. She lifted Calpurnia and tapped, very gently, on the soft place beneath his jaw where the great vessel rose. "I am not one of those people who pretends not to use this." He nodded, once, slowly, in concession. She withdrew the gag. "My name," he said, smooth as ever, "is Edmund Avery." The third of that line. "My father knew yours." Briefly. In Berlin, in 1942. They drank from the same bottle, although on opposite sides of a small disagreement, and parted as gentlemen. "Charming," said Wednesday. "I am unsurprised that an Avery is in this room. Berlin was the last interesting thing your line accomplished. You are unkind. I am accurate. I shall not contest the point. May I ask how you intend to proceed?" "I intend to ask you who paid the compact." "Ah. And I intend, if you do not answer, to make this room a great deal less pleasant for you in stages." "I will not answer." "I assumed. Your other option, of course, is to permit me to walk." "That is not an option." "Then we are at an impasse." "We are not. You have one hand. I am about to introduce you to my second knife. We are, in fact, beginning." The wind moved against the broken door. Outside, the wood had gone very quiet. Too quiet. Wednesday's left ear, which had been tuned all morning to the low frequencies of the pines, registered the absence first. The birds had stopped. The small things in the underbrush had stopped. Even the trees themselves, which were never silent, had lowered their voices. "Avery," she said, without looking away from him. "Did you come alone?" "Of course." "Liar." "I am known," Avery said, with the small modesty of a man who had been complimented, "for my work as a soloist. But your file did say you were thorough. I am, on this occasion, the herald. Of the second blade. Your colleague. The one who eats." Wednesday's left wrist itched. The cottage gave a low, slow shudder, as if a great hand had rested on its roof. Ron's face, which had been pink with adrenaline, went the color of a wet napkin. "Mate. What was that?" "Hermione," Wednesday said, in the same calm voice she had used about salt. "How quickly can you remake the wards?" 5 minutes. "You have 90 seconds. Wednesday, begin." Hermione began. "Harry," Wednesday said. "Cellar." "There's no cellar." "There is." I noticed a draft along the slate by the wood stove. There is a hatch under the rug. Find it. Open it. Take Avery and Ron down. Hermione will follow when the wards are remade. I will follow when the second blade has decided that this cottage is not a meal. Wednesday, Harry. He did not argue. He moved. Avery, bound, was hauled by his collar, Ron took the legs, the rug peeled back, the hatch was, indeed, there, square and iron-banded, the kind of hatch that had been built for a war. The cottage shuddered again. The shudder was more deliberate than the first. This was not weather. This was not magic. This was something heavy and slow walking the perimeter of the wards, testing the give of them with a curiosity that had no hurry in it. Wednesday stepped to the broken doorway and looked out. The clearing had changed. The pines had not moved. The grass had not moved. The light had moved. The light had thickened, the way light thickens at a thunderstorm, but there was no storm. The air had taken on the small wet copper smell of old blood and the slow quiet of an animal that had stopped pretending. At the edge of the clearing, where the pines began, something was uncoiling itself out of the shadow. It was, in shape, a man. It was, in scale, not a man. 8 feet tall when it stood, perhaps 9 when it leaned. Bare white skin streaked in mottled gray. Long arms. Long shoulders. A skull that had been a man's once and had decided against it. Fingers that had been a man's once, also, and were now too many. The hide lifted its face into the long copper light of the falling sun and showed Wednesday a row of teeth. It smiled at her. She had read about hides in the library at Nevermore. She had read theory and fieldcraft and 3 eyewitness accounts that had been, in retrospect, written by people who did not fully understand that they had survived only because the hide had not been hungry. She knew, in a way that was almost academic, what they could do. She had not yet seen one. She had not yet seen anything that did not, at some small atomic level, recognize her as the more dangerous shape in the room. The hide, looking at her across 30 paces of cold grass, did not recognize her as such. The hide recognized her as the appetizer. Hermione, she said, without looking back. How long? 40 seconds. Avery, into the cellar. Harry, the cellar. Ron, the cellar. Wednesday, Harry said. Into the cellar, Mr. Potter. You are not staying up here alone. I am not staying up here at all. I am buying us 4 minutes by not looking like a target. Hermione, when the wards are up, scream. I will be back inside by then. Wednesday, Harry. He hesitated for a heartbeat. Then he did the thing she had needed him to do, he stopped arguing and trusted her. He helped Ron lower Avery into the hatch. He looked at her, once, across the broken doorway and the salt line, with the green eyes that the photograph had not been able to carry honestly. He said, "Don't die." That was not on today's agenda. Promise. I do not make promises. I make plans. He smiled. It was very small and very tired and very young. Plan, then. Plan, she agreed. Get into the cellar. He went. She turned back to the doorway. The hide had taken 3 slow paces forward. Each pace was a small earthquake in the grass. Its head had cocked, like a curious dog's, and its long arms hung at its sides in a way that Wednesday had seen before only on certain very still hunting cats. She stepped out of the cottage. She stepped into the salt line, and over it. She walked into the clearing. Wednesday Addams had been hunting things since she was 4 years old, and she had been hunted, in turn, since she was 9. There were, by her own quiet reckoning, 12 varieties of opponent in the world, and the hide was one of the rare 12th, the kind that would not be talked to and would not be bargained with and would not be redirected and would, with luck and effort, have to be taught. She had no intention of teaching it. She had every intention of buying her boy 4 minutes. She walked into the clearing with her cloak unhooked at the throat and her boots set wide and her left hand slow at her side. Calpurnia was sheathed against her forearm. The folding blade was in her boot. The 2 glass orbs were in her cloak pocket. None of these things were going to matter. What was going to matter was her voice. The sight, her mother had told her, when Wednesday was 12 and had asked the only question she had ever asked her mother twice, did not only see. Wednesday's grandmother had used the sight to know things. Wednesday's mother had used the sight to know things and to feel things at a distance. Wednesday, Morticia had told her, would use the sight for more, because Wednesday was angrier. The sight, Morticia had said, was a wave. A wave could lift you. A wave could break things. The choice, Morticia had said, was not whether to ride the wave. The choice was whether to break with it. Wednesday had not broken with it yet. She had nudged it. She had used it to spite a teacher, twice, by handing them papers their future selves had complained about. She had used it to find Eugene's missing bee 3 years ago. She had used it, she would not admit to herself, to pre-feel exactly how Enid was going to phrase a hug, so she could turn precisely the right shoulder away. She had not yet broken with it. The hide took another pace. She lifted her chin. "Stop," she said. It did not stop. It did the opposite of stop. It rose to its full height, opened its mouth wide, and let out a sound that was not a roar was musical. The hide's voice was a long low atonal vibration that touched her teeth and rattled her sternum and shook several pine cones loose from the trees, and the pine cones fell into the grass in a wide arc as if even the wood was being told to be afraid. "Stop," she said again. The hide laughed. The laugh sounded like a man laughing through a mouthful of stones. It came on 3 more paces. It was now 12 paces from her, then 9, then 6. Wednesday Addams reached for the wave. She had not done this on purpose before. She had not been brave enough, or rude enough, or hurt enough. Today, she discovered, was a Tuesday, and the boy she had decided was hers was beneath her boots in a hatch in a stone cottage, and Tuesday turned out to be, she decided, the day she stopped politely sipping at a power her family had been guzzling for 9 generations. She closed her eyes. The thread in her chest sang. She did not think about the hide. She thought about the sight. She thought about Pugsley reading old letters in the attic. She thought about her mother's hand combing her hair on the staircase. She thought about Calpurnia. She thought about a yellow hill and a boy with a torn hem. She thought about salt and pine resin. She thought about her own pulse, which was, even now, performing IMs. And she pulled. The wave came up under her feet and through her. It came up the way her father said anger came up, not as a feeling but as a fact. The cold flooded her. Her breath stilled. The light at the edges of her closed eyes went black. The thread in her chest went taut and then loose and then taut again, and she was, all at once, in 2 places. She was in the clearing with the hide. She was, also, 20 seconds in the future, standing in the clearing with the hide, watching its long left arm reach toward her, watching her own body step left and back to evade it, watching its right arm anticipate her step, watching her own body take a knife in the side, watching herself bleed. She did not like that. She rewound. She was 40 seconds in the future, standing over the hide, with Calpurnia in its eye. She did not like the cost of that one either. She rewound again. She was 80 seconds in the past, watching herself tell Hermione, "You have 90 seconds." She held still in that moment. She let it teach her. Hermione had been 40 seconds in. Hermione had 30 seconds left when Wednesday had stepped out the door. Hermione, by Wednesday's count, would finish the wards in, now. She opened her eyes. The hide was 4 paces away, mid-step, mid-laugh, its long left arm beginning the arc it had made in the future. Wednesday's body did not step left and back. Wednesday's body stepped right and forward. Wednesday's body, riding the wave, found the small hairline window of a hide's blind spot under the long left elbow. She slid Calpurnia. She did not aim for the eye. Eyes were sentimental. Eyes invited follow-up. She aimed for the small soft crease at the inside of the left knee, where a hide's monstrous bulk had to fold itself onto a leg that had once been a man's. Calpurnia went into the hilt. She left her there. The hide made the long low atonal noise again, but the noise had a wobble in it now. The leg gave. The hide came down on one knee with the sound of a very large wet animal accepting, against its better judgment, a temporary structural opinion. Hermione. Wednesday called. Wards. Hermione called back from inside. Wednesday stepped backward over the salt line. The hide, on one knee in the grass, raised its head and looked at her, and the look was not a hate but a recalibration. The hide, who had been sent to eat, had been told it would feast. The hide, who had been told it would feast, had now been told otherwise. It rose, on one good leg. Wednesday, 3 paces inside the door, said, "Wards." The wards closed. The cottage's air pressure shifted, gently, the way a room shifts when a window closes during a thunderstorm. The air thickened. The faint shimmer at the windows came back, doubled, redoubled, shaped now into a lattice that Wednesday could almost see if she did not look at it directly. The hide reached the salt line. The salt line did not stop it. Salt was not a hide repellent. Salt was a small pretty politeness Wednesday had drawn for her own mother's ghost. The ward stopped it. The hide slammed its long arms into the air over the threshold, and the air over the threshold did not move. The lattice took the blow with the small unimpressed noise of a piano taking a fist. The hide drew its arms back. It hit again. Twice more. The wards rang. The wards held. The hide, now, made a different noise. A low, almost reasonable one. An "I have not eaten and I have failed" noise. Wednesday looked at it through the doorway. "You will not," she said, "be hurting my boy tonight." The hide's eyes flicked up to hers. Some small and very intelligent part of the hide recognized her, then, properly. Some small, distant part said, "She is the more dangerous shape in the room." The hide turned, on its bad leg, and lurched into the trees. Calpurnia, embedded behind it in the grass, gleamed. Wednesday let it go. She would retrieve the knife later. Calpurnia knew her name. Calpurnia would wait. She closed the broken door as best she could. She slid the salt line back together with the toe of her boot. She turned to the rug. The hatch was still up. From below came Hermione's voice, sharp and breathless, "Wednesday. I am alive. Wednesday." Ron yelled, from below, with the relief of a boy who had not realized he had been holding it. "Did you stab it?" "In the knee." "Brilliant. It will be back." That was the not brilliant part. "Yes." Harry's hand came up out of the hatch. She took it. He pulled her down, gently, one rung at a time, into the cellar. The cellar was older than the cottage above it. The slate of the cottage's floor had been set, Wednesday saw, on top of a stone vault that had been cut, perhaps 400 years ago, into the bones of the hillside. Heavy lintels. Iron rings in the walls. A single oil lamp that lit when Hermione tapped its glass with her wand. Avery was bound to one of the iron rings. He sat on the cold floor with the small, alert face of a man who had, in 20 minutes, had to revise a working theory 4 times. He looked at Wednesday. She looked at him. "You should not have come up here without a hide of your own," she said. "It is the kind of mistake your line is famous for." "I shall send a memo," Avery said. "May I trouble you for water?" "No." "Quite right. Carry on." She turned to Harry. She had not yet caught her breath, and she was angry with her body for noticing it. Harry was looking at her. He was looking at her in the way she had wanted him to look at her in the alley and had not allowed herself to want again. He was looking at her the way a young man looks at a girl who has gone outside, alone, into a clearing with a hide, because a young man underground had needed 4 minutes. "Don't," she said. "Don't what?" "Don't say a sentimental thing." "All right." "Or thank me." "I won't." "Or, Wednesday." "Yes." He held out his hand. She thought he might be reaching for hers. He was not. He was holding out his palm. In his palm were 2 halves of his glasses. The right lens was cracked. "They broke when we went down the ladder," he said. "Do you, I don't know your charm." "Hermione's busy." She took the glasses. The thread in her chest sang in a register that was, all at once, much smaller and much warmer. She lifted her wand. She did not generally use a wand, she was a knife girl, but her father had bought her a slim cherry shaft on her 9th birthday and she carried it for moments when wood was more polite than steel, and she tapped the lens. The crack closed. The glasses sat, whole, in her palm. She handed them back. "Thank you," he said. "You said you wouldn't." "I lied." Disgraceful. She turned, before he could see her mouth do the small almost thing. "Hermione," she said, "we cannot stay here. The hide will come back. So will whatever else Avery's friends send. We need a second cottage, a second hill, a third option. Tell me you have one." Hermione, kneeling by Avery, snapped a binding tighter and rose. "We have an option." "Yes." "Hogwarts." "Yes." "Tonight?" "Tonight." "How?" "I have," Hermione said, "a way." She did not elaborate. She did not need to. Wednesday saw, in the small economical pride at the corner of Hermione's mouth, the kind of girl who had been planning this contingency since lunchtime and had been waiting, with the patience of a person who liked to be useful, to be asked. "I will trust you on the route," Wednesday said. "I'll trust you on the road," Hermione said. It was as close to a treaty as the two of them would have, that day, and Wednesday filed the moment away as one of the small surprises of her year. From above, faint, came a sound. Not the hide. Not Avery's friends. A small, polite, mechanical hiss, as of a kettle. As of something that had, in the chaos, been left on. Wednesday raised her chin. "Ron." "Yeah." "Did anyone turn off the kettle?" A pause. "No." "Then before we leave for Hogwarts," Wednesday said, "kindly turn off the kettle. I dislike people who burn down their hideouts." Ron went up the ladder, sheepish, fast. Hermione bent over Avery. Harry sat down on a barrel beside the lamp and let his head, for a single second, fall back against the wall, and Wednesday watched him do it, and the thread in her chest was, for a single second, quiet. In her cloak's inner pocket, the locket warmed. She drew it out. She tapped the disc. "Pugsley," she said. His small worried face appeared in the disc at once. "Wednesday. Wednesday. Are you, I am alive." "Mother said," she said a hide was sent. A confirmed hide. There were 3 other names in the file. "There's a man called Avery, he is in our cellar." "Right. Right. There's a hide, he is in the woods with Calpurnia in his knee." "Holy crap. Stop saying that." "There's a third, Pugsley. We are going to Hogwarts tonight. Tell mother. Tell father. I will check in tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Tomorrow." "Pugsley, yeah. Tell father I would like Calpurnia replaced. Hers is in a knee joint at this moment and I am not yet in a position to retrieve her. He'll be insulted. He will be delighted. Right. Yeah. He will. Pugsley. Yeah. You did good." His face went pink. He nodded, fierce. Be safe, Wednesday. She closed the locket. When she looked up, Harry was watching her. Your brother, he said. Yes. He sounds like a good one. He is occasionally tolerable. Hermione finished her work on Avery's bindings and rose. Ron came down the ladder. The kettle had been turned off. The cottage above them was, for the moment, quiet. Plan, Hermione said. Stage 2. Reach Hogwarts, Wednesday said. Survive the road. Refuse to die in Wales. On it. Avery comes. Of course. Alive. I assumed. Stage 3, tomorrow, Harry said. He stood up from the barrel. He took his glasses off, polished them on the hem of his shirt with the small distracted competence of a young man who had been performing this gesture since age 11, and put them back on. Stage 3 is tomorrow. We get to Hogwarts. We get to Dumbledore. We sleep 2 hours. We figure out who paid for this. 3 hours of sleep, Wednesday said, would be excessive. 2. 1. 2, Wednesday. Fine. Brilliant, said Ron, who had taken the kettle question very personally and was now rebounding into morale. 2 hours of sleep, 3 Death Eaters in custody, 1 hide in the woods with a knife in its knee, and a lovely ride to Hogwarts in the dead of night. What could possibly go wrong? Several things, Wednesday said. All of which I will permit only if they are interesting. Hermione, at Avery's bound shoulder, smiled, very small. Interesting things only. Interesting things only. In the Iron Ring, Edmund Avery III, who had not been asked his opinion, smiled thinly behind his gag. He was, Wednesday noticed, not afraid. He was waiting. He was, perhaps, a man who had been told there was a third blade. Wednesday filed the smile. She put it next to the kettle. Then she went up the ladder to retrieve Calpurnia from a hide's knee in the dark, because she did not, on any account, intend to leave a family heirloom behind in Wales. The night, when she stepped out of the cottage, had become the kind of night Wales had been designed to produce. The sky was a vault of carbon paper black, the stars set into it with the small bright fixity of pinpricks in a lampshade, and the moon was a cold half-coin that had risen behind the pines without committing to any particular intention. The wind had picked up. The air smelled of cold sap and the iron tang of something that had bled into the moss. She did not bring the others. She did not need them. She walked the salt line out, salted it back behind her with a careful tilt of the cellar where she had cached the cellar's salt, and crossed the clearing the way her father had taught her to cross open ground at night, low, slow, never along the same line for more than 3 breaths. She skirted the place where Calpurnia ought to be and approached it at right angles, listening as she went. The hide had not been considerate enough to die. She had not expected it to die. She had stuck a knife in a bad joint and bought herself 4 minutes, she had, in turn, bought the cottage 4 minutes, she had bought herself 4 minutes more by walking back across the salt line with the kind of theatrical calm that gave a hide something to memorize. She had not killed it. Killing a hide, on a Tuesday, would have required a level of effort she had been saving for Friday. She heard it before she saw it. It was 40 paces to her left, in a stand of pine that had gone perfectly still in a wind that was, elsewhere, moving. She stopped. She listened. She heard the long, slow, tortured breathing of a thing that was trying, very hard, to be quiet. The hide was learning. The hide, which had announced itself an hour ago with an atonal hum that had loosened pine cones, was now attempting to ambush her by holding still. She was, despite herself, impressed. She was not impressed enough to die. She slipped to her right, crossed 30 feet of grass on the soft side of her boots, and reached the place where Calpurnia ought to be. She found her by feel. The hilt was warm. The blade was wet. A hide's blood, even spilled into grass, did not cool the way ordinary blood cooled. It held itself at the temperature of a freshly drawn bath, as if it could not decide whether it had left its host. Wednesday wiped Calpurnia on a fold of her cloak. She slid the blade back into the sleeve sheath against her forearm. She let out a breath she had not realized she had been holding. "Calpurnia," she murmured, by way of apology. "I will bring you home." She turned, slowly, to the stand of pines. The hide had not moved. It was watching her. She lifted her chin and let the moonlight catch her face. She did not raise a wand. She did not raise a hand. She lifted, instead, 2 fingers of her right hand, the way one waves to an ant at a reasonable distance. "Tomorrow," she said, very softly, into the cold air. "We have tomorrow." The hide watched her. The hide, perhaps, understood. The hide retreated one slow step. It did not turn. Hides, like certain large cats, did not turn their backs on something they had begun to suspect of being more than food. It simply faded backward into the pines, its long mottled bulk swallowed by the dark. Wednesday Addams, alone in a clearing in Wales at 9:15 on a Tuesday in early November, allowed herself, for the second time that evening, the smallest curl of her mouth that was not quite a smile. Then she walked back to the cottage to collect her people. They left Carriot at 9:20. Hermione's plan, Wednesday had to admit, was elegant. Hermione had, 2 summers ago, hidden a battered tin trunk in the hayloft of a sheep farm on the far side of the wood. The trunk contained a portkey, primed and dormant, that would activate on a phrase known only to Hermione Granger and Minerva McGonagall. The portkey was a small carved sheep, painted black, with a chip in its left ear. "You hid a Hogwarts portkey on a sheep farm," Wednesday said, "on the path through the wood." "I hid 2, Hermione said. "The others in the hen house." "Don't ask why." "I won't." "It involved Buckbeak." "I am still not asking." "Right." The wood, at night, was a long corridor of breathing dark. They moved single file, Hermione first, wand low and lit blue at the tip, then Avery, whose ankles had been bound with a length of cord and whose wrists had been jointed with a charm Hermione had refused to explain, then Harry, then Ron, then Wednesday. Wednesday brought up the rear, because the rear was where the trouble would come, if trouble came. She brought up the rear, also, because the thread in her chest pulled forward toward Harry, and she had decided, in the cellar, that she would not be permitted to indulge it. Avery was uncharacteristically obedient. He walked the way a man walked who had begun to enjoy his own predicament. Twice he hummed. Once he asked, with great politeness, whether Wednesday's mother had really known his father in Berlin. Wednesday did not answer. Avery, satisfied that he had been heard, hummed again. The wood thinned. The path opened. They came out, after 20 minutes, on the brow of a low hill, and below them, against the dark fold of a valley, a sheep farm slept beneath a single yellow window. Hermione's posture changed. The yellow window was not a thing she had expected. "Hermione," Wednesday said, low. "That window," Hermione said, "should be off." "Whose farm is this?" "A friend of Hagrid's." "Where is the friend?" "He should be asleep." "He is not asleep." Hermione turned. Her eyes, in the blue light of her wand, were sharp. "Wednesday." "Yes." "Could it be the hide?" "No. The hide is half a wood behind us with one good leg." "Avery's people." "Possibly. But Avery's people would not sit in a window." "Then who?" "Somebody," Wednesday said, "who is waiting for us." "Waiting is interesting." "Waiting is a small confession of confidence. Whoever is in that window does not believe we will see him before he wishes to be seen." "Then we should not approach." "On the contrary. We should approach exactly as expected." "If we approach exactly as expected, we have the advantage of him expecting us." "That's not how advantage works." "It is how mine works." She looked at Harry. Harry's holly wand was already in his hand. Hermione's was already in hers. Even Ron, who had begun the night with the wand of a young man who would still cast, was holding his wand now with the wand of a young man who had begun, against his will, to cast better. Stage 2, Wednesday said. Retrieve the portkey. Avoid the kitchen. If the kitchen comes for us, kill it humanely. We have a train to catch. There's no train. It is a metaphor. All right. They went down the hill. The yellow window belonged not, as it turned out, to Hagrid's friend. It belonged to a small thin man in a brown traveler's cloak who was sitting at the kitchen table of Hagrid's friend, with Hagrid's friend bound to a chair across from him, with a wand on the table between them and a teacup set with terrible precision exactly halfway between his hand and the wand. The thin man was reading, by the candlelight, a leather-bound book that Wednesday could not quite place from the window but recognized, by its smell as much as anything else, as a compact ledger. A compact ledger. He had brought, to a Welsh sheep farm at 9:30 in the evening, a compact ledger. The compact ledger was the master document. Generations of names. Generations of contracts. Generations of payments. Wednesday had been told, since she was 8, that the ledger never left the compact's keeping. The ledger had not left, in 9 generations, the small cathedral library in Lyon where it was guarded by men who had, as a job, learning to kill for the privilege of being asked to die for it. The ledger was here. Either the compact had lost control of the ledger, or the man in the cloak was the third blade, and was reading it for the precise pleasure of being unsupervised. Hermione, she breathed. The ledger. What ledger? Brown leather. Iron clasps. Black sigil on the spine. Yes, I see, do not approach the kitchen. What about the portkey? The portkey is in the hayloft. Approach the hayloft. I will approach the kitchen. Wednesday, Hermione. You cannot face a compact ledger keeper alone. They are not Avery. They are not even Hyde. They are, I am not going to face him alone. She tilted her head, very slightly, toward Harry. Hermione's face did the small, careful thing of a girl who had learned, in 20 minutes, to read Wednesday Addams. Hermione gave the smallest possible nod. Hermione took Ron and Avery by the elbows and slipped, with the precise competence of a young witch who had spent 2 years learning to disappear, around the back of the house toward the hayloft. Wednesday and Harry slipped, together, around the front. They knelt under the kitchen window. The thin man, she whispered. I see him. He is reading our family's history. I gathered. He is the third blade. The compact's reserve. The one Avery is waiting for. I had expected the third to be a finisher. I did not expect a librarian. Librarians are sometimes worse. Yes. A librarian who has read the file, especially. How do we want this? Quietly. Without injuring the friend in the chair. Without losing the ledger. Without being heard by the Hyde. Right. Easy. You are funny under pressure. I have noted it. He smiled. The smile, in the moonlight beneath the kitchen window of a small Welsh sheep farm at 9:30 on a Tuesday, did something to the thread in her chest that she logged for later analysis and refused to admire in real time. Plan, he whispered. Door. Door. You take the wand. I take the man. I take the wand. You take the man. Got it. She uncoiled from beneath the window, took the latch of the kitchen door in her left hand, lifted, opened. The door did not creak. Hermione had probably done something to it. Wednesday made a mental note to upgrade her assessment of Hermione Granger from useful to dangerous. The thin man did not look up. The thin man was reading. The thin man had reached, Wednesday saw, the part of the ledger that listed the Addams entries. His thumb was hovering over a line that had been written out in her own great-grandmother's hand. He was, in fact, smiling at her great-grandmother's handwriting. Smiling. She did not give him the chance to keep smiling. She crossed the kitchen in 3 long quiet strides, and Calpurnia, warm again now, recovered, returned, came out of her sleeve, and the hilt first, came down on the place behind his right ear. He sagged. The wand on the table did not have time to be useful. Harry, on cue, swept the wand off the table with the back of his hand, caught it neatly, and pocketed it. The bound man, Hagrid's friend, a silver-bearded shepherd who had been gagged with his own scarf, stared at them with the wide, confused gratitude of a man who had not expected the kitchen situation to improve in his lifetime. "Sir," Harry said, "I am terribly sorry. We will untie you now. There is a hide in the woods. We have to leave very fast. Would you mind very much getting on the floor?" The shepherd nodded vigorously, although he was tied to a chair and could not easily get on the floor, and Harry untied him with a quick pair of charms while Wednesday lifted the ledger off the table. It was warm. It was heavier than it ought to be. The clasps clicked, very quietly, when she touched them. She did not open it. She had no time to read tonight. She slid the ledger into the inner pocket of her cloak, where the photograph and the compact letter already lived, and the cloak settled across her chest with the new, very slight, very deliberate weight of a thing the compact was about to miss. Behind them, soft, from the direction of the hayloft, came Hermione's voice, clear and small, "Wednesday. We have it." "Coming," Wednesday whispered. She and Harry helped the shepherd to his feet. He hugged Harry, briefly, the way old men hug young men they have decided are good enough. He clapped Wednesday on the shoulder, once, in a shape that Wednesday, who did not enjoy being touched, found that she did not, in this particular case, mind. Then he picked up the kettle off the hob, decided against it, set it down, picked up his hat, and limped out the back door, muttering in Welsh. Harry looked at Wednesday. "Will he be all right?" Harry said. "He has friends in the wood." "Right." They went out. The hayloft smelled of sun-dried grass and sheep. The black sheep portkey sat in Hermione's palm, its chip-eared face surprisingly proud in the wandlight. Avery was bound, gagged, propped against a hay bale. Ron looked at the portkey with the small religious awe of a young man who had just seen escape solidify into a thing he could touch. "Phrase," Hermione said. "Whenever you're ready," Wednesday said. "Touching distance. All of you." They crouched. Wednesday's hand closed over the head of the sheep. Harry's closed beside hers, his thumb, which had not been calibrated, brushed her wrist once, and the thread in her chest did the small bright thing again, and she catalogued the brush and put it next to the smile under the window, and she said nothing. Hermione's mouth set, tight, careful, sure. "Astronomia," Hermione said. The hayloft tilted. The world spun. The wood went away, and the sheep farm went away, and the cold half-coin moon went away, and Wednesday Addams, holding a black-painted carved sheep with a chip in its left ear, was hauled, by the small careful hand of an old portkey, across 200 miles of British countryside to a place that the wider world had agreed, by long convention, not to remember. She landed in grass. The grass was wet. The air was cold and smelled of lake water and old stone and the particular smoke of fires that had been lit by people who had not wanted them to go out for several hundred years. Above her, looming up out of a black water, lit by the small clean lamps of windows that had burned every night for 9 centuries, a castle. Hogwarts. Wednesday stood. She brushed grass off her cloak. She tucked the photograph and the letter and the compact ledger more firmly into the inner pocket. She lifted her chin. "Right," she said. "Let us go disappoint a headmaster." Harry stood up next to her. He looked at the castle. He looked at her. He looked at the castle again. He did the small tired private smile that she had begun, in the last 6 hours, to find that she was filing more carefully than she filed anything else. "Stage 2 complete," he said. "Stage 2 complete. On to stage 3. "Stage 3, she said. "Identify the principal." Address him with directness. Have breakfast first. Breakfast? It is 1 in the morning, Mr. Potter. I am entitled to a cooked egg. Wednesday. Yes. You said you didn't eat eggs. Today is a Tuesday. By your reckoning, it is now Wednesday. Wednesdays are different. Right. He smiled. She did not. Almost. They walked together up the hill toward the castle. Behind them, in the wet grass, Edmund Avery III, who had landed with them and was, against his will, also present at Hogwarts, sat bound in the lap of a small, bushy-haired young witch who was reading him aloud from her notebook with the small, vicious patience of a young woman who had decided to make a project of him. In the wood, in Wales, the Hyde sat on its bad knee under the moon and, with the patience of a thing that could not be killed but could be educated, began to plan. In a small cathedral library in Lyon, a man whose desk had been the home of the compact ledger for 17 years lifted his head from his second glass of wine and felt, very faintly, as if a tooth had been pulled from his mouth without his permission. He set the glass down. He rose. He went, with the smooth efficient hurry of a man who had, twice in his career, been required to deliver bad news to his master, to send word. Stage 3, Wednesday. Addams thought, walking through the gates of Hogwarts with the boy who had been given to her by a vision and 3 of his friends and a captured chess master and an entire family ledger of murder. Stage 3. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Headmaster's Office. The gates of Hogwarts were not gates so much as they were a polite suggestion. Wednesday could see this as she approached. The 2 great stone griffins set into the iron of them had the loose, ancient look of guardians who had stopped paying attention some centuries ago because the wards inside the gate had begun to do their job for them. The iron had been worked by a smith who had liked his curlicues. The hinges did not creak. The earth at the foot of each griffin was bare in a circle that had nothing to do with the weather, because nothing grew in the radius of a sleeping spell that had been laid down by Helga Hufflepuff and forgotten by everybody except the dirt. Hermione, with her wand-tip blue, set her hand on the iron and murmured a phrase Wednesday did not catch because she had not been intended to. The gates eased open the way a door eases open at a house party where the host has, for the 3rd time that night, given up monitoring the hall. Charming, Wednesday said. They know me, Hermione said. That is the most romantic sentence you have used all night. Don't. I will not. They went in. The drive curved up through a wood that had been planted with the casual disregard for fashion of a school that had begun before fashion. The trees were oak and rowan and a single, very stubborn yew at the bend that Wednesday touched, in passing, with the back of her hand because yews were good company and ought to be greeted. She felt the tree shiver against her palm, faintly, like an old dog acknowledging a guest. Avery, behind her, walked with the neat stiff gait of a bound man. Hermione had used her wand to give his ankles 8 inches of tether, no more. It forced him to short steps and a posture that Wednesday's grandmother would have found entertaining. Ron had been put in charge of him. Ron's wand was at the small of Avery's back. Ron's other hand was on the cuff of Avery's coat. Ron's expression was the expression of a young man who had been told to walk a wolf to a kennel and had committed, at this stage of the night, to the wolf staying alive long enough to be questioned. They came up over the last fold of the drive and the castle settled itself into view. Wednesday, whose breath was difficult to take from her by anything short of a saw, took a small one against her will. She had read about the castle. Reading was not the same. The walls rose in their long irregular geology, towers slightly disagreeing with each other about which century they had been built in, leaded windows lit gold in the dark in a constellation that Wednesday's brain, unbidden, began to map. The lake to the east lay perfectly still. The light from the lake was the light of glass beneath which a very dark and very large fish was watching them politely from underneath. She would not, she had decided in the cellar, fall in love with the building. She would, she discovered now, be obliged to allow the building to fall slightly in love with her, because the building, as they came over the last rise, did the small attentive thing buildings did when they noticed a new kind of guest, and the windows, all of them, blinked once. It had been a long time, Wednesday Addams thought, since a building had bothered. She lifted her chin. Minerva McGonagall met them at the front doors. She was tall, with her hair in a tight grey knot and her tartan robes the colour of an angry weather front, and her wand was up and her hand was up and her eyebrows were two thin black strokes of accusation that had begun to be drawn at the precise moment the portkey had landed. Her gaze went, in the order of priorities of a deputy headmistress at 1 in the morning, to Hermione, to Harry, to Ron, to Avery, to Wednesday, and then back to Avery for the fastidious revisitation of a teacher who could not believe what she had been required to look at. "Granger," McGonagall said, "you used the lambing shed portkey." "Yes, Professor. You said it was for emergencies." "This is an emergency, Professor." McGonagall's eyes flicked to Avery. "I see." Her eyes flicked to Wednesday. Her eyes paused. Wednesday felt the pause. It was not unfriendly, but it was the kind of pause an older woman gave a younger one when she was deciding whether to talk to her like an ally or like a problem. McGonagall's eyebrows did not soften. They simply held. "And you, Miss Addams," Wednesday said. "Wednesday. Addams. Of the New England Addamses. There is only the one Addamses, Professor. We do not branch." "Quite. Are you the one who put the dean's daughter into a cello case at 16? "That was my mother." "I see. I am the one who put a hide to its knee in Wales at 9:30 this evening." McGonagall's eyebrows did, then, the single professional shift that on Minerva McGonagall qualified as astonishment. She inclined her head a quarter inch. "All of you," she said, "inside. You," she lifted her wand at Avery, "through this door, into the room beyond, into the chair I have prepared. Granger, with him. Weasley, with her. Potter, with me. Miss Addams, with the headmaster. Quickly. The sun will be up in 5 hours and I would like a full report by 4. "The headmaster is awake," Harry said. "The headmaster has been awake," McGonagall said, "since 9:20. He saw the hide. He felt it. He has been waiting for you. Move." They moved. The headmaster's office was at the top of a spiral staircase that rose, at McGonagall's word, with the unimpressed elegance of a stone snake that had been rising for 1,000 years and was no longer required to be eager about it. The door at the top was carved with the school crest, lacquered black, and bore a brass knocker in the shape of a phoenix that did not look up as Wednesday approached because the phoenix was, in fact, asleep. Phoenixes, she had read, slept rarely. This one, she suspected, had earned its nap. The door opened before she touched it. Albus Dumbledore stood inside, in robes the color of a wet plum, with his half-moon spectacles balanced on a long nose that had clearly been broken twice and reset by someone who had not been very interested in symmetry. He was 70-something. He was also, Wednesday saw at once, more than 70-something. He had the small inner illumination, beneath the surface, of a man who had been alive long enough to make a number of mistakes and old enough to no longer be ashamed of any of them. His eyes were blue and very kind. The kindness was not a kindness she trusted at sight, because a kindness like that, in her experience, was a thing a man wore the way a soldier wore a coat, because it was the season for it. She walked in. He shut the door. The office was a small museum that had been built on top of a working desk. Portraits of headmasters dozed, snored, eavesdropped. A perch by the window held a phoenix in low orange light. A silver instrument on a side table whirred to itself, slowed when she passed it, whirred again. The floor was carpeted in a long pattern of stars that, when she looked at them obliquely, did not match the constellations she knew. She noted this with the small respect of a guest who had come into an older house than her own. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said. His voice was high, cracked, careful. He did not invite her to sit. He had, in front of her, 2 armchairs in front of his desk, and the armchairs were, Wednesday immediately recognized, the kind of armchairs that did not allow guests to stand for long. She sat, before he had to ask, in the left one. She did this on purpose. She wanted his concentration off the question of where she would put herself. She wanted his concentration on her. "Headmaster," she said. "You have come a long way." "I have come more quickly than the boy you are currently lying to McGonagall about, but yes." He smiled. The smile was not offended. He went to his desk and sat. The desk was not large. The desk was older than the office. The desk was made of bone and oak and a third material that Wednesday could not name and decided not to name aloud. "You are not a girl who eases into things, Miss Addams. My mother encouraged me to be honest as a survival skill." "Your mother was correct." "My mother is normally correct." "I knew her, briefly. In 1964. She sent me a Christmas card the year after. Mother kept a list. I was, I believe, on it for several years." "Were you off it?" "I am not certain." The card stopped. "I have always assumed that meant promotion." She allowed the corner of her mouth to lift 2 millimeters. He did not pretend to miss it. He did not pretend, also, that the lift had warmed him, he simply marked it, the way a lecturer marks a question that has been asked from a quarter of the room he had not predicted. "Larissa Weems wrote to me by owl 4 hours ago," he said. "The owl is unhurt." The letter, however, was unusual. "She is an unusual woman. She told me," he said, opening a small leather binder on his desk and laying his hand flat across the page so she would understand he had read it and was not reading it again now, "that you had been visited by the compact. That you had been given a contract. That you had refused, in spirit, but had accepted, in form, in order to come to Britain. And that you had, in the course of acceptance, received a vision." Yes. She did not specify what the vision was. She did not know. She suspected. She is allowed to. "And you," he said, very gently, "are not yet ready to confirm her suspicion to a stranger in his own office. You are not a stranger. You are an institution." "Yes. I will not confirm it to an institution, either." "Quite right." There was a small silence. The phoenix on the perch did not stir. The silver instrument whirred. Wednesday let the silence sit. She had been told, by her father, that the second move in a conversation with a man like Albus Dumbledore was always the third move. The first was to wait, the second was to wait again, and the third was to say one more clear thing than he had been ready for. "Headmaster," she said, "I have brought you 3 gifts. The first is a man called Edmund Avery III. The second is a compact ledger that has been removed from its keeper's desk in Lyon by my own hand within the last hour. The third is a window." His eyebrows did not move. His eyes went sharper. "A window. My family is in possession of a particular kind of seeing. I am offering you a single use of it, in this room, on a question of your choice. The offer is good for the next 90 seconds. It will not be repeated." He looked at her for several heartbeats. "What do you wish in exchange?" "2 things. First, shelter for myself, Mr. Avery, and Mr. Potter and his friends, for as long as is required to dismantle the contract. Second, a private room and a key. I do not enjoy doors that other people own." Reasonable. I am occasionally reasonable. It is a tactical posture. "And in your turn, Miss Addams, you will allow me to ask my window question." "Yes." "Quickly, then." He folded his hands. "What are the names on the second page of the ledger you have brought me, Miss Addams?" "Specifically." "The names listed in the column titled, I believe, Sponsors." She nearly smiled. She had been ready for him to ask about Voldemort. She had been ready for him to ask about her vision. She had been ready for him to ask whether the hide was a known animal or a singular curse. She had not been ready for him to ask the cleanest, most operational question available in the room. She liked him better for it. She slid the ledger out of her cloak, set it on his desk, opened the iron clasps, and did not look at the page herself. She closed her eyes. She let the wave come up under her, a smaller wave than the one in the clearing, a wave she could pet rather than ride. She placed her hand flat on the second page. She let the page warm under her palm. She breathed once. The page told her things. Most of the things were dull. The compact was, at root, an accountancy. Names. Dates. Amounts. 2 sponsoring orders had paid the most. One was an order whose name translated into something her family had known for 2 centuries as the cousins of the U. The other was newer. The other was 28 years old. The other had been founded, the page said, by a man whose name was not on the page but whose initial, a single black ink T, was at the top of every entry made in the last 15 years. T. She opened her eyes. There are 4 sponsors of the contract on Harry James Potter, she said. 3 of them are old orders. They have paid in tradition. They have paid in honor. They have paid in superstition. They are the cousins of the U, the Brotherhood of the Sealed Hand, and the choristers. The 4th sponsor is the one who wrote the line they paid into. He is recent. He paid in money and in a service. The service, the page does not name, but the page has a small tarnish on it where the service is recorded, the kind of tarnish a page gets when an author has tried, while writing, not to retch. And the recent sponsor. His name does not appear. His mark does. T. Dumbledore's mouth did the small soft shape of a man who had received bad news he had been expecting. He folded his hands together. He looked, for 1/2 second, much older than his 70-something. He looked his 10,000. He looked his all of it. Tom, he said. Yes. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Yes. Voldemort. Yes. He has paid the compact. He has. To do what we did not believe could be paid for. He has. He believes that boy, he tilted his chin once toward the door, to be the locus of his unmaking. He is correct, in part. Yes, Dumbledore said. He is correct, in part. He sat with this for a long moment. Wednesday watched him, because she had been raised to watch men like Albus Dumbledore process bad news the way other girls had been raised to watch ballet. He did not break. He did not, also, hide. He simply absorbed. Miss Addams. Yes. Your shelter is granted. The room is granted. The key is granted. I would request that, in addition, you allow the school to assist you in 2 specific ways, by permitting Madame Pomfrey to examine you for residual contact curses from the hide, and by permitting me to introduce you, at breakfast, to a small number of staff who will need to know your face. Granted. And. Yes. I would request, very gently, that you tell me one further thing about your vision. Not the content. Only one parameter. I would like to know whether your vision is a reading or an invitation. Explain the difference. A reading is a thing the sight observes. The sight has watched the future and reports it. An invitation is a thing the sight is engineering. The sight has not watched the future, the sight has begun to make one. The 2 are, operationally, very different. A reading I can plan against. An invitation I must respect. Wednesday thought about the yellow hill. She thought about the boy reaching his hand out. She thought about the thread, gold and black, and about how the thread had been there before she had named it. She thought about the word the sight had used, which she had not said out loud in any room. Reading, she said. Mostly. With a small layer of invitation that is not coming from the sight but from me. He nodded once, slowly. Thank you. You are welcome. You are 16, Miss Addams. I am occasionally. This is a great weight. My family carries great weight as a matter of posture. Quite. You will need, however, to set it down, on occasion. Tonight is one of those occasions. There is tea in the small pot. There are biscuits in the tin behind the silver bird. The bird does not bite if you ask before reaching. I do not eat biscuits. They are made with charcoal. I will make an exception. He smiled at her. It was the kind of smile that kept itself most of the way inside his beard. She did not, this time, mind. He turned the ledger toward himself and began, with a long thin finger, to read. She drank her tea. She did not eat the biscuit, on principle, but she put it in her cloak for later, on a different principle. She watched Albus Dumbledore read the catalogue of 9 generations of her family's contract murders and did not feel ashamed, because the men who had hired the compact had, every single time, been worse than the Addams who had performed the work, and Wednesday Addams had been raised to believe that a knife in the right hand was not the same as the hand that had paid for the knife. After a while he closed the ledger. Miss Addams. Yes. Your room has been prepared. McGonagall will take you. You have 1 hour to wash and rest. I will see you again at 3. 3. Mr. Potter will be present. Yes. And Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Yes. And Severus Snape. She paused. The name had a small dark resonance that she did not know yet but disliked already. She filed the dislike. She reserved final judgment. Snape, she said. He is the potions master. He is also, on occasion, several other things. He will be useful. He will not enjoy me. He will not, no. Acceptable. I thought you would think so. She rose. The chair sighed at her, in the way Hogwarts armchairs did, and she allowed it the dignity of pretending to release her under its own power. At the door she turned. Headmaster. Yes. You did not ask the question I expected. I do not ask the questions you expect, Miss Addams. I ask the questions that need asking. Yes. Go to bed. She went. McGonagall waited at the foot of the spiral staircase with a candle that had not been lit by a wand and was entirely ordinary, which was, Wednesday noted, a small kindness in a school that ran on charms. This way, McGonagall said. They walked. McGonagall did not speak. McGonagall walked with the brisk efficient pace of a woman who, having spent 30 years in the same building, no longer required the building's attention. The stairs moved around her without her looking at them, and she went up 2 flights and along a corridor whose tapestries shifted, in the candlelight, to portraits of saints. They reached, at the end of the corridor, a small oak door. This is yours, McGonagall said. It is one of the rooms reserved for our occasional guests. There is hot water in the basin. There is a wardrobe with an extra robe. There is a key, and the key is yours. The lock is keyed to your blood for the duration of your stay. Blood lock. Yes. I approve. I assumed you would. The room next to yours is Mr. Potter's. He has been moved, at the headmaster's request, from his usual dormitory. I did not ask for that. You did not need to. The headmaster anticipates. The headmaster will need to stop anticipating about the boy. McGonagall paused at this. Her eyes, in the candlelight, were sharp and dark and very tired. She said, Why? Because anticipation, in a building this old, is a kind of pressure. He will feel it. He has felt it long enough. I will not have him feeling it from us, also. McGonagall regarded her for a long moment. You are, she said, much more dangerous than your file suggested. My file is under-researched. I shall update it. Do. She held out the key. Wednesday took it. The brass was cold. The key was old. The teeth had been filed by hand. She did not need to ask what the lock was. She had felt, when McGonagall had said the word blood, the small attentive interest of the door on her wrist. Thank you, Professor. At 3, McGonagall said. The headmaster's office. Do not be late. I am never late. I have heard that. Good night, Miss Addams. McGonagall went, with her candle, back down the corridor. Wednesday turned to the door. She let her thumb prick on the small concealed pin in the brass plate. A bead of blood. A faint pulse. The door opened. She went inside. The room was small, square, paneled in pale wood. A narrow bed. A washstand. A wardrobe. A casement that opened onto a piece of the lake. A single chair by the casement, with a small low table beside it. The air smelled of cedar and fresh sheets and a faint, careful lavender that suggested McGonagall had walked through the room while it was being prepared and added something Welsh to the linen press out of personal habit. She took off her cloak. She hung it. She took off her boots. She set them by the door. She did not lie down. She sat in the chair by the casement and watched the lake do its long slow breath. The dark thing under the surface, whatever the dark thing under the surface was, came up just below the dark and moved, and Wednesday watched the dark thing under the dark with the small content of a girl who had seen, in a long day of strangers, a guest she recognized. There was a knock at the door. 2 raps. Soft. Even. She knew, before she opened it, who was on the other side, and she allowed herself, at last, the thing she had not allowed herself in the alley or in the cottage or in the office, the very small, very real quickening of her pulse that the thread had been waiting for. She opened the door. Harry Potter stood in the corridor. He had washed his face. He had changed into a plain gray sweater that was not his. The glasses had been polished. His hair, against everyone's predictions, was no better than it had been in Knockturn Alley, but there was a softness around his eyes that had not been there in the cottage, the softness of a young man who had been, for the first time in some hours, in a room without an immediate threat. "Hi," he said. "Hello. Sorry. Couldn't sleep." "Same. Could I come in for a minute?" She stepped aside. He stepped in. She closed the door. The blood lock pulsed once, recognized her, settled. He stood awkwardly for a beat in the middle of the small room. Then he sat in the second chair by the casement, the one she had not yet decided was a chair. He took his glasses off. He polished them on his shirt. He put them back on. He looked at the lake. "That's a giant squid," he said, after a while. "Pardon. The thing under the dark. It's a giant squid. It's been here longer than the school. I had wondered. It likes to come up at this hour. Why? Nobody knows. The current theory is loneliness." She allowed herself the smallest curl of her mouth. "That theory," she said, "was written by a bad poet." "Yes. What is the better theory?" "That it is a thoughtful animal that finds the lake easier to understand at 1 in the morning. That is a better theory." "I thought you'd think so." They watched the squid for a while. After a long time, he said, "Wednesday." "Yes. Thank you. I told you I do not accept thanks. I'm thanking you anyway." "Very well. You went out into a clearing with a hide." "Yes." "Alone." "Yes." "For me." "For 4 minutes." "Wednesday." "Yes." You don't have to keep correcting the syntax. I do, however, find it grounding. Right. A small silence. The squid moved in the lake. The casement was cold against her wrist where she had set her hand on the sill. Harry's voice, when it came back, was quieter. "I had a dream tonight," he said. She turned, very slightly, in her chair. "Tell me." "I was on a hill. Yellow grass. There was a girl. I knew her. I didn't know her, but I knew her. 2 long braids. A knife in her sleeve. She told me to look behind me. She told me she'd been hired to kill me. She told me she wasn't going to. Her hand, on the sill, did not move. I had that dream last summer, he said. I had it in October. I had it the night before you came. I never told anyone. I thought it was I don't know. A daydream that had refused to be one. You had it before tonight. Yes. Several times. Yes. How many? 4. Maybe 5. And you had it. Her voice was, despite her, a half-step softer than it had been in Larissa Weems's office, a half-step softer than she had spoken to anyone outside her family in 2 years, the night before I came. Yes. She looked at him. He looked back. The thread in her chest sang the clean low note again. Harry. Yes. I was going to tell you, in 2 days, when we had a moment of safety I could trust, that the vision I had in the office was not only mine. Yes. I had hoped to do it more elegantly. Yes. It is, however, 2 in the morning, and we have both been reading from the same book without knowing it. I am not in a position to be elegant tonight. Yes. The vision was a mate bond. Yes. I do not believe in mate bonds. I have, however, been raised to believe in evidence. The evidence is now overwhelming. Yes. You are, by some means I do not yet fully understand, mine. Yes. She did not look away from him. He did not look away from her. The lake moved. The squid moved. The casement was cold. Her pulse was, for the first time in 12 hours, unsynchronized with the IMs it had decided on at dawn. All right, he said. All right. What does that mean? Practically. It means, Wednesday said, that I would like, in the small selfish privacy of this room, to ask you for one thing. Yes. Your hand. He held it out. She took it. His hand was warm. His hand was steady. His hand was the hand from the alley and the cottage and the green door and the cellar, his hand was the hand that had not flinched. She turned it in hers. She looked at the small pale scar on the back of it that read in faded careful letters, I must not tell lies. She did not ask. She did not need to. The sight, at her elbow, told her that she would learn the story in 3 days. She set her thumb against the line of the scar. I am not going to kiss you tonight. All right. I am not, in fact, going to kiss you for a reasonable number of nights. All right. I have a contract to dismantle. Yes. And a hide to instruct. Yes. And a Death Eater in a chair downstairs to interrogate. Yes. And a man with the initial T to make extremely uncomfortable. Yes. I would, however, like to hold your hand for approximately 7 minutes, at this casement, while we watch a giant squid we have not properly introduced ourselves to. All right. They held hands. The squid, perhaps coincidentally, surfaced one slow eye out of the dark and regarded them through the casement with the small, attentive, ancient curiosity of an animal that had been told, in a long ago year by a man who had bothered to explain it, that there were people in the school who occasionally bothered to look back. At 3 in the morning, exactly, Wednesday Addams walked back into the headmaster's office. She walked in with her hair rebraided, her cloak fastened, her boots laced past the calf. She walked in with Calpurnia at her sleeve and the second knife in her boot and the photograph and the letter and the compact ledger consigned now to Albus Dumbledore's safe. She walked in with 7 minutes' worth of held hands still warm in her right palm, and with the small private satisfaction of a girl who had, in a single night, named the thread without having to lie about its color. The office had filled. Dumbledore at his desk. McGonagall standing to his right. A man in black to his left, tall, thin, hooked-nosed, hair like a closed curtain, eyes so dark they refused to admit being eyes, who stood with the posture of a person who had been required to attend meetings he disapproved of for 2 decades and had, at last, perfected the art of not enjoying it. Severus Snape. Wednesday looked at him once and decided she would interrogate him later. Harry stood by the silver instrument. Hermione and Ron were at the two armchairs in front of the desk. The Phoenix was, against its custom, awake and very interested in her in particular. In a fourth chair, wooden, plain, set at the far side of the room, with 3 iron rings welded into its frame, Edmund Avery III sat bound, gagged, polite. He looked at Wednesday over his gag with the small, alert, almost fond face of a chess master who had decided to enjoy the game for as long as the game lasted. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said. "Please sit. We have, at last, a great deal to discuss." Wednesday sat. Stage 3, she thought, and the thread in her chest hummed the clean low note in time with her pulse. Stage 3. She turned her face to Edmund Avery III and let, for one heartbeat, the corner of her mouth do the thing that, on Wednesday Addams, qualified as a smile. Avery, behind his gag, smiled back. Snape was the first to move. He did not speak. He crossed the office in 3 long strides that would have taken any other man 5, and he came to a stop in front of Avery's chair, and he looked down at Avery with the small black expression of a man who was being required, in front of children, to greet someone he had spent 20 years pretending to have forgotten. Avery did not blink. Snape did not blink. The silver instrument slowed. "Severus," Dumbledore said. Quietly. Snape did not turn. His voice, when it came, was very low. He was at the hearings, headmaster. In 1981. He was the one who gave the names of the Lestrange operations. He was given ministry protection. He was given a salary. He was told he was an asset. He was a ministry asset for a time, yes. He has been an asset of other things since. Yes. For how long? Severus. For how long, headmaster? A pause. For approximately 11 years, Dumbledore said. I had not known until tonight. The quiet of Snape's body did not change. Wednesday admired it, in the small distant way she admired professional tradesmen. The man was a held wire. The held wire did not vibrate. Snape only looked at Avery a moment longer, and then, with the careful distaste of a man unstoppering a poison he had hoped never to use again, he reached into his robes and produced a small dark vial. He set the vial on the desk in front of Dumbledore. I will not administer Veritaserum to a man I once shared a cell with, Snape said. He will recognize the dose. He has practiced against it. He will fail to recognize, he inclined his head, by 1/2 degree, toward Wednesday, this. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. I will not be administering anything that is not on a label. I am not asking you to administer the potion. Then. I am asking you, Miss Addams, to administer your other instrument. The sight. Hermione, in the armchair, drew breath. Professor Granger. You can't ask her to read him. I am not asking. I am offering. Wednesday tilted her head. The sight had not been requested of her in this manner before, and she had a small instinctive flinch she did not allow herself to display. Reading a man through the sight was not, technically, an interrogation, it was a kind of observation that the sight did not always let you walk back from. She had read 3 men in her life. One had been her Uncle Fester, on a dare, when she was 11, and she had seen something on the lining of his thoughts that had given her 4 nights without sleep and a small permanent fondness for him. The second had been a music teacher at Nevermore who had been, it had transpired, supplementing his salary by selling student handwriting samples to a man in Vienna, and she had read him in the music room and had not spoken to him for a year afterward. The third had been her grandmother, on the day before her grandmother had died, and she would not, on any account, recount that one. She turned, slowly, in her chair, toward Avery. Mr. Avery. He inclined his head over the gag in genteel agreement. I am about to read you. You have 10 seconds to make peace with that. He made the small soft snort of a man who had made peace with a great deal in his life. He blinked once, slowly, in concession. Severus, Dumbledore said. Stand back. Snape stepped back. McGonagall did not. McGonagall's wand was up. McGonagall's wand was pointed at Avery's chest, not Wednesday's, in the precise small kindness of a deputy headmistress who had elected, in a tactical decision, to back the girl in the room. Wednesday stood. She crossed the carpet to Avery's chair. She knelt. She set her left hand flat against his sternum, over the wool of his coat. She closed her eyes. She breathed the slow careful pulse her father had taught her, and she let the wave come up. Reading a man, she had learned at 11, was not the same as seeing the future. The future was a shape. A man was a city. A city had alleys. A city had bell towers. A city had small dirty rivers that ran under the streets. To read a man, you walked the city. To read a man without permission, you walked the city in your boots and tracked mud on his floors. To read a man with permission, you took your boots off at the door. Avery had, she noted, with a dim and reluctant respect, offered her permission. She walked, quietly, in her stockinged feet. His name. His age. His father's smile, which was the same as his and lived in a small portrait above a fireplace in a house that had been burned twice. Berlin, briefly, in the sense of a postcard sent to a child by a parent. The cell at Azkaban. The interview room at the ministry. The smaller, cleaner interview room at a private chamber in Bordeaux, where a man with a low quiet voice had offered him a salary. The man with the low quiet voice. Wednesday paused at this corner, the small dirty river, the bell tower of Avery's particular allegiance. She did not see Voldemort. She had not expected to. Voldemort, by reputation, did not appear in person to recruit men like Avery. Voldemort hired through other men. The other men were the ones whose faces Wednesday needed. She found, in Avery's mind, two faces. The first was thin. Older than middle-aged. White hair shaved close. A small scar at the corner of the left eye. Robes the deep red of a cardinal's. A title he had been called in private, the curator. The curator had, in 1994, given Avery a sealed letter and a small sum and an instruction that Avery was to present himself, on call, to a particular contact at a particular address in Lyon. The curator had not been seen for 2 years. The curator was, Wednesday felt, a name now and not a man. The second face she found, she did not, at first, name. It was a young face. Boy's face. Black hair. Hollow cheeks. Eyes that did not yet know what they would become. A photograph. A photograph from the curator's pocket. A photograph that had been taken at an orphanage in London in 1938. Tom Marvolo Riddle, at 11. The thread in her chest tightened, very slightly, with the thread's small instinct for danger. She did not allow herself to dwell on the photograph. She walked, instead, 2 streets further into Avery, into the alley behind the photograph, into the small room where Avery had been instructed, in the year 1995, to file a report. The report had read, in 3 lines, that a woman in Vermont had been spotted at a society function in October, that the woman in question was the eldest daughter of the Vermont Addamses, and that the compact ledger had a generation due. The compact ledger. The compact ledger had been told a generation was due not by the compact's own keepers but by the curator, on instruction from a man whose initial was T. Wednesday opened her eyes. She rocked back on her heels. She withdrew her hand from Avery's sternum. Avery, behind the gag, was sweating gently. He had not been hurt. He had been red. The two were, for a man like Avery, comparable in unpleasantness. She rose. She turned, slowly, to Dumbledore. The contract, she said, was not generated by the compact in the ordinary course of its business. The compact was used. It was used by a man called the curator, on the instruction of the man with the initial T. The curator gave Avery a sealed letter in 1994. The letter named me by name, before I had the sight, before I was old enough to inherit. Voldemort knew, 11 years ago, that an Addams girl would come of age in 11 years, and he marked her in advance for the work he meant to require of her. Dumbledore inclined his head. He has been planning this, he said. For 11 years. Yes. And the boy. Yes. He intended Wednesday Addams to be the instrument of Harry Potter's death. Yes. And he did not anticipate the site to do what the site did. He did not. The site has not, in 9 generations, identified a mate. The site is, in this respect, behaving against the Compact's record. Voldemort planned for an obedient blade. The site, when it broke the Compact's pattern, broke it in a place he could not have predicted, because the site had never, in his data, broken there before. He believes the Compact is reliable. He still believes it. Avery believes it, in his way. The curator, perhaps, has begun to suspect, but the curator is far away. Voldemort has not been told. Yet. How long do we have? Tomorrow, by sundown, the curator will have written. By Friday, Voldemort will have read. By Saturday, he will have escalated. We have, at the latest, 4 days of the Compact behaving as if I am still its blade. After that, we have no days. 4 days. Yes. To do what? To make Voldemort regret writing me a letter. The silence in the office was short and full. Dumbledore folded his hands on his desk. He looked, very briefly, at Snape. Snape did not move. He looked at McGonagall. McGonagall's wand was down, now, at her side. He looked at Hermione. Hermione's notebook was open, her quill poised. He looked at Ron. Ron, surprisingly, was not making a face. Ron had his shoulders set the way a beater set them in a Quidditch line. He looked at Harry. Harry, by the silver instrument, had his eyes on Wednesday. Only on her. For days, Dumbledore said, is not, in itself, an enormous amount of time. It is, however, mine, Wednesday said. Yes. It is yours. With the school's assistance, where you require it. I will require, by morning, the names of every student presently in this castle whose parents are paying the curator a retainer. I will require McGonagall to permit me access to the 3rd-floor corridor I have read about that nobody is allowed to enter, on the grounds that things you are not allowed to enter are sometimes useful and sometimes deadly, and I would prefer to verify which. I will require, of Severus Snape, an introduction by name to 2 men he knows in Lyon. I will require Mr. Potter's friends to be assigned to me and not to him, because I will have his back personally and his friends will have better use elsewhere. McGonagall's eyebrow lifted. You give a great many orders, Miss Addams. I do. They are reasonable orders. They will become more reasonable the more time you have to consider them. Dumbledore allowed himself, faintly, the kind of smile that lived inside his beard. I shall consider them. Good. At dawn. Acceptable. Until then, Miss Addams, and Mr. Potter, and Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, I would like you to sleep. 1 hour. 2. 1. 2. Fine, Wednesday said. Snape, by the desk, had not yet moved. His eyes, for one short professional second, came to her. Miss Addams. Mr. Snape. Professor. Professor Snape. You're reading. Of Avery. Yes. Did you see, in his small dirty river, a name you have not yet shared with this office? The phoenix lifted its head, sharply, on its perch. Wednesday looked, for a long heartbeat, at Severus Snape, and Severus Snape looked back. His eyes were careful black wells. She had the brief and uncharitable impression that Severus Snape's eyes were the kind of eyes a person developed when they had spent several years carrying a name they had not been allowed, on pain of death, to say out loud. I did, she said. I will share it tomorrow. He inclined his head a quarter inch. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow. They rose. They left. McGonagall took Avery to a holding cell that had, by now, been prepared. Snape went, without comment, the way Snapes went. Hermione and Ron filed out together with the distinct impression of two people who were about to have a long whispered argument about whether to trust Wednesday Addams, and who would, between the alley and the dorm corridor, conclude that they would. Harry walked with Wednesday up the corridor toward the small oak door of her room. "You did not name the curator," he said quietly. "I will." "You did not say how many men in this castle are paying him." "I will." "Wednesday." "Yes." "You also did not name the second face." She glanced at him. Of course he had noticed. The thread in her chest sang the small attentive note that the thread sang whenever Harry James Potter saw a thing she had not strictly told him about. "The second face," she said, "is older than you. By a great deal. He is, in your country, considered dead. He is not. He is also, by my own small reckoning, the third blade. He is the man for whom Avery and the Hyde were warm-up acts. He is, in my mother's old phrase, a piece of furniture that has begun to walk. His name. Tomorrow. Wednesday. Tomorrow, Harry. I am keeping it for one night. I want, for one night, to know it alone before it walks out into the rest of the building." He stopped at the door of her room. "All right," he said. "Tomorrow. Tomorrow." He looked at her. The corridor was quiet. The torches had burned low. The night was thinning into the watery blue of an hour that was not yet morning. She could see, in his face, the small private question he had not yet asked her, because he had decided, somewhere on the path from the cottage to the cellar to the kitchen to the gates, that Wednesday Addams would tell him things on her own clock, and that he was, against his usual habit, willing to wait. "Sleep," she said. "Yes. 2 hours. 2 hours. Harry." "Yes. In the 4 days that follow," she said, "I am going to do a number of things you may find difficult to watch. I would prefer that you understood, in advance, that none of them will be done out of any disregard for you. They will be done because the only person who can break this contract before Voldemort finds out it has been broken is me, and because I do not, on any account, intend to lose you to a man with the initial T. I will be, occasionally, savage. I have been raised to be. You will not need to apologize for me. All right. You will not need to defend me, either. I'll try. You will not need to. I'll still try. Disgraceful. Yes." She allowed, again, the corner of her mouth to lift 2 millimeters. He saw it. He was learning, she thought, to read those millimeters the way her family read each other. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Wednesday." She went into her room. She closed the door. She let the blood lock pulse. She stood for a moment with her back against the door, in the small wood and lavender quiet of a guest room at Hogwarts, and listened to him walk 3 paces to his own door and, after a small pause, go inside. She crossed to the casement. The squid had gone. The lake was still. In the inner pocket of her cloak, the locket warmed against her ribs. She drew it out. She tapped the disc. "Pugsley. Wednesday, I am alive. It's 3 in the morning, where are you?" "Hogwarts." "Hogwarts. Stop yelling." "Wednesday, Mother just lit a candle." "Like, an actual candle?" "The big one. The candle she lights when she's about to do something. Tell her not to come to Britain. Yet. Are you sure?" "I have 4 days." "For what?" "To make a man with the initial T regret writing me a letter." A pause. "Wednesday." "Yes. I'll tell her." "Pugsley." "Yeah. Do not put the candle out." "Yeah. Have her keep it lit. By Saturday, I may need her to bring it with her." Saturday. By Saturday. All right. She closed the locket. She lay down on the narrow bed in her clothes. She did not sleep. Wednesday Addams had not slept 3 nights running in 8 months. Her body, by now, had stopped expecting it. She listened to the small warm Hogwarts wind that came in through the shut casement anyway, the way old castles let weather in by courtesy. She listened, beneath that, to the breathing in the next room. Even and slow. Asleep. The thread in her chest sang, low and content. She permitted it. Stage 3, she thought. Stage 3. In the next room, Harry Potter dreamed of a yellow hill, and this time there was nobody on the hill, because the girl with the braids was now, by the lake, awake and watching over him. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, the thread pulled taut. The morning was the color of pewter and went on being so for several hours. Hogwarts, Wednesday discovered, did not perform dawn. Hogwarts performed something more like a slow sigh, in which the dark thinned, and the lake reflected the thinning, and the windows, one by one, decided to be windows again. The squid did not return. The torches did not gutter, they had simply been lowered the way the house lights of a careful theater were lowered, not extinguished. Even the ghosts, when they began to drift into the corridor at the polite hour of 7, drifted slowly, with the deferred urgency of people who had, for several centuries, been ahead of schedule. Wednesday had not slept. She had read. She had read 3 chapters of the compact ledger. She had read the second half of the Daily Prophet she had folded into her cloak in Diagon Alley. She had read, by lamplight at the casement, a small, much-used field manual she had not packed for herself and had not yet asked Harry where it had come from, although she had recognized the handwriting in the margins as his godfather's. The book had appeared on her low table at 5:30, after a knock she had not heard. She would, she decided, ask Harry about it at breakfast. Breakfast she took, with the others, in a small private chamber off the side of the Great Hall, because Dumbledore had, in his careful courtesy, decided that introducing Wednesday Addams to the entire Hogwarts student body before he had introduced her to a small selection of trusted staff was a chess move he was unwilling to make on a Wednesday morning. The chamber held 1 table, 6 chairs, a fire, a single window that gave a view onto a winter herb garden where Rosemary was sulking, and a tray that, against Wednesday's stated principles, contained, among other things, a single perfect cooked egg. She ate it. She ate it with the small dignified attention of a woman who had said, once, in a kitchen in Wales, that today she would. She did not eat the toast. Toast was still beneath her. Harry sat across from her. He had not slept, either. He had pretended to. The sleep that had followed his 3 deep breaths had lasted, by Wednesday's count, 40 minutes. He had risen at 4:20. She had heard the floorboard across the corridor. He had paced for 10 minutes. He had washed for 11. He had dressed and stood at his casement and watched the lake until 5:50, when he had walked, very softly, across the corridor, slipped a small leather book under her door, and walked back. She had not opened the door. She had not embarrassed him. She would, she decided, embarrass him at lunch. For now, she said, the serious. He nearly choked on his tea. I'm sorry. The book. How did you? Your handwriting is in the back. His handwriting is in the front. The two of you have very different opinions about the Vanishment Cabinet, neither of which is correct. He set the tea down. He smiled. It was the small private smile she was starting to file as belonging to her in particular. Right. Well. He left it for me last summer. I thought it might help. It does. Wednesday. Yes. I didn't want you to have to ask for it. I know. She allowed, for a heartbeat, the corner of her mouth to lift. He saw it. He did not make a thing of it. He drank his tea. The thread in her chest did the small content note. She filed the breakfast. Hermione, beside Harry, was making a list with 2 columns. The left column was titled, in her neat looping hand, Known. The right column was titled Unknown. The Known column had, in it, the compact, Avery, the curator, the Hyde, the third blade, Unnamed, the cottage, the Welsh shepherd, the ledger, T. The Unknown column had, in it, the third blade, named, Voldemort's specific play, the curator's location, the recent sponsor's agendas, the timeline beyond 4 days, and, Hermione had hesitated before writing this, but had written it anyway, because she had decided in the night to be useful even if it meant being rude, Wednesday's actual capabilities. "You're welcome to ask me," Wednesday said, reading her list upside down with the easy professional attention of a girl who had been reading other people's papers since she was 7. "I will," Hermione said. "Later." "At lunch." "At lunch." "Then you may write a third column," Wednesday said. "Capabilities. We will populate it together." "Right." Ron, 2 seats over, lifted a piece of toast at the new arrangement. "I'd like to put on the record again that this is mental." "Noted," everyone said at once. The morning's first task, by Dumbledore's instruction and McGonagall's organization, was not investigation. It was something McGonagall called, with the small tight mouth of a person who had been outvoted, parameters. Harry and Wednesday, together, were to spend 2 hours in the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement, McGonagall explained, was a piece of the castle that did not always exist and, when it did, occupied a piece of corridor on the 7th floor opposite a tapestry of a wizard teaching trolls to dance. The room would, when invoked, become a particular kind of room appropriate to the seekers. McGonagall had not been able to invoke a sparring room of the right type for them last night because the room had, at the time, been needed by the castle for storing extra blankets due to a sudden snap of cold in November. The room was now available. The room had, by McGonagall's careful working with the castle, been set to become, when invoked, a small careful chamber in which 2 young people with a recently named bond could discover, in private, what kind of bond it was. "This is romance," Wednesday said. McGonagall did not blink. "This is parameters, Miss Addams. Romance is what Mr. Weasley does in the corridor. Bonds are what we measure in the tower." "Yes, Professor. You will not destroy the room." "I will try." "That is not encouraging." "You did not request encouraging. You requested honest." "Quite right." 2 hours, Miss Addams. "The headmaster and I will meet you for the next interview at 11. "Acceptable." "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. You will tell Miss Addams nothing about the room you do not wish her to know." "Yes, Professor." McGonagall left. They walked to the 7th floor in silence. The tapestry was where it ought to be. The trolls were not dancing. The trolls were, on this morning, sulking about the cold. Harry walked the 3rd pace, the 3rd pace, the 3rd pace, in front of the bare stretch of wall with the deliberation of a young man who had been doing this for 2 years. The wall blinked. A small paneled wood door appeared. The brass handle was warm. "After you," he said. "After you. Wednesday. You are the host. You are the guest. Then we will go in together." They went in together. The room had, this morning, decided to be a small octagonal chamber paneled in dark oak. A circle of pale flagstone in the floor. A low wooden bench along one wall. A tall narrow window that looked onto, of all things, the yellow hill from her vision. Yellow grass. Plum-colored horizon. The vision, transcribed by the room into a window, watched them like a portrait. Harry stopped at the threshold. "That's the hill," he said. "Yes." "That's the dream." "Yes." "The room." "New." "How?" "It is a very old room. It has read both of us." He stood for a moment, hands at his sides. "Right," he said. He stepped onto the flagstones. The thread in Wednesday's chest pulled. She had felt the thread pull before, in 3 different sizes. The small low note in the cottage. The clean steady sing in the alley. The held 7-minute hand by the casement. This pull was none of those. This pull was a tug, brisk, almost demanding, the way the lead pulls when a dog has noticed something. She set her hand against her sternum, briefly, before she realized she had done it. He did the same. They looked at each other across the flagstones. "All right," she said. "Parameters. Parameters." He stepped fully onto the circle. She stepped onto it. They were 2 paces apart. The yellow window watched. The thread, now, was singing the clean note again, but the clean note had a low harmony underneath it that had not been there last night. 2 voices instead of 1. "Hold out your hand," she said. He did. She set her palm against his. The room sighed. She was inside him for the small moment of the contact. She was, also, more inside herself than she had been for 16 years. She felt, with her palm on his pulse, fast and steady, his memory, recent, of his first sip of tea this morning, of toast, of glasses, his memory, older, of a cupboard under a stair and a cousin yelling and a thin woman snapping a kitchen tea towel, his memory, older still, of a hand much larger than his folding around a tiny baby's foot in a moment that had been, despite everything, joy. She did not pry. She did not need to. The thread carried these to her the way a current carries leaves. She felt, also, the other thing in him. It was a knot. It was on the back of his sternum, on the wrong side of his ribs, set into the soft place near his heart. It was small. It was quiet. It was patient. It was not him. She pulled back her hand without meaning to. He flinched. "What? You, what?" "There is something in you. Wednesday. There is something in you. Not deep. Behind your sternum. Small. Old. Older than you. It is breathing on its own clock." His face went, for a fraction of a second, very white. "Yes," he said. "I know. You know. Dumbledore explained it. Last summer." "What is it?" "He calls it," he hesitated, "a fragment. Of him. Voldemort." "Yes." The thread in her chest pulled again, tighter, and something cold flexed against the thread the way a cold tongue flexes against a warm tooth. She breathed once, in the slow careful way her father had taught her. "Harry." "Yes." "How long?" "Since I was a baby." "And it has been there the whole time." "Yes." "And nobody has removed it." "It can't be. By me. Or anyone else. It's part of me, sort of. The plan, when there's a plan, is to wait for him, and to let him do it himself, in the way he has to do it himself, and, stop. Wednesday, stop. I am not asking you to explain a plan I will not be following. Yes. He shut his mouth. His hand was still half raised, as if he had been about to argue and his arm had not yet been told. He lowered it. He looked at her with the particular attention of a young man who had been, for a long time, the smallest object on a large board, and who had begun, against his better judgment, to consider being something else. "Harry." "Yes. I am going to do a thing in this room that may be uncomfortable. I am going to look at the fragment. I am not going to attempt to remove it. I am, however, going to map it, and I am going to wake it up, very briefly, so that I can read its face. The fragment will not enjoy this. You will not enjoy this. We will both, for approximately 90 seconds, be unpleasant. Are you willing?" He looked at her for one heartbeat. Then he said, "Yes." "Good. Wednesday." "Yes. Don't get hurt." That was not on today's agenda. "Promise." "I do not make promises." "Plan, then." I plan to not be hurt. All right. She held out her hand again. He took it. The thread sang, the harmony underneath it darkening half a tone in anticipation. She closed her eyes. She walked into him properly this time. The first time Wednesday Addams had read another mind, she had been 7. She had not been told. Her mother and father had assumed she would discover the gift as her mother had discovered hers, by accident, around 11, in the small board summer between primary and secondary lessons. Instead, in the year Wednesday turned 7, she had been sitting on a low wall watching her Uncle Fester whittle a duck out of a gallows beam, and she had asked him, with the bright reasonableness of a child, why he was thinking about a girl named Matilda who had died in 1942. Fester had dropped the duck. Her mother had been called. The questions had begun. Wednesday had not understood, at 7, why her question had stopped a kitchen for 9 minutes, because the question had simply seemed to her like an obvious question to ask a man who was thinking about a girl named Matilda. The sight, her mother had explained that night, sitting on the staircase with her hand combing Wednesday's hair, was not only a window. The sight was a door. Some daughters had been born with the latch undone. Wednesday, as it turned out, was one of these. The latch, her mother had warned, was hers to lock. Hers to unlock. Hers to use sparingly. Wednesday had used the latch sparingly. She had not, in 9 years, walked far into anyone she had not been invited into. She walked far into Harry James Potter now. She did not browse. She had no time. She walked along the small interior corridor that led from his palm to his sternum to his lung to his rib to the place behind his rib, and she stood, in the soft warm room at the back of his sternum, in front of the knot. The knot was the size of a child's fist. It was made, she understood at once, of a material that her family did not have a name for. It was old. It had been older when it had been put into him than the man who had put it into him. It was him, the man, in his simplest form. A piece. A fragment. A node. Wednesday Addams, who had been raised among knots and nodes, who had made a study, since the age of 3, of how to braid hair, of how to braid wire, of how to braid silver into the throats of men who had wronged her father, looked at the knot and considered it. She did not pull on it. She did not, even, touch it. She lifted her hand, in the inside of Harry's chest, and she said, in a voice that was hers and was not hers, "Wake up." The knot's small distant breath stilled, the way a sleeping animal stills when it has heard a new sound. It took its breath again, but slowly now, and shaped. She felt it focus. She felt it look up. She felt it see her. The knot was Tom Marvolo Riddle, 11 years old, in an orphanage in London in 1938, that face she had seen, in Avery's mind, last night. The knot was also Tom Marvolo Riddle, 16, in a basilisk cellar, in 1943. The knot was also Tom Marvolo Riddle, 26, in the home of a woman whose name had been Hepzibah Smith, in 1957. The knot was also, and this was the part Wednesday filed with the small careful contempt of a girl who had read a great deal of Voldemort's literary output and disapproved of it, a literal page from a diary that had been written by hand when the writer had been 16 and had been preserved, in spirit, in the soul of a baby in 1981, the way a preserved flower is preserved in a book. It was, for all its grandeur, a teenage boy's diary. The teenage boy in the knot, she saw, looked up at her. "Hello," she said politely. "I am Wednesday Addams." "How did you get in here?" said the knot. The voice was a 16-year-old's, smooth, cold, charming, the voice of a boy who had practiced his charm against mirrors. "I was invited." "By whom?" "By the boy whose chest you have been squatting in, illegally, for 15 years. He cannot invite. He does not know I am here. He knows you are there. He has known for some time. He has been polite about it. I am not. Who are you?" "Wednesday Addams." "I told you. Pay attention." The knot's eyes, no, the knot was a page, the page had no eyes, but the page had a face, and the face had a posture, and the posture had eyes. The knot's eyes narrowed. Recognition came across them. Recognition and surprise and, just briefly, before the knot remembered itself, the small particular irritation of a young man who had just been told, by a girl, to pay attention. "Addams," he said. "Yes." "Of the compact." "Yes." "You were sent." "I was." "You did not perform the work." "I did not." "Why?" "Several reasons. The most important is that the boy whose chest you have been squatting in is mine. The site has identified him as such. I am making, at this hour of this morning, a courtesy call to the parts of him that I will be evicting." The knot smiled. It was a charming smile, the way charm could be a weapon. The knot, after 16 years in a baby and 15 years in a boy, had retained the smile. The smile, in there, had been kept polished. The smile, however, was not a smile she liked. "You cannot evict me," he said. "I will, eventually." "You cannot." "Watch." She did not, however, evict him. She had said she would not. She had said she would map and read and provoke. She held her ground in the soft warm room at the back of Harry's sternum, and she said, mildly, "Tell me something useful, and I will leave you to your boy." "Tell you something?" "Yes." "In exchange for time." "I will not call my mother on you today. I will not call her on you tomorrow. I will, when I do call her, give you 10 minutes to set your affairs in order before she arrives." "Your mother." "Morticia Addams." The knot's smile thinned. The knot's smile, Wednesday noted with the small reflexive pride of a daughter, knew her mother's name. "What do you want to know?" the knot said. "Where is the curator?" "In Marseille." "Liar." "In Lyon, then." "Liar." "In a chapel in the Alps." "Liar." "He is in your house, in Wiltshire, currently. I felt his location through Avery last night. I am asking you to confirm." The knot said nothing. The knot, in not saying anything, said exactly what she needed. "Thank you," she said. "You are not welcome. I had not expected to be." "Addams." "Yes. You are interesting. I am told." "I would," the knot said, with a smile that was, all of a sudden, sharper, "very much like to meet you." "You are." "In a less constrained room." "You will not." "I will." "You will not." "I do not keep appointments with diaries." She turned to leave. The knot moved. She had been waiting for that. Knots like this one had been written, originally, in the year their author had been clever enough to want to leave a piece of himself where it would not be expected and not yet wise enough to anticipate that one day a girl with longer braids than his interest in girls would cap him in the middle of his 15th year of squatting. The knot, in motion, was an octopus. The knot threw out small dark streamers in 5 directions, all of them aimed at the center of Wednesday's own self, which was the part of her she had not brought into the room. She had been ready. She had been ready since Wales. She did not lift a hand. She did not, even, lift a thought. She did, however, sing. The note she sang, her grandmother had taught her, was not a note. It was a permission. It was the permission a person gave to her own boundaries to be present, the way a hostess gives a permission to a wall to be a wall. It was, in essence, the small word no, said in the voice the door said when somebody knocked. The 5 streamers stopped at her boundary. They flexed, like the fingers of a curious child's hand against glass. They did not pass through. They retreated. The knot smiled at her, smaller now, much less pleased. "Adamant," he said. "Yes. You will regret this." "I doubt it." "We will meet, Wednesday Addams." "I have no plans." "Soon." "You overestimate your share of my schedule." She turned again. This time the knot did not move. She walked back along the small interior corridor that led from the warm room behind his sternum to the lung to the rib to the palm. She returned to her own body. She came back to herself in the room of requirement with her knees on the flagstones and her right hand wrapped around Harry's. He was on his knees opposite her. His glasses had slid down his nose. His face was the bone white of a young man who had just had a small but vivid earthquake at the back of his sternum and was, against his usual habit, not lying about it. Sweat at his hairline. Pulse at his temple. He was looking at her the way a person looks at someone who has just walked into a burning building and walked out, on her own feet, with the cat. Harry. Yes. Are you all right? Are you all right? Marginally. Same. He spoke. Yes. You heard him. Yes. His voice was the small quiet voice of a young man who had heard his soul tenant chat with his soulmate. I hear him sometimes. I never had him talk to anyone else. He is 16. He is 15 and a piece. She did not let go of his hand. He did not let go of hers. The yellow window watched the room. The flagstones held the warmth of her knees. The thread in her chest sang, low, content, sharper now in a way that had nothing to do with the knot. Wednesday. Yes. He's right. He is what? He's right that we'll meet. Yes. We have to. Yes. Will it be soon? Soon enough. Wednesday. Yes. Don't look like that. Like what? Like you've already decided how he dies. I have. Wednesday. Yes. Tell me. She lifted her hand from his. She set it on his cheek for one heartbeat. The contact, she had not planned. She had not planned, also, the way the thread sang at the contact, or the way Harry's face changed at the touch, or the way her own breath, despite herself, did the small surprising lift of a person who had not been touched, on the cheek, by a person she had decided was hers, ever before. She withdrew her hand. The withdrawal was, she found, more difficult than the placing. He dies, she said, by his own ledger. He dies because the compact, which he paid to use against you, will be turned. The ledger he paid is in a safe in this office. The ledger he paid is, in the morning, going to send a letter to him in his own hand, by my mother's hand, by my hand. The letter will tell him the compact has been collected. It will list, by name, the 4 sponsors he hired. It will cite the chapter and the verse of his own clauses. It will, at the end, in the spider script of the last knife, name him. Name him. Yes. As what? As the next contract. Wednesday, he paid the compact to write a contract on my mate. The compact does not, on principle, refuse a paying client. He has paid them to deliver one execution. The contract is, she allowed her mouth, with the small precise ironclad delight that her father called the Addams smile, open. He may have intended me to deliver one. The site has selected another. The compact will not refuse the change of recipient, because the compact is not, despite its theatrical language, a moral organization. It has been written, by my great-great-grandmother, for exactly this contingency. Wednesday. Yes. You're going to use his own contract on him. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. He didn't finish. His voice did the small, raw thing of a young man who had been told, for the first time in his 16 years on this earth, that someone had brought a tool, ready-made, that fit precisely the shape of the thing that had eaten his life. She did not, this time, withdraw her hand from his cheek. She set it back. She left it. She let, for a heartbeat, the thread sing. Stage 3, she said. Identify the principal. Address him with directness. Have breakfast first. He laughed. The laugh was the small startled laugh of a boy who had not laughed enough in his life and was, gently, learning. He laughed, and he did not let go of her hand, and the room of requirement, which had set itself up to be a careful chamber for the measurement of a recently named bond, decided it had measured enough and dimmed its yellow window by way of polite congratulations. They came out of the room of requirement at the end of the second hour with the parameters appropriately measured, which is to say they came out holding hands and not in any hurry. McGonagall was waiting at the end of the corridor with a clipboard. She did not say anything about the held hands. She did not need to. McGonagall's eyebrows did the eloquent shift of a deputy headmistress who had, 20 minutes earlier, taken an incremental wager with Pomona Sprout in the staff room and was now collecting in the form of dignity. 11 o'clock, Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. The headmaster's office. Yes, Professor. I trust the room behaved. It performed admirably. I am pleased to hear it. Professor. Yes. There is a curator currently in Wiltshire. He is in the principal house of a man you and I both have reason to dislike. He does not know that I know this. He believes he is safe for the next 4 days. I would like him to remain believing that for 2 more. McGonagall's eyebrows rose by the amount, exactly, that her dignity could afford. 2 more, she said. On Friday morning, at 6, I would like the curator to find, on his table, a letter. From the compact. Miss Addams. Yes. You are proposing to forge a document of an organization that has just sent a Hyde to Wales. I am proposing to author a document of an organization of which I am, by their own letter to me, a member. McGonagall did not reply for a long moment. Then she said, I will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Professor. Mr. Potter, if you would join me. Miss Addams, the headmaster requires a moment with Mr. Snape before you arrive. Wednesday inclined her head. Harry's hand, at her side, squeezed once. She squeezed back. He went with McGonagall. Wednesday turned. She walked, on her own, the long corridor toward the spiral staircase, her cloak fastened, her braids tight, her boots laced past the calf. In her chest, the thread sang. In Wiltshire, in a quiet study with a green leather chair and a fire that had not been allowed to die for 15 years, an older man with a small scar at the corner of his left eye sat with his hand on the rim of a glass that he had not yet lifted, and felt, very faintly, as if the curtain at his window had moved. He looked at the curtain. The curtain had not moved. He set the glass down anyway. He rose, with the smooth efficient hurry of a man who had, twice in his career, been required to anticipate bad news. He went to his desk. He began, in the careful neat hand of a curator, to write. In Hogwarts, on the spiral staircase, Wednesday Addams felt the brush of an older man's anxiety like a fly against her cheek. She did not lift her hand. She permitted it. She walked, instead, into the headmaster's office for stage 3. The headmaster's office at 11 was a different theater from the headmaster's office at 3. Dumbledore had not slept. Snape had not slept. The Phoenix had slept, briefly, and was now performing its usual morning shakeout. The silver instruments were going at their normal pace, and a second tray of tea had appeared on a side table, with a small dish of the charcoal biscuits which Wednesday had, against her own principles, eaten 3 of in her room overnight. She accepted a biscuit at the door. She declined the tea. Snape, by the desk, lifted his eyes from the small silver-bound book he had been reading. His expression did the thin, professional lifting of an eyebrow that meant, on Severus Snape, something complicated. Miss Addams. Professor. Last night you offered to share a name with this office today. Yes. It is today. It is. She walked, slowly, into the room. She did not sit. She set the half-eaten biscuit on the rim of the silver tray. She turned her face to Dumbledore. She said, "The third blade is Bartemius Crouch." The Phoenix looked up. Dumbledore, for 1/2 second, did not move. Snape, at his elbow, went perfectly still. "Crouch," Dumbledore said. "Yes. He is dead." "He is not. He is a man your country has agreed to consider dead. A great many countries do this. It is, I am told, a function of bureaucracy. He has been in private employ in eastern France for 7 years. He has been in the ledger of the compact for 5. He is, on the record of the compact, the sponsor's interlocutor. He is the man who carries the contract by hand from the curator's house to the compact's keeper. He has done this, in the last 5 years, 4 times. 4 times. 4 contracts. 2 were assassinations of Muggle members of Parliament whose offices had been warming, in the public press, to the reform of certain wizarding privileges. 1 was the disappearance of a French Auror who had begun to take an interest in disappearances. The 4th was Mr. Potter. Dumbledore folded his long fingers together on his desk. "Bartemius Crouch," he said again. "I had not known. You had not known because the compact was not, in the previous 9 generations, ever permitted to be used for political contracts. The compact has rules. The rules required that contracts be issued only against members of the cult's own community, in the case of pollution of the line. Mr. Crouch and the curator have, in the last 5 years, persuaded the compact's keeper to relax these rules in exchange for what your country would call a substantial donation." "How substantial?" 40,000 galleons. Snape made a small dry sound that was, on him, a laugh. "Of course." "Quite," Dumbledore said. "Headmaster," Snape said. "If Crouch is alive, the ministry has been incompetent." "Yes. Severus, I am aware. He is in Wiltshire." "He is in Wiltshire. In the house of." "In the house of." "You will not act." "Not yet. Headmaster, not yet, Severus." Snape closed his mouth. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said, his eyes on her, "you have one further name." "I do." "Tell me." "The fragment in the boy." Snape's eyes flicked, sharp, to her. "I read it," she said. "This morning. In the room of requirement. By the boy's permission. The fragment is, as you have known for a year and have not seen fit to fully convey to him, a piece of the soul of Tom Marvolo Riddle. It is, by his own writing, a Horcrux. It is the first or second of 7. 7. Yes. I felt the others. I cannot place them. I will, with another month, place them. I will not, with the 4 days available, place them. We do not need to place them all to act on this Friday. And you intend, on this Friday, to author a letter, in the spider script of the last knife of the compact, which will arrive at the curator's table at 6 in the morning. The letter will report, in the proper form, the completion of the contract on Harry James Potter. It will request authorization, also in the proper form, of the standard secondary contract that the compact issues, by its own bylaws, when a primary client has paid for a service that has, in the course of its delivery, exposed the compact to embarrassment. Snape's mouth did the smallest dry curl. A clean-up clause. Yes. You are going to invoke a clean-up clause against the man who paid for the service. Yes. Which means, Wednesday said, that the compact will be required, by its own rules, to address the man who exposed the compact to embarrassment. The compact will not enjoy this. The compact will resist. The compact will, however, be unable to refuse, because the secondary contract was written into the bylaws by my great-great-grandmother in the year 1908 against exactly this contingency, and she did not write loopholes. She wrote it against a man like Voldemort. She wrote it because she had been hired, that year, by a Russian count who had then attempted to assassinate her in revenge for not being properly grateful for her work. She wrote it as a punishment clause. The clause has been in the bylaws for 115 years. It has never been invoked. It cannot be denied. How? Because the bylaws were sealed, in 1908, with a blood charm that the keepers must reaffirm every year, on pain of the keeper's own end. The keepers have reaffirmed the charm, every year, for 117 years. The compact's leadership cannot break the charm without ending themselves. Dumbledore lifted his eyes, slowly, to hers. Miss Addams. Yes. This is. Yes. This is exquisite. My great-great-grandmother had a long memory. She did. A small silence. Headmaster, Snape said. There is a difficulty. Yes, Severus. The curator will recognize the script. Yes. And, on receiving such a letter, will not act on it. He will, instead, take it to his master. Yes. And his master will. His master will, when he reads the letter, attempt to do several things. 2 of them are predictable. 1 of them will be successful. He will attempt to verify by sending a man to the compact in Lyon. He will attempt to call upon the cousins of the U, the Brotherhood of the Sealed Hand, and the choristers, his 3 other sponsors, to retract their consent to the secondary contract. The first attempt will fail because the keeper in Lyon will not be in his desk. Will he not? He will not. He is in his garden. He has been told, by an anonymous letter, that the compact ledger has been moved, and he is currently digging a hole in the earth in order to verify whether his ledger is buried in his own roses. Anonymous letter. Yes. From whom? From a young witch who has a small private grudge against the keeper for an old transgression. The young witch will not be named. She will, however, be the keeper's niece. The niece is a friend of my mother's. Snape, again, made the small dry sound that was a laugh. Miss Addams, he said, you have planned this. Last night. In the 4 hours between the arrival at the gate and the meeting at 3. Yes. While the rest of us slept. I do not sleep, Professor. So I see. Dumbledore's eyes were the careful blue of a man who had been weighing, in the last 2 minutes, the kind of weights an old man reserves for a girl who has handed him a knife she has spent the night sharpening. Miss Addams. Yes. The second attempt. Yes. He will try to retract his sponsors. He will. And the sponsors will not retract. Why? Because by Friday afternoon, the cousins of the U, the Brotherhood of the Sealed Hand, and the choristers will have received, each, a personal letter from a young woman in Vermont who has, by then, included with the letter a small token that her great-great-grandmother gave each of the Order's founding chapters in 1908. The token is a small black bone die. The die was cast 117 years ago to seal a private agreement that, in the case of a clean-up clause, the Orders would not break the chain. They will honor the die. They will. You are sure? They are very old men. Very old men in very old Orders honor very old dice. It is, in fact, the only thing they reliably honor. Dumbledore inclined his head, once. Miss Addams. Yes. We had, until 24 hours ago, no plan to defeat Voldemort within 4 days. We had, in fact, a plan that would not have produced a result for some years. I am aware. We do, today, have a plan that may produce a result by Saturday. By Friday afternoon, technically. By Friday afternoon. Yes. Are there difficulties? Several. The hide is one. Bartemius Crouch is another. The fragment in the boy, for the long term, is a third. The curator will not survive the week. The boy's friends will be in danger between now and then. My mother will be in Britain by Sunday whether or not we have a plan, because my mother does not, on principle, miss the dismantling of a man whose initial is T. The keeper in Lyon will, at some point, recover his ledger from his garden and decide to retire to his cottage in Burgundy. The keeper's niece will need a new identity. The 4 Orders' founding chapters will need to be reassured by my mother in person. None of these difficulties is fatal. All of them are, however, expensive. What is the cost? The cost is that I will, in the next 4 days, be visible. The cost is that Voldemort will know, by Saturday, who Wednesday Addams is. The cost is that my country will not, after Saturday, have an Addams in it for 2 years. 2 years. My family will go to ground. Where? Mongolia. Snape's eyebrow did the small thing again. Mongolia. Mongolia is a beautiful country. The Addamses have a small house there. We have not been there since 1974. The dust will be, by now, the right depth. Miss Addams. Yes. And the boy. A pause. The boy comes to Mongolia, if he wishes, Wednesday said. I do not, however, intend to make the choice for him. Harry Potter, at the door of the headmaster's office, where he had been standing for 30 seconds, said, Then I'll come. Wednesday turned. He was leaning against the doorframe with the small careful posture of a young man who had been listening for a minute, waiting for the part of the conversation he could enter without rudeness. He had not, in his face, the slow uncertainty of a young man who had been considering. He had the small certain stillness of a young man who had decided. She inclined her head a quarter inch. Mongolia, she said. Mongolia. You will be cold. I am always cold. You will not eat well. I do not eat well now. You will be teased relentlessly by my brother. I have been teased relentlessly by Ronald Weasley for 5 years. Acceptable. Wednesday. Yes. Just so we're clear. Yes. Mongolia. Mongolia. All right. All right. The phoenix, on its perch, had begun, against its custom at this hour, to hum. The hum was the small particular hum a phoenix makes when it has decided that, in its long slow accounting, it approves of 2 of the people in the room. Dumbledore noticed. Snape noticed. McGonagall, who had come up the stairs in time to overhear the last 7 sentences and who was standing behind Harry with her clipboard, noticed. None of them commented. They all, in their different professional ways, took the note. Miss Addams, Dumbledore said. Mr. Potter. The plan stands. Yes. I have only one further question. Yes. You said the fragment, for the long term, is a difficulty. Yes. What do you propose, in the long term, about it? Wednesday looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The thread, in her chest, sang the clean note, and beneath it the harmony, and beneath the harmony a third lower note that, all at once, was hers and his together. In Mongolia, she said, we will discuss it. There is a woman there who has, in her family, a method. The method is older than the compact. It is, in our family, the only method that has been recorded. It will require a year. It will require, also, a particular kind of care that I am not in a position to perform on a Wednesday morning. By next October, however, the boy will be free of him. Free. Yes. Without. Without dying, no. Without losing himself. Yes. Without losing his magic. Yes. Are you sure? I am 84% sure. The remaining 16% is the part one will, in the next year, work on. Dumbledore looked, for the first time, like a man whose tiredness had a small bottom. Miss Addams. Yes. Thank you. You are welcome. He turned to Snape. Severus. You will assist, this afternoon, with the letters. Yes, Headmaster. McGonagall. The dice. I will see to them. Mr. Potter. Miss Addams. Yes. You have approximately 72 hours of strenuous work. We do. After which, by Saturday, you will be required to disappear for 2 years. We will. I trust, and his eye, for a fraction of a second, glinted, that this does not constitute, for either of you, an undue inconvenience. Wednesday said, "It is acceptable." Harry said, "It is more than acceptable." The phoenix hummed. In Wiltshire, the curator wrote his letter, sealed it, and called for an owl that did not, this morning, come, because the owl in question had been intercepted, gently, by a barn cat that had been put in the path of the owl by a young bushy-haired witch who had, that morning, asked McGonagall to send word to a friend of hers. In Lyon, the keeper of the compact ledger went into his garden with a spade and a small bucket and began, as anonymously instructed, to dig a hole in his roses. In Wales, the Hyde, on its bad knee under the moon that had set 6 hours ago, began to limp east, because the Hyde had decided, on its own initiative, that the appetizer in Hogwarts would have to be eaten before the main course was served. In Hogwarts, in a small chamber off the side of the Great Hall, Wednesday Addams sat across the table from a 16-year-old wizard with messy hair and tired green eyes who had agreed, with no small amount of enthusiasm, to spend the next 2 years of his life in Mongolia. She watched him eat his second slice of toast. She allowed herself, for 1 minute exactly, a thing she had told herself in the alley she would not allow. She allowed herself to be, very faintly, happy. Then she stopped, because a draught came through the chamber, and she lifted her chin to the draught, and the draught told her, in the way draughts told her things, that the Hyde had crossed the river Severn and would be at the gates by Thursday night. "Stage 3, she said. "Stage 3, Harry agreed. Outside the small window, in the herb garden, a sprig of rosemary, against the season, opened a single dark blue flower. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Hyde at the Gates. Wednesday came in at dusk on Thursday. The sky over Hogwarts had taken on the particular bruised color of a November afternoon that had decided, halfway through, that it had nothing more to offer. The sun, a copper coin, had committed itself to the western horizon by 3 and was now visible only as a faint scribble of fire along the rim of the forbidden forest. The lake had begun to steam, very slightly, in the way still water steamed when the air got colder than the water did. Wednesday Addams stood at the casement of her room and watched the steam rise. She had spent the day writing. The letters had been the easy work. The spider script had come out of her hand the way thread comes out of a spider, which was, in fact, the family origin of the script's name. She had written the formal notification of completion, she had written the invocation of the secondary contract, she had written 4 personal letters, each different, each phrased for a specific reader, to the founding chapters of the Cousins of the U, the Brotherhood of the Sealed Hand, the Choristers, and a 4th chapter she had decided to add at the last moment, the small private order called the Embers. She had also written 1 letter she had not told the headmaster about. The letter was for her mother. The letter was 3 sentences long. The letter said, in spider script, "Dearest Mother. The candle stays lit. Saturday at 3. Bring the Friday clothes." The Friday clothes were an old family code. Wednesday's mother kept 4 wardrobes. The Tuesday clothes were what Morticia wore for funerals. The Wednesday clothes were what Morticia wore when going out with Wednesday's father. The Thursday clothes were what Morticia wore for tea with the family lawyer. The Friday clothes were what Morticia wore when she intended to make a visit to a man whose initial she disliked. Wednesday had folded the letter into the locket and tapped the disc and trusted Pugsley to translate. The morning had been the easy work. The afternoon had been less easy. The afternoon had been training. Hermione had supervised. Hermione had, in the night, drawn up a program. The program had run from 1 to 4 with the precise relentless efficiency of a young woman who had, once in her life, been told she could not do something and had taken it as a recommendation. Wednesday had drilled the boy in the small careful set of his footwork. The boy had drilled her in 3 wand cantrips that did not require a wand if you understood, in your fingers, what the wand had been doing. They had each, at some point, knocked the other on the floor. They had each, at some point, set fire to a small portion of a wall. The wall had been put right by the room of requirement, which was, by now, deeply invested in the careful chamber it had become for them, and was, in Hermione's own mild description, behaving like a grandmother. By 4 they had, between them, mastered, a thrown Calpurnia, which Harry had managed to put inside a target ring at 12 paces by the 3rd try, with the small embarrassed pride of a young man who had been told all his life that knife-throwing was a thing someone else did. A wandless Lumos, which Wednesday had managed by the end of the afternoon by the simple method of imagining her father snoring and then remembering, with great precision, the way her own breath had moved out of her in the office in Vermont. The Lumos had come out blue. Wednesday had been pleased. A coordinated step, in which one of them led and the other followed, and the two of them, hands almost touching but not, moved as a single unit through a small set of 3-pace combinations that the room, at Hermione's direction, had laid out in white chalk on the flagstones. Hermione had taken notes. Hermione had also, Wednesday noted, with the small private satisfaction of a girl who liked to be seen, taken a small permanent detail of credit, in her right column, from her ledger of unknown capabilities and moved it, with the satisfaction of a librarian shifting a card, into the left column of known ones. By 5 they had broken for tea. By 6 the wind had risen. By 6:30 Wednesday's left wrist had begun to itch in the small clean way that meant Calpurnia had begun, against her will, to wake up. By 7 Wednesday had said, to the others, the word she had been waiting all day to say. "Tonight," she said. Hermione, stirring tea, paused. "Tonight. The Hyde will arrive at the gates within the hour. I will be at the gates to receive it. Wednesday, Stage 3 has not been delayed. The curator will receive his letter on Friday. The orders will receive theirs by midnight. By Friday afternoon, the compact will be turned. Voldemort will read his contract on Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, it will be over. That program remains. The Hyde, however, has decided not to be on the program. It is one Hyde. It is one Hyde that has, since Wales, learned. Hydes do not, in their first encounters, learn. This one did. It is unusual. I do not, on principle, indulge unusual creatures by leaving them to ripen." Hermione looked at her for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, briskly. "Right. What do you need?" "I need the gates open. I need McGonagall warned. I need Harry beside me. I need the 4 of you, and Snape, and 3 of the older portraits in the 3rd-floor corridor, on the perimeter. I will perform the engagement myself." Wednesday, Hermione. "Yes. I have been waiting all day for a Hyde I knew was coming. The Hyde does not get to be tonight's surprise. It will not be. No, the corridor to the front doors of Hogwarts was lined, by 7:30, with figures. McGonagall at the doors, wand out, her tartan robes gathered against the cold. Snape at her shoulder, robes the color of a crow's wing. Pomona Sprout, 3 steps in, her gardening apron switched out for a defense robe she had not worn since 1981 and which still carried, in its pockets, a small iron trowel. Phileas Flitwick, on a stool, his short legs in dueling slacks. The school nurse, behind, a stretcher levitated and ready. 2 portraits had been removed from their walls and propped, in their frames, on easels by the doors, Sir Cadogan, who had volunteered with such enthusiasm that Wednesday had immediately approved of him, and Phineas Nigellus, who had volunteered with such reluctance that Wednesday had immediately approved of him. Hermione held the inner doorway with Ron at her elbow. Avery, bound, was in McGonagall's office 2 flights up, where he had been since dawn, with 2 prefects under instructions to read aloud to him in turns. Wednesday stood at the gate. She wore the same long black wool. Her braids had been re-oiled. Her boots had been laced past the calf. Calpurnia was in her sleeve. The folding blade was in her boot. The small glass orbs were in her cloak. She held, in her right hand, the cherry wand. In her left, the small black bone die her great-great-grandmother had once given to the cousins of the U, which Wednesday had borrowed back, by post, by morning. Harry stood beside her. He had refused, twice, to stand inside. He had won the third refusal. His holly wand was in his right hand. His left was empty, by his side, the way a man stands beside another with the small willing thing of a hand kept available. "You will not do anything reckless," she said. "You won't either." "I will. Then I will." She allowed her mouth, in the cold, the smallest curl. The hide came up out of the south wood at 12 minutes past 8. It came on 3 legs, technically. The bad knee had not healed, Wednesday's first work in Wales had cost it a tendon. It had compensated. It had, in 3 days, taught itself a new gait. It walked with its long mottled bulk leaning on its left arm, the way a man on a crutch leaned, and the bulk no longer rolled the way it had in the clearing. The bulk, in fact, moved with a small new economical grace. The hide had been to school. It carried something. It carried, in its right hand, a body. The body was a sheep. The sheep was very dead. The hide had not eaten the sheep yet. The hide had brought it. The hide, when it stopped at the foot of the gates, set the sheep down on the gravel, and stepped on the sheep's head with the heel of its great wrong foot, and looked up through the iron bars, with both eyes, at Wednesday Addams. It smiled. It smiled the way a politician smiled when the politician had practiced the smile in front of a mirror. "Hello, hide," she said. The hide made the long low atonal noise. The noise was different. The noise had words in it. The hide did not speak, hides did not, by structure, speak, but the long low noise had a rhythm under it, and the rhythm spelled out, in its small dirty river, the small dirty word, girl. "Yes," she said. "Girl." The atonal hum, again. This time another word, almost. "Eat." "No," she said, with the small careful patience of a parent. "Not eat. We are past that conversation." The hide's smile, behind the iron, widened. It lifted its long left hand and laid the long 4 fingers on the iron of the gates. The iron of the gates, which had been laid in these holes by men who had been dead 1,000 years, did not resist. It bowed. It bowed inward, under the touch of the hide, the way a metal bowed under a fire. McGonagall, behind Wednesday, said something that was not a swear word and was, by inflection, the same thing. Wednesday's pulse had not changed. Wednesday's pulse had been, for 30 seconds, in the slow still IMs her father had taught her to put it in when the next 60 seconds would be the test of the day. She lifted the cherry wand. She did not point it at the hide. She pointed it, instead, at the sheep. She said, "Wingardium Leviosa." The sheep rose. The sheep rose 4 feet, slowly, under her wand, into the air between her and the gate, and as it rose, the hide's hand on the iron stopped pressing, because the hide had not been paying attention to the sheep, and the sheep, when it had been the floor, had not been a thing the hide was tracking, and the hide was, despite the long low atonal hum, easily distracted by motion at the periphery. Hides had been bred, in their long ancient stupidity, to chase. The sheep, 4 feet in the air, twitched. It twitched again. Then, against the hide's expectations, the sheep sat up. The sheep was not, in fact, a sheep. The sheep was a transfiguration. McGonagall had performed, while Wednesday and Harry had been at the gates, the small precise reverse of the transfiguration the hide had performed 3 nights ago in Wales when it had killed a Rayal sheep and carried the corpse to her now. The sheep was a man. The man was Bartemius Crouch. He had been here all along. He had been Hagrid's friend in the kitchen of the cottage at Caryid. He had been the body the hide had brought up the path. He had been, for 3 nights, a polyjuiced shape and a sheep and a dead thing, but he had been, beneath all of it, a man whose name Wednesday had not yet said aloud to anyone in the building because she had been waiting for him to wake up. He woke up. He woke up 4 feet in the air over the gravel between Wednesday Addams and a hide with its hand on the gate of Hogwarts. He woke up with the face of a man who had been a sheep for 12 hours and had not known he had been a sheep for 12 hours, and the face's expression was the small confused indignity of a man who had lost a great many of his options at once. "Mr. Crouch," Wednesday said. He saw her. The Hyde saw him. Wednesday saw the Hyde see him. "Stage 3, Wednesday murmured. The cherry wand twitched. The sheep that had been Crouch fell 3 feet, then stopped 6 inches above the gravel, suspended, naked except for a small cloth that had once been the sheep's wool and had transfigured, in the reversal, into a strip of thin white fabric with the dignity of a clinic curtain. He was alive. He was unhurt. He was, by every measure Wednesday could see, exposed to the Hyde at exactly the height the Hyde needed. The Hyde, who had been an appetizer and had made of itself a main course, returned its attention, with the long slow earthquake of a thing rotating its head, to the man. The Hyde sniffed. The Hyde recognized. The Hyde, who had, in its long mottled bulk, been hired by a man called the curator who took his orders from a man called Bartimeus Crouch, looked across the gravel at the man who had been, for 5 years, the principal client of the Hyde's keeper in eastern France, and who had not paid the Hyde its last 3 retainers, and who had, in the most recent communication 6 months ago, suggested in writing that the Hyde would be retired without a final meal. The Hyde made a noise that was not a word and was, by every available measure, the noise of a creditor. It looked at Wednesday. It looked at Crouch. It looked at Wednesday again. Wednesday inclined her head. "Your choice, Hyde." The Hyde understood the choice. The Hyde, after one heartbeat, made the choice. The Hyde turned. The long mottled bulk shifted on the bad knee. The long left hand released the iron. The gate uncurled, slowly, back to its original line. The Hyde took 2 long economical strides on its 3 legs and reached, with the small precise reach of a thing that had been to school, the suspended body of Bartimeus Crouch. It picked him up. Crouch screamed. He screamed, because he had been polyjuiced and a sheep and a body for 3 days and had not made any sound in those 3 days and had been, at last, returned to himself just in time to be carried away by a Hyde, and the scream had in it the whole inventory of a man's lifetime of small dignities. The Hyde did not eat him. Hydes did not eat their owners. Hydes carried their owners, when their owners had become creditors, to a quiet place. Hydes ate, in the quiet place, slowly. Hydes were, in their long ancient stupidity, good at slow. The Hyde turned. It walked, on its 3 legs, back toward the south wood, with Crouch over its left shoulder and the bad knee under it, and the gate of Hogwarts uncurled itself the rest of the way, and McGonagall's wand, behind Wednesday, lowered by 1 inch. Crouch, over the Hyde's shoulder, kept screaming. The screaming faded, slowly, into the wood. Wednesday lowered the cherry wand. For 30 seconds, no one moved. Then McGonagall, behind her, in the small dry voice of a deputy headmistress who had been required to stand at a gate in her tartan robes for an hour for the privilege of a 30-second tableau, said, "Miss Addams." "Yes, Professor." "Was that the engagement?" "That was the engagement." "You traded a Hyde a man." "I traded the Hyde its rightful creditor. The Hyde and I are now, by the rules of its own kennel, square. The Hyde will not return to Hogwarts. Hydes, when paid, do not. And Mr. Crouch. Mr. Crouch is, in the next 30 minutes, in the small private wood chamber where Hydes eat their creditors. Mr. Crouch will not survive his evening. The curator, in Wiltshire, will be notified of Mr. Crouch's death by a message that will arrive in his study at 9:48, by which point I will have already sent the curator a separate, more formal letter from the compact, by way of preparing him for Friday's 6 in the morning correspondence. The curator's evening is going to be very bad. Miss Addams. Yes. You orchestrated this in the morning. I orchestrated the Hyde's part in Wales by stabbing it in the knee. I wanted the Hyde returnable, Professor. A Hyde with a dead leg is angry. An angry Hyde is, in our experience, persuadable. I knew, in the clearing, that the Hyde was paid and unpaid in equal measure. I also knew that Crouch was the unpayer. I had, last night, only to arrange that the Hyde meet Crouch. Crouch, conveniently, was already in the building. The transfiguration to a sheep was, I will admit, a small theatrical flourish. I am sentimental. McGonagall, very slowly, turned her face to the wood. Pomona, she said. Filius. Severus. Inside, please. We will not be required tonight. Filius, on his stool, looked at Wednesday with an expression that, on a charms professor of 82, was very nearly worship. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. You are not, on any account, ever to attempt that trick again. I will not, Professor. It only works once. Quite. He turned, on his stool, and went inside, and after him went Sprout and Snape and the school nurse, and the portraits of Sir Cadogan and Phineas Nigellus, the latter of whom had, Wednesday noted, cracked the smallest, sourest smile of his afterlife. Hermione, at the inner doorway, had not moved. Ron was holding her hand. Wednesday had not seen, until this moment, that Ron had been holding Hermione's hand for 20 minutes. Wednesday filed the fact, the way she filed all facts, in the small careful ledger of things that would be used for teasing in the next 2 years. McGonagall went last. She paused at the doors. She turned. Miss Addams. Yes, Professor. You are a great deal more dangerous than your file. You said so last night. I am revising upward. Acceptable. McGonagall went inside. Wednesday and Harry stood, alone, at the gate. The wood, in the south, was quiet. The screaming had ended. Harry, at her elbow, said, Wednesday. Yes. You did this on purpose. Yes. All of it. Yes. The Hyde, the cottage, the Wiltshire, the sheep, all of it. You are. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. He did not finish the sentence. He, instead, lifted her free hand, the left, with the small black bone die in it, and turned it palm up, and set, very gently, his thumb against the die. The die, in her palm, warmed. Wednesday, he said, you are the best and most terrifying person I have ever met. I will accept that compliment for both descriptors. Wednesday. Yes. Don't get hurt tomorrow. That has not been on the agenda for several days. Promise. I do not make promises. Plan, then. Plan. He squeezed the die into her palm. The die, under his thumb, warmed once more, and then, against all the rules of small black bone dice, it carved itself, with the slow careful patience of a thing that had been waiting 117 years for this evening, a single new mark on its previously blank face. Wednesday looked at the mark. The mark was a heart. Wednesday Addams, who had been raised among knots and nodes and long careful traditions, who had a rule against sentimental objects, who had been told by her mother that no Addams woman had ever, in 9 generations, been required by the sight to abide a die that displayed an organ, looked at the small black die in her palm with the small still face of a woman who had been called. She closed her hand over it. Inside, she said. Inside. They went inside. The rest of the night was bookkeeping. Snape and McGonagall, in the headmaster's office, prepared the 4 owls. Pomona, in the herb garden, charmed the rosemary that had bloomed against the season. Hermione, in the library, finished a small wax seal that would mark the 4 letters as authentic to the founding chapters. The wax was the wax of the compact, taken from the bleeding seal of the original letter, which Wednesday had melted down at 4 in the afternoon with a small private sigh of satisfaction. Wednesday and Harry, in the room of requirement, sat on the flagstones and did not speak for 10 minutes. The yellow window had become a different window. The room had, at some point in the day, decided that the yellow hill was past tense. The window now looked onto a small square in a winter city, with one black tree, one stone bench, and a man in a long traveler's coat sitting on the bench with his back to the room. The man was the curator. Wednesday did not speak of the window. Harry did not speak of the window. They watched the curator sit on the bench in his city, which was not, by the small details of the architecture, Wiltshire, but was, by the small details of the man's posture, a place the man went in his mind when he was not at home. The curator, in his mind, was sitting on a bench in a city he had not yet been allowed to retire to. Wednesday, on the flagstones, opened her hand. The black die sat in her palm with its new mark. Harry, next to her, did not look. He had decided, at some point in the day, to give her the dignity of her own discoveries. She closed her hand over the die. After a long moment she said, "I have not been kissed." He turned, slowly. I am not asking. I am informing. Right. I will, on Saturday evening, at 9:03, by the rim of a fountain in a courtyard in Wiltshire, be kissed for the first time. Wednesday. Yes. You saw that. Yes. Just now. Yes. By me. Yes. At 9:03. Yes. On Saturday. Yes. He swallowed. He looked at the window. He looked back. Are you, he said carefully, telling me as a kindness, or as a specification? Both. All right. You will not be late. I will not. You will not make a mess of it. You will. I'm 16, Wednesday, you will. I am not asking for elegance. The vision did not show elegance. It showed accuracy. You will be approximately 6 inches taller than I am, and your right hand will be on my shoulder and your left will be at the small of my back, and the kiss will last 7 seconds. Then I will tell you to stop, because we will have a man with the initial T to address. Wednesday. Yes. You're scheduling our first kiss between the destruction of a curator and the destruction of Voldemort. Yes. That is the most Wednesday Addams thing you have ever said to me. You are welcome. Wednesday. Yes. Could it be, and his mouth did the small, careful thing that on him, by this point in a Thursday, qualified as the laugh he had not yet let out, could it be Friday at 9:03 instead? Friday is not when the vision is. I am asking for a one-night extension. Why? Because tonight, I am not going to be able to sleep, and I would rather not spend tomorrow rehearsing. You would rather, rehearse now. She looked at him. The yellow window had become, against its program, a small dark mirror. The curator, in his city, had stood and walked away. The bench in the small dark mirror was empty. Wednesday closed her hand more firmly over the black die. The die warmed. Harry. Yes. That was a very smooth sentence. I had not predicted it of you. Sorry. Do not apologize. I am revising upward. She lifted her free hand. She set it against his cheek, the way she had in the morning. He set his against hers, the way he had not. The thread sang, the harmony darkening half a tone the way the vision had told her it would, the way she had not believed the vision was telling her. She leaned in 3 inches, against the vision's schedule, with the small particular pleasure of a last knife who had decided that for once, in 9 generations, she was permitted to break a clause. She kissed him. 8:03, on a Thursday, on the flagstones of the room of requirement, with a small black bone die between her left palm and his right cheek, while in Wiltshire the curator unscrewed a bottle of brandy in his study with the small trembling fingers of a man who had not been able to verify his most recent message and who had, unbidden, begun to suspect. The kiss, against her own forecasting, was pleasant. The kiss, against his own forecasting, was uncomplicated. The kiss lasted, by the room of requirement's small attentive clock, 8 seconds. Wednesday allowed herself the extra second. She had decided, on the flagstones, that the vision had been, for the first time in her family's history, a recommendation rather than a fixture. When she withdrew, his glasses had fogged. Wednesday. Yes. You broke your own vision. I refined it. You broke it. I refined it. The vision said Saturday at 9:03. The vision did not say only Wednesday. Yes. Disgraceful. She allowed, properly, the smile she had been negotiating with for 30 hours. It was small. It was real. It surprised her almost as much as the kiss. By midnight the 4 letters had gone. By 1 the locket had told Pugsley about the candle. By 2 the curator, in Wiltshire, had received the formal preparatory letter from the compact and was, even now, drafting his reply on a hand that had begun, against his wishes, to shake. By 3 the curator had received a second letter, sent by a different owl, by an anonymous correspondent, that contained no script and no signature, only a small black bone die. The curator had, on opening the second letter, made the small dry sound of a man who had been, for 40 years, a careful chess master and had been, this Thursday, finally checked. He had set the die down on his desk. He had stared at it for a long time. He had then risen, gone to a small concealed cabinet in the wall behind his portrait, withdrawn a ledger that had been hidden there for 3 years, taken it to the fire, and, because he was, despite all his other qualities, a man of small dignity, he had burned it. He had not yet noticed, behind him, that the curtain at the window had moved. The curtain at his window had moved because the wind, which had been gentle all evening, had picked up. The wind, this Thursday at 3 in the morning over Wiltshire, had reasons of its own. The wind had, in the next county, met a small dark figure walking south with a candle in her hand. The wind had carried the small dark figure's smell, a cold bright smell of belladonna, and of the herb called black bryony, and of an old, very particular kind of patience, into the curtain of the curator's window, and the curtain had moved. The curator did not notice. He poured himself a brandy. He stood at the fire and watched the ledger burn. He thought, with the small careful confidence of a man who had survived 2 regimes, that he had, perhaps, an hour. He had, in fact, about 3. In Hogwarts, in a small oak-paneled bedroom, Wednesday Addams lay on a narrow bed with her boots still on, and Harry James Potter sat cross-legged on the floor by the casement, and they watched together, in companionable silence, the giant squid surface and submerge in the dark of the lake. Neither of them slept. Neither of them needed to. The thread in her chest sang, low and content. The black dye, on her palm, kept its new mark. In a wing of the castle she did not particularly know, Hermione made her right column longer. Ron, asleep on a sofa with a notebook on his face, dreamed, for the first time in 3 years, of a Quidditch match in which he had not been afraid. In the wood, the Hyde, having eaten, slept. Stage 3, Wednesday thought, with the small private pleasure of a girl whose great-great-grandmother had, 117 years ago, written exactly this clause for exactly this evening. Stage 3. Tomorrow, she would meet her mother. Tomorrow, the compact would read its own bylaws back to itself in the spider script of its last knife. Tomorrow, Voldemort would not yet know. Tomorrow. At 3:15, the locket warmed. Wednesday lifted it before it had finished warming. Pugsley's small face appeared in the disk, ordinary and frantic in the way only younger brothers managed. Wednesday. Yes. She left. What? Mother. She lit the candle, and then she said she'd had a vision, and then she said Saturday was too long, and then she walked out the front door and got into the car, and father drove her. To where? Hogwarts. Now. 3 hours ago. They'll be at the gates in, he checked something out of frame, 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Yes. She looked at Harry. Harry had heard. Harry had, in the last 60 seconds, gone from cross-legged on the floor by the casement to standing, with his glasses pushed up his nose, with the small alert posture of a young man who had been told he was about to meet his mother-in-law. Pugsley. Yeah. Tell father not to let mother kill anyone before breakfast. I'll try. Tell mother I have. She paused, and surprised herself with the next sentence, a young man for her to meet. Holy crap, Wednesday. Stop saying that. Holy crap, you're letting mother meet him before me. You will meet him in due course. Wednesday. In due course, Pugsley. She closed the locket. She turned to Harry. He had gone, in the last 30 seconds, slightly pale. Right, he said. Yes. Your mother. Yes. Now. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. Is there any guidance? She considered him with the small careful eye of a woman who, in the small careful way, had begun to take an interest in his survival. 3 rules, she said. 3 rules. 1. Do not call her ma'am. She does not approve of the syllable. Address her as Mrs. Addams until invited, and when invited, as Morticia. Right. 2. If she offers you tea, accept. If she offers you the dark tea, accept. If she offers you the dark tea twice, refuse. The dark tea is not, technically, tea. Right. 3. If she compliments your eyes, you will know you have passed the first interview. And if she does not compliment my eyes, then, in the second interview, you will be required to demonstrate. Demonstrate what? Bravery. You will know. He swallowed. Right. 3 rules. 3 rules. Wednesday. Yes. What does your father do? He is a duelist of the old school. Old school. Sicilian. Right. Do not apologize for being shorter than him. He will be insulted on your behalf. Right. He will not duel you tonight. He will, however, look at your wrists and decide whether you have the bones for it. Right. You have the bones for it. How do you know? I read your file in the cottage. Wednesday. Yes. You read me. Briefly. With your permission. I did not give, you did. You did not notice. You have given me, since the alley, several small permissions you are not paying attention to. I am, at present, choosing to consider those permissions revocable. Right. Glasses. What? Polish your glasses. She will notice the smudge. He polished his glasses. Morticia and Gomez Addams arrived at the gates of Hogwarts at 3:28, by car, in the way the Addamses arrived everywhere by car, in a long black hearse driven by Lurch, who got out and held the door, and in the silence of a vehicle whose engine had not, in 9 years of uninterrupted use, been heard by neighbors. Morticia stepped out first. She wore the long black gown that Wednesday's spy had designated as the Friday wardrobe, a single black rose at the throat, a dark purple-black lipstick that no other woman in Wales could have worn without irony. She carried, in her right hand, a candle. The candle had a steady flame. The candle had, by Wednesday's count, been burning for 32 hours. Gomez stepped out second. He wore the cream-colored suit he wore for weddings and the ascot he wore for funerals. He carried, in his right hand, a small cane that was not, technically, a cane. He carried, in his left, an ice bucket containing an unopened bottle of champagne the family kept, by tradition, for what Gomez called dispatching nights. He saw Wednesday at the gate. He did the small, complete thing his face did when he had not seen her in 3 weeks, he beamed. He set the ice bucket down on the gravel. He spread his arms wide. He said, in his rich careful Italian, Wednesday, mia tesoro. She walked to him. She permitted him to embrace her. She permitted, for a single heartbeat, his mustache to scratch her temple and the small warm cigar smell of his shoulder to bracket her, and she permitted, also, the small private fact that her father always smelled, beneath the cigar, of cedar and brilliantine and the very faint trace of bay rum that meant he had, for her arrival, shaved. He released her. You called your mother. I told my mother to keep a candle lit. Same thing. Father. Yes, my dove. Mother is not allowed to kill anyone before breakfast. He laughed, the small full-bodied laugh of a man who had been laughing at the same instruction for 23 years. She has been told. And she is considering. Father. Yes, my dove. The candle has a vision in it. It does. What is the vision? You will have to ask her. She has been silent on the drive. She is, as you say, considering. He turned, with the small bow he reserved for women he intended to be polite to Harry. Harry, beside Wednesday, had been watching the embrace with the small confused attention of a young man who had not, in his life, had a parent embrace him in the manner Addams embraced his daughter. He straightened, perhaps too quickly, when Gomez's eye landed on him. Mr. Addams. Mr. Potter. Sir, it is, show me your wrists. Harry blinked. Sir. Wrists, my boy. Both. Quickly. Harry held out his wrists, palms down. Gomez took them, briefly, in the dry warm grip of a man who had assessed wrists since 1968. He turned them over. He examined them. He inclined his head. Wednesday. Yes, father. He has the bones. I know, father. Acceptable. Mr. Potter. Yes, sir. In the matter of the gentleman in Wiltshire. Yes, sir. You are with us. Yes, sir. Marvelous. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, once, in the small casual way of a man who had, in a 30-second interview, decided to accept a 16-year-old with messy hair and tired green eyes as the kind of young man who could be trusted to hold his daughter's coat. He turned. He walked back to the ice bucket. He picked it up. He went into Hogwarts ahead of them, with the small full-bodied stride of a man who had decided, for the first time since 1981, that he would attend a Friday morning execution. Morticia stepped forward. She had not yet spoken. She set the candle on the gravel, very carefully, where it did not blow out. She regarded Wednesday for a long moment, and Wednesday regarded her, and neither of them spoke, because in the Addams household, between the two women, sentences were a courtesy reserved for outsiders. Then Morticia opened her arms. Wednesday went into them. She had, in 9 months, embraced her mother twice. The first had been in the kitchen at home in August, when Wednesday had been told she would be permitted, at last, to keep her great-aunt's knife. The second had been at the train, in September, when Wednesday had been put aboard the Nevermore Express and her mother had said, very softly, into her hair, that the year would be eventful and that Wednesday should, occasionally, write. She had not written. This was the third embrace. It was the longest of the three. When her mother released her, her mother set her hand under Wednesday's chin and lifted Wednesday's face, the way she had when Wednesday was 4, and looked at her, and said, in the long, low, beautiful voice of a woman whose voice carried in air the way a pipe organ carried in a chapel, "Tell me about him. He is a wizard." Yes. He is 16. Yes. He is, by some measure I am not yet prepared to articulate, mine. Yes. Mother. Yes. He is, in a way that the sight has not described to 9 generations of us, a fixed point. Not a future. A center. Yes. You knew. I did. How? The candle. Tell me. The candle has burned, since Tuesday at noon, in a way I have not seen in my life. It has burned without flicker. The wax has not run. The flame has been blue at the base and white at the tip. The blue is the sight. The white is permission. Permission. To proceed. She looked at her mother. Mother. Yes. We are going to dismantle a compact. Yes. We are going to invoke a cleanup clause against the man with the initial T. Yes. We are going to do this on Friday. On Friday. Mother. Yes. You will not kill anyone before breakfast. Morticia, very faintly, smiled. The smile, on Morticia Addams, did the small particular thing the smile did on Wednesday, except that Morticia's was older and longer practiced, and the corner of her mouth lifted not 2 millimeters but 3. I will, my darling, kill exactly the people on the list. No more. No less. By breakfast. Mother. What? By 11. By 10. By 10:30. Acceptable. She turned, slowly, to Harry. Harry, who had been watching this exchange with the small reverent attention of a young man who had never, in his life, watched a mother and daughter speak to each other with the soft brutal honesty of the women of his small dark borrowed family, swallowed once. Morticia's eye, on him, was the color of moonlit pewter. She did not, at first, smile. She lifted, instead, her right hand, long, white, ringed in 3 black opals, and set the back of her knuckles against his cheek. Mr. Potter. Mrs. Addams. My daughter, Morticia said, has not, in 11 years, brought a young man to my house. No, ma'am, I mean, Mrs. Addams. You are the first. You will not be the last to be looked at, in this manner, by me. No, Mrs. Addams. You will, however, be the only one who walks out of the room afterward. Yes, Mrs. Addams. A pause. Her hand against his cheek. Wednesday watched. Wednesday's pulse, beneath the slow careful iambs, lifted by half a beat. Mr. Potter. Yes. You have her eyes. Wednesday's left hand, on the gravel, closed. The black die in her left hand, which had carved itself a heart on Thursday evening, warmed once in her palm. Harry, against his own confusion, did not respond. He waited, the way he had been told. Morticia, whose hand had not yet lifted, allowed her thumb, very faintly, to brush the line of his cheekbone. The brush was the brush of a mother who had, in a single motion, decided that the second interview was unnecessary. My daughter, Morticia said, has selected very well. She withdrew her hand. Wednesday, to her own surprise, breathed out a breath she had not realized she had been holding for an entire 2 minutes. Inside, Morticia said. I would like to meet the man called Snape. He owes me an apology from 1978. She picked up the candle. She walked, with the long slow elegance of a woman who had not, in 23 years of marriage and 16 years of motherhood, hurried anywhere, into Hogwarts. Wednesday and Harry stood for a moment at the gate. The wind had stopped. The wood was quiet. The lake had finished steaming. He said, very softly, Wednesday. Yes. What did she mean? About my eyes. She meant, Wednesday said, that the eyes you have are the eyes a mother of mine recognized. It is, in our family, the highest compliment available. It will be the only one you receive from her in the next year. Wednesday. Yes. Did she also mean? Yes. That I have your eyes? Yes. How? My grandmother had them. And your mother has them. And me. They are not, biologically, my eyes. They are, psychically, our eyes. Wednesday. Yes. That is not a word. It is in our family. He laughed. The laugh was the small careful laugh of a young man who had, in a Thursday evening that had begun with a hide and continued with a kiss and ended with a mother, decided that the run of his Thursdays had improved beyond his metric. She allowed herself, one final time before sleep, the corner of her mouth. In Wiltshire, at 4:06 in the morning, the curator reached for his bell. The bell did not ring. He pulled the cord again. The cord came down, gently, in his hand. The cord had, in the night, been cut 6 inches above the carved wooden rosette that secured it to the ceiling. Cut with a small, clean, single edge. The curator stared at the cut cord. He set it on the desk. He rose. He went, with the smooth efficient hurry of a man who had, twice in his career, miscalculated, to the door of his study. The door, which had been the door of his study for 15 years, did not open. The curator pulled. The curator pulled again. The curator, with the small brittle calm of a man who had been a chess master for 40 years, lifted his wand. Behind him, in the curtain at his window, a thin shape slipped down the wall in absolute silence and stood, for one breath, on the carpet of his study. A hand touched his shoulder. The hand was a hand he had not, in 5 years, expected to feel. The hand belonged to the woman who had, in 1978, made him an enemy by a small refusal at a dinner party in Berlin, and who had, in the 48 years since, never once in her life forgotten a slight. "Mr. Curator," Morticia Addams said, very gently, into his ear. "I have been waiting all my life for an evening like this." She set her free hand, palm up, on his desk beside the cut bell cord. In her palm, against the polished wood, lay a small black bone die. The die had, on its top face, a single mark. The mark was a heart. "My daughter," Morticia said, "sends her regards." The curator, very slowly, sat down. In Hogwarts, Wednesday Addams climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office for the last morning meeting before the day she had been preparing for since Tuesday, with Harry James Potter at her shoulder and her father's cigar smell in her braid and her mother's voice still in her ear. Stage 3, she thought. Stage 3. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The hand that pointed Friday came in low and grey, with the small heavy patience of a day that had been planned by other people for a long time. The car left Hogwarts at 6:30. It was, technically, 2 cars. Lurch drove the long black hearse, in which sat Morticia, Gomez, the small unconscious shape of the curator wrapped in a dust sheet and propped between them like a sleeping nephew, and a wicker basket containing the family's breakfast. Wednesday and Harry rode behind in a smaller black Bentley, driven, against Wednesday's preferences, by Severus Snape, who had volunteered for the assignment with the unreadable face of a man who had been waiting 20 years for an excuse to go to Wiltshire on his own terms. Hermione and Ron rode in the back of the hearse with Gomez and Morticia, on the unanimous decision of the older generation that the two of them had earned the position, because Hermione had identified the curator's bedroom window from a Daily Prophet photograph, and Ron had, against expectations, contributed a useful piece of information about the long-disused servants' tunnels under Wiltshire estates. McGonagall, on the steps of the castle, had put a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, very quietly, that she expected him back in time for dinner. Dumbledore had said nothing. Dumbledore had only inclined his head a quarter inch, and let his eye rest on Wednesday for one long heartbeat, and then released them. The 2 cars went down the drive together in the grey. Wednesday sat with her cloak across her knees and the cherry wand in her right hand and Calpurnia at her sleeve and, in her left palm, the small black bone die. The die's heart had not faded. The die had warmed 3 more times in the night, each time a quarter degree warmer, until at 4 in the morning Wednesday had set it on the bedside table and watched it warm itself on the wood, the way an old cat warms a windowsill. Beside her, Harry was sleeping. He had not meant to. He had refused to, when the cars had set off. He had argued, briefly, that he could keep watch. Wednesday had pointed out, with the small patience of a woman who had decided to win this small argument, that he had not slept since Tuesday, that the engagement at Wiltshire would not be over by sundown, and that she required, for the engagement, a young man who was not pretending to be alert. He had grumbled. He had folded his arms. He had been asleep against her shoulder by the third bend of the drive. She permitted his weight against her shoulder. She allowed, Also, with the small private indulgence of a girl who was, in this car at this hour, no one's audience but Snape's, the back of her hand to set itself, very faintly, against the back of his. In the rearview mirror, Snape's eye flicked, briefly, to the back seat, and then, with the small dry professional dignity of a man who refused to make a thing of small kindnesses, away. The drive to Wiltshire was 4 hours by ordinary means and 18 minutes by the magical sleight of road that Snape had been doing since the 70s. He pulled the Bentley off the small wood lane at 5 minutes to 11. The hearse had, by Lurch's parallel arrangement of the same enchanted miles, arrived 90 seconds earlier and was already parked behind the long brick wall that bordered the estate's southern edge. A small wood gate set into the wall had been opened with the key the curator had not, this morning, been alive enough to use. The wicker basket of breakfast had been carried, by Gomez, into the wood beyond the gate. The curator had been carried, by Lurch, in the dust sheet. He was, Wednesday saw at a glance, still alive. Morticia had not been able to do everything between the gate of Hogwarts and the Wiltshire wall. Or, more accurately, Morticia had wanted, very specifically, to do certain things in front of her daughter. Wednesday allowed her mother this small consideration. Wednesday. She turned. Morticia was at the wood gate. She had folded her arms inside the long sleeves of the gown, the way she did when she had been thinking. She wore, today, no rose at the throat. She had replaced the rose with a small silver pin in the shape of a single feather. Wednesday, at 16, had not, until this morning, realized how rarely her mother changed pins. Yes. He has named the rooms. All of them. All of them. I am pleased to report that the manor has, since 1994, been redecorated in a manner I personally find offensive. He has also named the layout of the wards. The wards are, by the standards of the family that owns the manor, ambitious. By our standards, they are competent. By yours, my darling, they are, I expect, instructive. And he has named the men inside. Bellatrix. Yes. Lucius. Yes. Voldemort. He has named, also, that he does not yet know whether Voldemort is at the manor at this hour. He has not seen Voldemort in person in 3 weeks. He believes, but cannot confirm, that Voldemort intends to be present this evening. Belief. Belief. Mother. Yes. What is your position on belief? I prefer to act on confirmation. I will, in this matter, defer to my daughter. Wednesday inclined her head, a quarter inch. She turned, with the small efficient motion of a girl who had a program to keep, and said, Hermione. Yes. You will lead the secondary engagement. You and Ron, with the assistance of Father, will secure the lower levels. The compact's keeper has been digging in his roses since 6 this morning. The order's chapter heads will be, by 10 this morning Lion time, in their personal vestries reading the spider script of letters that will require an in-person reply. The reply will arrive at the manor at exactly the wrong moment for our hosts. You will not be alone in the lower levels. The orders, by tradition, send a single page in the colors of their chapter to deliver a compact reply by hand. There will be 3 pages in the kitchens of the manor by 12. Receive them. Sign for them. Do not let them leave until I have read them. Hermione's quill was already in her hand. Yes. Ron. Yeah. Cover Hermione. Yeah. You will also be required to retrieve a small black object from the curator's study. The object is a snuffbox of carved jet with no clasp and a faint silver line along the top. The line is a Horcrux. Do not touch it. Use the iron tongs from the basket. Carry the object in the lined wooden case Father has prepared. Bring it, when you have it, to me directly. Do not show it to your father, he will not enjoy looking at it. Got it? Mother. Yes. You will be at my left. Yes. Father. Yes, my dove. You will not, on any account, kill Lucius Malfoy before I have spoken to him. Wednesday. Father. You ask a great deal. I require a witness who is alive. He will, in due course, be unavailable. I would prefer he be unavailable on his own time. I will allow him 5 minutes. 6. Severus. Snape, who had been standing 2 paces back with his black robe still moving from the small bracing wind of the wood, said, "Yes, Miss Addams. You will not be in the manor." "What? You will not be in the manor. You have been a tenant of certain rooms in that house for many years. The rooms know your face. The rooms will sound an alarm. You will, instead, take a position at the western boundary of the wards. Mother has prepared a flask. The flask contains a brew of your own design from 1993, modified by my mother last night with a single drop of belladonna and a single drop of black bryony. You will, when I send a small dark bird to your boundary, throw the flask into the wards. The wards will fail in the manner your potion was originally designed to make them fail. They will fail in the entire western quadrant for 3 minutes. We will, in those 3 minutes, leave." Snape looked at her for a long moment. He did not speak. He inclined his head, half an inch, with the small black professional dignity of a man who had been required, on a Friday morning, to acknowledge that he had been outflanked in his own area of expertise by a 16-year-old. "Miss Addams." "Yes. You have been planning this for 6 days. 6 days. While the rest of us slept." "I do not sleep, Professor." "Yes." They went in at the small servants' gate that the curator had been kind enough, in the night under Morticia's careful influence, to mark on a sketch. The kitchens of Malfoy Manor were below ground. They were larger than the kitchens of any private house Wednesday had been in. They had, perhaps, been built to feed armies, 150 years ago, before the Malfoys had retreated into their various reduced fashions of cruelty. They smelled, today, of bread that had been baked badly and of polish that had been used too often on a copper that did not deserve it. A house elf, very small, in a clean tea towel, was rolling out pastry on a long marble counter. The elf saw them. The elf set the rolling pin down. The elf did not, Wednesday noted with the small approval of a girl who had been raised on the side of small dignified people, raise the alarm. "Madam," the elf said, in a voice that was a small careful whisper, "you have come." Morticia inclined her head. "I have come, Tippy." Tippy was told. "By the Madame Tonks, in 1974. "Yes, Tippy. Tippy has waited." "Yes, Tippy. Tippy has the keys." "Yes, Tippy." The elf produced, from inside the tea towel, a ring of 7 keys. The keys were silver and ancient and warm, and the ring had, in addition to the keys, 3 small bone dice, each with a single mark. A heart. A tear. A blade. Morticia took the ring. "Tippy," Morticia said, "you are free." The elf, very small in her clean tea towel, looked up at Morticia with eyes that had been waiting, for 50 years, for a day on which they would be allowed to look at a lady of a house who had not bought them, and had not bound them, and had, in the long slow private generosity that Wednesday had not in her life seen her mother bestow on any other living creature, just remembered them. The elf bowed. "Madam," she said. "Tippy will be in the wood." "With the basket." "Yes, Tippy." The elf turned, in her clean tea towel, and walked out of the kitchen of Malfoy Manor with the small full-bodied dignity of a small free creature, and she did not, on her way, look back at the long marble counter where she had spent 38 years of her life rolling out pastry. Wednesday filed the moment. She added it to the small private ledger of things that, for the rest of her life, she would remember about her mother. Hermione split off at the second corridor with Ron at her elbow. Gomez went with them, his cane that was not a cane in his right hand, his small full-bodied grin in his mustache, and the long happy stride of a man who had been waiting 15 years for this morning. The 3 of them disappeared, with a quiet click, through a door at the end of the corridor. Morticia and Wednesday and Harry climbed. The servants' stair was narrow and steep. It came up, after 3 landings, into a small paneled antechamber off the main hall. The antechamber had a portrait of a woman who, on seeing them, sniffed, and then, on seeing Morticia in particular, sniffed a second time, more loudly, with the small offended dignity of a black ancestor who had been told, by a much older portrait elsewhere in the house, that today she would be required to behave. Morticia inclined her head, the smallest possible quarter-inch, to the portrait. The portrait, at this, sniffed a 3rd time. The portrait, however, did not raise the alarm. The portrait, in fact, rotated, very slightly, on its chain. A small wooden panel behind it slid aside. A new corridor opened. "Madam Black," Morticia said. "Madam Addams," the portrait said, with the offended dignity of a woman who had not been called madam by a 16-year-old in 80 years. "You have been kind." "I have not. I have been useful." "There is a difference." "There is." The portrait sniffed a 4th time, but the 4th sniff was, in its small hidden inflection, the sniff of an old woman who had been bored for 40 years and had found, in a Friday morning, a small careful entertainment. They went through. The drawing-room of Malfoy Manor was, as its sketch had promised, large. It was the room Voldemort used for his daytime meetings, when he used Malfoy Manor for daytime meetings, which he had not done, by the curator's information, in 3 weeks. It was, today, occupied. Lucius Malfoy stood at the long window in the small careful posture of a man who had not been permitted to wear his usual finery and who was, in the absence of finery, performing dignity by sheer effort. Bellatrix Lestrange was not at the window. Bellatrix Lestrange was on the long carpet in front of the fire, sitting cross-legged like a child, sharpening, with a small silver file, the tip of a wand that Wednesday recognized at once as not, technically, hers. Wednesday's wrist, against her sleeve, twitched. The wand was the second wand of a man whose first wand had been Stephen Ollivander's last creation in 1966. Ollivander's signature, on the second wand, was the small spiral burn at the base. Bellatrix Lestrange had, by the look of the wand and the small private satisfaction of her shoulders, taken the wand from its owner without permission within the last month. Lucius Malfoy turned. He saw them. His face did, for 1/2 second, the precise small thing the face of a man does when he has been waiting for bad news for 48 hours and has, at last, received a different kind of bad news than he had been waiting for. Morticia. Lucius. You did not announce yourself. I did. Tippy was not at her station this morning. I assumed the message was lost in transit. Tippy. Yes, Tippy. Tippy is free, Lucius. As of 9 minutes ago. I would recommend, for your records. Lucius's mouth did the small white around the edges thing that, on a Malfoy of his particular line, qualified as a snarl. He did not, however, draw his wand. He had, perhaps, a ghost of the curator's wisdom. He saw the 3 of them in the doorway. He saw Wednesday at the front. He saw, behind her, Morticia. He saw, behind Morticia, the boy. He saw the boy. Potter. Harry inclined his head. Mr. Malfoy. You, Lucius, Wednesday said. In the next 6 minutes I will be requiring your testimony. You will, in those 6 minutes, answer 4 questions. The questions will be specific. You will answer them in detail, without elaboration, without flattery of yourself, without flattery of your absent friends. You will, after the 6 minutes, be permitted to live, on the strict condition that you, by sundown, depart this island and not return for 15 years. Lucius blinked at her. He looked at Morticia. He saw, in Morticia's face, that she had agreed. He looked back at Wednesday. You are a child. I am the last knife. The compact. Yes. The compact does not, by tradition, send children. The compact does not, today, send anyone. The compact has been turned. You will be very interested, in the next 90 seconds, to learn this. Bellatrix, on the carpet, raised her head. She had been sharpening Ollivander's last wand, the not hers wand, with the small silver file. She had not been listening, particularly, to the conversation. She was, today, in the late stage of her long ambient hum that Wednesday's mother had warned her about in the car at 4, the hum of a woman whose madness had begun, in the last year, to show fatigue. She set the file on the carpet. She unfolded, with the slow dancer's grace she had carried since 16, to her feet. She smiled at Wednesday. The smile was, by every measure available, not friendly. You smell, Bellatrix said, like the old mountains. I am from the old mountains, Wednesday said, by way of Vermont. You smell, more specifically, like belladonna. That is correct. You came in through the kitchens. That is correct. The wards did not announce you. Tippy disabled them. Tippy. The elf in your kitchen. Tippy. Yes. Bellatrix's smile widened. Tippy, Bellatrix said, is the kind of small thing I am about to enjoy. Tippy is in the wood. With the basket. Tippy will not be available. Bellatrix. You are an intelligent woman. Yes. Use that intelligence, in the next 6 minutes, to consider the position you are in. My position. You are, in your own house, with the curator dead, with Lucius cooperating, with the compact turned, with a hide you sent to Wales eaten by another hide in the wood of Hogwarts, with your 3 sponsors disowning you, with your master not yet aware of any of this and unlikely, today, to take the news well. Your position is precarious. You are 16. I am 16. You are 16. I am 16. You have come into my house. I have come into Malfoy's house, Bellatrix. In which you are, today, a guest. Bellatrix's smile faltered. The faltering was small and it was, even, professional. It was, however, real. Wednesday's mother had said, at 4 in the morning, that Bellatrix would be interesting today because Bellatrix had, since August, been losing the small remaining sliver of the woman she had been before Azkaban. Bellatrix's hum, Morticia had said, was thinning. Bellatrix had begun to cycle, since August, between the long hot mood of her madness and a small new mood of clarity that had been unfamiliar to her for 13 years and that she was, against her will, becoming reacquainted with. The clarity arrived now. Wednesday saw it arrive. Bellatrix, in the small new mood of clarity, looked at Wednesday Addams, and Bellatrix saw the long careful program of the morning. Bellatrix saw the chess. Bellatrix saw the position. Bellatrix saw, with the small tired face of a competent woman who had, against expectations, been outflanked in her own drawing room before noon, that she had, today, lost. Cousin, Morticia said, very softly, from Wednesday's shoulder. Bellatrix's eye lifted, slowly, to Morticia's. There was a long silence. The portraits did not breathe. The fire did not crackle. The carpet did not, by any small inflection of its threads, move. Morticia. Bella. You were not on the list. I am, Bella, the list. A small dry laugh, almost pure, from a face that had not laughed pure in 13 years. Bellatrix lowered her wand. Cousin, she said. The mountains have come. The mountains have come. And the boy. And the boy. And you, Bella, will, in this drawing room, decide whether you live or whether you join the curator. I will choose. Choose. A long, slow heartbeat. Mountains. Yes. I choose mountains. Lucius made a small choking sound. Bellatrix did not look at him. Bellatrix did not, in fact, look at anyone in the room except Morticia, for a long beat, and then, with the small private respect of a woman who had decided that the ground beneath her feet was no longer her ground, at Wednesday. Last knife. Bellatrix. Your 4 questions. Quickly. Wednesday turned, deliberately, to Lucius. Lucius. Yes. The first question. Where is the diadem? Lucius's face went, all at once, from the white around the edges of a man cornered to the bone white of a man who had been asked a thing he had hoped would not be asked. The diadem. Yes, Lucius. The diadem of Ravenclaw, which has been in your master's possession for 9 years, which he removed from the room of requirement at Hogwarts in 1996, which was, until 18 months ago, hidden in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts, and which was moved, in May of last year, to the second small reading room on the 3rd floor of this manor, behind the portrait of your great-aunt, in a small wooden case lined with green silk. Lucius did not answer. He did not, Wednesday noticed, dispute her. He did not, in his face, behave as if she had said anything he could not, in this drawing-room, agree was the truth. The second question. Where is the cup? The cup of Hufflepuff, Lucius. Which has been in your master's possession for 15 years. Which is, this morning, in this manner. It is. Where? A pause. The dressing room of my mother. Behind. Behind the mirror that does not, despite the appearance, reflect the dresser. Quickly, Lucius. The third question. Has your master visited this manor in the last 3 weeks? No. Has he sent Yaxley? Yes. Yaxley is here today. In the upstairs corridor. Awake. Asleep. Will he wake before noon? No. He drank the green wine. Acceptable. The fourth question. The curator has, in his ledger, named 4 sponsors of the contract on Mr. Potter. The fourth was your master. By the initial T, was this initial witnessed, in the signing of any of the 4 sponsor contracts, by your hand? Yes. You are a witness. To one of them. You will sign, this afternoon, a deposition to that effect. Wednesday, Lucius. Yes. You will sign or you will not live to be old. A pause, thinner than the first. I will sign. Acceptable. She turned, with the small efficient pivot of a girl who had been raised to keep a program, to Morticia. Mother. Yes. The dressing room. Yes. The 3rd floor reading room. Yes. Bellatrix. Bellatrix, who had not moved, who had been watching Wednesday's interrogation with the small slowly rebuilding attention of a competent woman remembering her own competence, said, yes. You will, by the small private terms we have just agreed, accompany Mother to the dressing room. You will, in the dressing room, hand the cup to Mother by your own hand. You will, in handing the cup, perform the small ritual of your line that you used at 16, which Mother knows by name. You will hand the cup, ritually, with permission. The cup will, by the small private rules of this house, behave. Bellatrix's mouth did the smallest of curls. Almost a real smile. Last knife. Yes. You have done your reading. I do not sleep. Yes. She turned, with Morticia, and the 2 of them went, together, out of the drawing room. The door swung shut behind them with the small soft sound of a door that had been held by careful hands. Lucius Malfoy, alone with Wednesday Addams and Harry Potter and a long carpet on which a wand had been sharpened, sat, very slowly, on the chair by the fire. He did not move otherwise. Wednesday looked at Harry. The diadem. The diadem. They went up, together, to the 3rd floor. The diadem was where Lucius had said it was. It sat, in its small wooden case lined with green silk, behind the portrait of his great-aunt, in the second small reading room, on a low shelf among books of family history Wednesday had no patience for. The case was, when she lifted it, warm. Not as warm as the small black bone die. Warmer than would ought to be. She set the case on the reading table. She did not open it. Harry, beside her, had his wand low and his hand near her elbow. The fragment in his chest, the small knot Wednesday had read in the room of requirement, had begun, since the door of the reading room, to hum the small low note. Wednesday had felt it, against her shoulder, in the corridor. The knot was, today, near its kin. The kin, in the small wooden case, hummed back. Wednesday did not allow the knot the conversation. She put her hand, palm down, on the lid of the case, and she sang the small private no, the way her grandmother had taught her to sing it at 7, the way she had sung it at the knot in the room of requirement on Wednesday morning, the way she would sing it, by sundown, at the large knot in Wiltshire whose initial was T. The case stilled. The small low note in Harry's chest stilled. She nodded, once, to herself. "Iron tongs," she said. Harry produced them from his pocket. He had been carrying them since the kitchen. He passed them to her, and she opened the case with the tongs, and she took up the diadem with the tongs, and she set the diadem on the small wooden case father had prepared, the one Ron was currently bringing to her from the curator's study with the snuff-box, and she placed the diadem in the case, and she closed the case, and she set the lid on top of the case. The diadem hummed once and then, against its expectation, was quiet. Wednesday. Yes. That was. Yes. I felt it. Yes. He felt it. Yes. He knows now. He has known for 90 seconds. He will not, in the time available, react usefully. How? Because Mother has the cup. Because Bellatrix has decided she likes the mountains. Because Lucius is, this afternoon, signing his deposition. Because Severus, on the western boundary, is preparing the flask. Because, at 3 in the afternoon, the 4 orders founding chapter heads will call a private meeting in Lion and rule, by old vote, on the secondary contract. Because, at 5, the keepers of the compact will deliver the contract to the manor. Because the man with the initial T has, until 5, no reasonable means of preventing the next 8 hours. He'll come. He will. Tonight. At 9. In the courtyard. In the courtyard. By the fountain. By the fountain. A pause. Wednesday. Yes. We were going to be there at 3 minutes past 9. Yes. Anyway. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. I'm scared. That is reasonable. You're not. I am. You are. I am scared, Wednesday said, in the same small quiet way I am scared of dentists. The fear is real. The fear does not, however, change the appointment. He laughed. The laugh was small. It was thin. It was, however, a laugh. She turned, with the wooden case in her hands. Stage 3, she said. Stage 3. They went, with the case and with the boy and with the long careful program of the morning still to deliver, down the 3rd-floor corridor toward the dressing room, where Mother had, by the small attentive feel of the air, finished the ritual with the cousin who had selected mountains, and where the cup, in Mother's pocket, hummed in the small low note that the case in Wednesday's hands answered. By 11:30, they had 2. By noon, with the small ironclad bow of the keeper's arriving page in the kitchen, they had a contract. By 3, with the chapter head's vote in Lion, they had a hand. By 5, with the compact seal and red wax on a small folded square of vellum that Wednesday Addams had been waiting 9 generations to hold, they had a ledger. By 8, they had a fountain. By 8:30, they had a courtyard. By 9, Wednesday. Yes, Mother. You will not be late. I am never late. You will not be early. I am never early. Your father is in the wood. Yes. With the champagne. Yes. Mr. Potter. Yes, Mrs. Addams. Polish your glasses. Yes, Mrs. Addams. He polished his glasses. At 9:03, in the courtyard of Malfoy Manor, by the rim of a stone fountain that had not run in 3 years and that, this evening, had begun to run in the small careful way that a fountain runs when an Addams woman has, for 2 hours, asked it politely, Wednesday Addams stood with her right hand in Harry Potter's left and a small black bone die in her left palm. The die was, by now, the temperature of skin. The heart on its top face had, since 5, been joined by a tear. The tear was, in the family code, the mark for a thing that would happen. Above them, stars. The wards were down. Snape, on the western boundary, had thrown the flask at exactly 9:10. The small dark bird Wednesday had sent to him had returned to her cloak by 8:58. The 4 orders page, in the kitchens, had signed for the contract. The cup and the diadem, in their wooden cases, had been carried by Lurch into the hearse and were, by Hermione's working with iron tongs, awaiting destruction in a small, careful cellar she had identified at the bottom of the manor where iron and salt had been built into the walls. Wednesday and Harry were in the courtyard. Morticia, at the door of the courtyard, was watching from the threshold. Bellatrix, behind her, was holding a candle. Gomez, in the wood, was pouring the champagne. The man with the initial T arrived at 9:03. He came not by apparition, not by broom, not by carriage. He came on his own feet, walking, the way a man walks who has been a very long way and has decided to enjoy the last paces. He came up out of the dark of the south arch, in a long black robe that was not his usual robe, with his arms loose at his sides, with his face the white face Wednesday had read in Avery's mind and, in its older form, in Avery's older photograph. He came alone. He stopped, 10 paces from the fountain. He looked at her. He looked at the boy. He looked, last, at the small black bone die in her left palm. He smiled. The smile was, by every measure, the smile of a man who had, for 60 years, practiced charm. Wednesday Addams, Voldemort said. Mr. Riddle. That is not my name. It is the name on your contract. The compact is a stickler for names. It is, today, your name for our small business. You have read. I have read. You have brought. I have brought. And the secondary contract has been authorized. The 4 sponsors have abandoned you. The keeper has signed. The cup and the diadem are in iron and salt below this manor. The curator is dead. Your hide is in a wood-eating Bartemius crouch. Your friends have, this afternoon, retired from the field. You are 16. I am 16. You are the most interesting person I have met in 9 months. I am told. You will not, today, win. I will. You have done excellent work. I will, however, end you in this courtyard. You will not. I will. Mr. Riddle. Yes. In the next 40 seconds. Yes. Please observe. She lifted the small black bone die in her left hand. She set it on the rim of the fountain. She did not let go of it. The die warmed, suddenly, in a small bright way, and the heart on its top face, which had been joined this afternoon by a tear, was now joined, in the small attentive moment of 9:03, by a third mark. The third mark, freshly carved, was a hand. A hand, in the family code, was the mark for the close of business. You, Mr. Riddle. You have 3 Horcruxes already. 2. The diadem and the cup. The third is in the wooden case at my feet. 3. 2.5. You, the third is the diary. Your 15-year-old self has been, for 30 hours, the guest of a 16-year-old girl in Vermont. Your 15-year-old self has agreed, in writing, to the small private terms we have negotiated by post. He has decided that he prefers, for the next 40 years, to be a small dark book on a high shelf in my mother's library. He has signed the agreement in his own ink. The agreement names you, his successor, as the man who, by the small private terms of his contract with my family, is hereby formally renounced as kin by the diary. The diary, which is the foundational document of your project, has, today, disowned you. Voldemort, for the first time in any room Wednesday Addams had ever been in, did not speak. He looked at her for a long heartbeat. He looked at the die. He looked at the boy. He looked at the boy's chest. He saw, in the boy's chest, the small thing that had been there for 16 years. He reached for it. He reached the way a man reaches for a thing that has always been his. The thing did not move. The thing did not move because the thing, this evening, had been spoken to, again, by a girl with 2 long braids who had, against the rules of the compact, sung the small private no. Voldemort's reach failed. His face, for 1/2 second, did the small white thing of a man who had not, in 60 years, failed at a reach. He drew his wand. The rim of the fountain, beneath Wednesday's hand, pulsed. The fountain, which had been politely asked to run by an Addams woman, ran a little harder. The water did the small careful thing water did, in the courtyards of houses where Addams women had spent 2 hours asking, and rose, in a thin column. The column, in the small private agreement of the courtyard, became, not a fist, the courtyard would not have been so vulgar, a hand. The hand was Wednesday's grandmother's. The hand had been carved, 80 years ago, by Wednesday's great-grandmother, in the rim of this very fountain, on a Friday afternoon during a visit Wednesday's family had paid to the Malfoys before the Malfoys had become the Malfoys of today. The hand had been waiting, in the carving, for a Friday on which a daughter of the line would come and ask. The hand pointed. It pointed at Voldemort. He looked at the hand. The hand pointed. Voldemort, who had been a great wizard for 60 years, who had learned, in his 9 decades, to read the small careful shapes of magic that nobody else read, lowered his wand the smallest possible inch. Wednesday Addams. Yes. This is not, by my plan, today. It is, by my plan, today. You, Mr. Riddle. The compact's secondary contract has been authorized. The hand that pointed at Mr. Potter for 16 years is, this evening, pointing at you. The compact does not, on principle, refuse a paying client. You have paid them. The contract is open. You are. I am. You are. Yes. His mouth, very slowly, made the shape of his name. He did not say it. He, instead, performed the small precise hateful thing he had performed on the night of 1981, the night he had, against his better judgment, attempted to murder a boy with the eyes of a mother. He raised his wand, this time, against a girl with the eyes of a mother. He spoke the green word. The green word came out of his wand the way it always came out of his wand, clean, fast, with the small cold professional pride of a curse he had practiced for 55 years. It did not reach her. It met, 4 feet from her chest, the small still air that Wednesday had been holding in front of her since 5. The air had been seated, this afternoon, with the 3rd sponsor's small dark gift. The air had been seated, this morning, with the 4th sponsor's small bright permission. The air was, in this evening, the small careful gift of the 4 orders to the last knife, which was, in spirit, theirs. The air ate the green word. It ate it the way water eats salt, fast, neutral, no scene. Voldemort, for the first time in 55 years, watched a green word fail at 4 feet. He looked at Wednesday. She lifted, very gently, her left hand. She set the small black bone die between her fingers, the heart and the tear and the hand visible to him from 10 paces. Mr. Riddle. Yes. By the small private bylaws of the compact, witnessed by the 4 sponsors and authorized by the keeper this morning at 9 in Lyon, executed in this courtyard at 9:03 on the 7th of November in the year 1996, the secondary contract is, in your name, hereby invoked. The fountain, behind her, ran a little harder. The hand, in the column of water, did the small precise gesture of a hand that had been carved for this evening 80 years ago. A small dark thing, very faint, slipped out of the south arch behind Voldemort. It was Snape's bird. It was Wednesday's signal. The wards, behind the courtyard, fell. The wards did not fall the way wards fell when they were ripped. They fell the way wards fell when they had been politely retired. Snape's potion, modified by Morticia at 4 a.m. with the small careful drop of belladonna and the small careful drop of black bryony, did not break the wards. It fed them, a small last meal, and the wards thanked it, and lay down. The drawing room above the courtyard sighed. The corridors sighed. The portrait of the great-aunt sighed and slept. Even the iron of the old gates, far away at the southern boundary of the estate, did the small contented thing of metal that has been politely told it is no longer required for the evening. Voldemort felt the wards lie down. He felt, in their lying down, the long careful program of the morning that had ended, this evening, by lying him down. His face did the small private thing his face did when he had been outflanked, which Wednesday Addams was now the third person in his 60 years to have witnessed and the only one to have caused. He raised his wand a second time. He spoke a different word. The word was older. The word was the word he had been saving, for 13 years, for a true emergency. The word was, in its old shape, a thing that had been, before language, a small dirty river of intent. The word came out of his wand and reached her at 3 feet. It did not reach her at 2 feet. The small still air, which had eaten the first green word at 4 feet, ate the second at 3. The order's gift, which Wednesday had been seeding the courtyard with since 5, did not have a scale. Words, the order's gift had been told, were words. The gift, which had been a polite thing in a small chapel in Lyon at 3 in the afternoon, was, by 9, a wall. Voldemort, for the second time, watched a curse fail at his hand. He took a single step backward. The hand of water, in the fountain, pointed. Wednesday lowered her left hand. She held the die, now, between her thumb and first finger, the way an Addams woman holds the small instrument that, in the family's history, had ended 7 men whose initials had been disliked. Mr. Riddle. Yes. You have, by the secondary contract, 90 seconds in which to cooperate. I will, in those 90 seconds, accept your wand. I will accept the small ring you wear on your right hand. I will accept the locket I have not yet seen. I will accept the diary. I will accept, by your agreement, the small portion of yourself that has been a tenant of this boy for 15 years. I will, in exchange for these, allow you, on your own feet, to walk to the wood, where my father is waiting with a small bottle of champagne and a pair of iron shackles. You will not be killed in the wood. You will be retired. Retired. By the small private term we have agreed. You will be set, in iron, in salt, in the cold dry chapel my mother's family has kept for 900 years in the mountains of Carpathia. You will live. You will not, however, be bothered by ambition. The chapel, in 900 years, has been a place where ambition is, very politely, asked to leave the building. You will not. I will. You, Mr. Riddle, 90 seconds. You will, in those 90 seconds, also have the option to refuse. If you refuse, I will use the die. The die will close the contract by the small private clause that closes contracts that are not cooperated with. The die has been carved, this Friday, with the heart and the tear and the hand. The hand is the close. I would prefer the chapel, for both of us. The chapel is a longer arrangement. I am willing, however, to accept either. Voldemort looked, this time, not at the die, not at the fountain, not at the boy. He looked at Wednesday's mother, in the doorway. Morticia inclined her head, the smallest possible quarter-inch. He looked at Bellatrix, behind her. Bellatrix's smile was the small new private smile of a woman who had decided, 3 hours earlier, that she liked the mountains. He looked, last, at Harry James Potter. He saw Harry's eyes. He saw, in Harry's eyes, the eyes of a woman he had attempted to murder 15 years ago. He saw, also, around the eyes of a girl with 2 long braids who had, in this courtyard, been the 3rd person in his life to outflank him and the only one to do it on a Friday before sundown. He looked away. He looked, for one long heartbeat, at the small dark sky above the courtyard. Then, with the small private dignity of a man who had made himself, in 60 years, into a thing, and had finally been asked, by a 16-year-old, to be a man for the small remaining duration of his appointment, he lowered his wand. He lowered the wand to the floor. He set the wand on the cobble. He stepped back from the wand. "The chapel," he said. "The chapel. Forever. You will not, I will. The chapel is well kept. You will have, in your cell, a small writing desk and a single bell. The bell will not work. The desk will. Acceptable. Acceptable." He turned, slowly, in the small soft circle of his own resignation, and he walked, on his own feet, toward the south arch and the wood beyond it, where Gomez Addams stood by a small folding table with a single bottle of champagne, a pair of iron shackles, 2 small dry biscuits, and the small full-bodied grin of a man who had, after 15 years, finally been given his Friday evening. Wednesday watched Voldemort go. She watched, beside her, Harry James Potter exhale the breath he had been holding since 4 in the afternoon. She did not allow herself, for the small last 15 seconds of stage 3, the corner of her mouth. She would, she had decided in the kitchen, allow it tomorrow. For tonight, she lifted the small black bone die from between her fingers, set it back into the small inner pocket of her cloak, and turned, slowly, to her boy. 3 minutes past 9, she said. 3 minutes past 9. By the rim of the fountain. By the rim of the fountain. Now, Mr. Potter, we will follow the schedule. Wednesday, polish your glasses. He polished his glasses. The small dark sky above the courtyard, very faintly, with the small private pleasure of a sky that had been told, by an Addams woman, that the evening had ended in a chapel and not in a tomb, did the small careful thing of letting 1 star, exactly 1, do the small private blink of a thing in long quiet attendance. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Mate's Vow. Saturday came in pale. The light over Wiltshire had the small unsure color of an early morning that had not, for 15 years, been allowed to be unsure. The sky, having spent the night holding its breath, was, by 6, beginning to admit that it was not, on this particular morning, required to be a battlefield. The frost on the hedge across the courtyard wall was the kind of frost that had been laid down, sometime during the 3rd quarter of the night, by a wind that had finally given up its post and gone home. Wednesday Addams stood at the window of the small bedroom at the back of Malfoy Manor that had, for the last 6 hours, been hers. She had not slept. She had washed. She had braided her hair. She had laced her boots. She had, in the long hour between 2 and 3, written a single letter, by lamp, in her own hand, to Larissa Weems, in which she had thanked the headmistress, with the small dry economy that her mother had taught her, for the loan of a port-key and the writing of a letter of introduction. She had sealed the letter with a small piece of black wax that had not been the compact's. The wax had, this morning, been her own. She had, for the 2nd time in her life, allowed herself to be, very faintly, proud of her work. The first had been at 12, when she had, by hand, set a small uncle's tooth back into his jaw at a family barbecue. She had not allowed the pride to show. She would not, this morning either. There was a knock at her door. 2 raps, soft, even. "Come in," she said, without turning. Harry came in. He had not slept, either. He had washed. He had not bothered to comb his hair. He carried, in his right hand, a mug. He carried, in his left, a small wooden box. "Tea," he said. "Black. I know. Acceptable." He set the mug on the windowsill at her elbow. He stood, For a moment, in the small uncertainty of a young man who had been, in the last 5 hours, the boyfriend of a girl who had outflanked Voldemort in a courtyard and who was, this morning, wearing the same long black wool she had been wearing all week. Wednesday. Yes. Hermione's downstairs. The cellar's done. The cup, the diadem, the ring, the locket. She used the basilisk fong the headmaster gave her in the small case. Acceptable. All 4 are dead. 3. The diary will not be killed today. Why not? It is 15. It has, in the last day, written 3 sonnets to a cousin of mine in Vermont. The cousin is 15. The cousin is a researcher of dead languages. The cousin has, at this hour, replied. The diary has, by the terms of its own correspondence, agreed to remain a diary in my mother's library, in a glass case keyed to my own blood, in which it will be permitted, for the next 60 years, to write sonnets to my cousin and nothing else. The diary, I will admit, surprised me. I did not anticipate, in the diary, the quality of its prosody. Wednesday. Yes. You captured a piece of Voldemort's soul by giving it a pen pal. Yes. I refined the schedule. You, Harry. Yes. Polish your glasses. He polished his glasses. He set the small wooden box on the windowsill beside the tea. He did not open it. He did not, also, look at it. He looked at her, instead. Wednesday. Yes. The fragment. Yes. In me. Yes. The plan. Yes. It's today. It is today. In the chapel. In the chapel. The cold dry chapel my mother's family has kept for 900 years. By the small careful method, written in 1931 by a great-great-aunt of mine who had read the works of the man called Riddle in his earliest period, modified by my mother last night. The method requires a quiet room. The chapel is the quietest room in our family. It is the only room in our family that has, at any time, been quiet. Wednesday. Yes. You said it would take a year. I said the long term would take a year. The fragment can be removed today. The thread cannot be replaced today. The thread is, by the method's requirement, replaced over a year of small private rituals. The rituals will require both of us. The rituals will involve, among other things, Mongolia. 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 Right. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. He paused. Will it hurt? Yes. Will I die? No. Will you? No. You're sure? I am sure of you. I am sure of me. I am sure of the chapel. I am sure of the method. I am, today, exactly as sure as I have ever been of anything. All right. Harry. Yes. You may, at this moment, do something sentimental. What? You may kiss me. Quickly. We have a chapel to be at by 10. He kissed her. It was not the 8-second kiss of last evening. It was the small careful kiss of a young man who had, in the last 5 hours, been required to hold inside his ribs the small still presence of a thing that had been a tenant for 15 years and was, today, going to be evicted, and who had, for those 5 hours, also been required to think, against his usual habit, about the rest of his life. The kiss was 30 seconds long. It did, against Wednesday's earlier program, very pleasantly take the entire 30 seconds. It did, against her schedule, run an additional 5. He stepped back. His glasses had not, this time, fogged. He had, against her instructions, polished them with a small focus. Wednesday. Yes. In the chapel. Yes. Will you, marry you? Harry. Yes. You were not asking me to marry you. You were asking me to make a vow that, in our family's tradition, is not a marriage and is, in fact, considerably worse than one. The mate's vow. Yes. It is the small private agreement, written in 1908 by my great-great-grandmother, that two people, whose sight has named them to each other, do, before any other agreement, formally name each other. The vow is older than marriage. The vow is older than the compact. The vow is, by the small private rules of my family, the vow that supersedes the ones I have just dismantled. Yes. I will do that vow. Today. Today. After the chapel. Before Mongolia. With mother as witness, with father as the second witness, with Bellatrix as the third witness, with Severus as the fourth, with Hermione and Ron as guests. I have prepared the candles. I have prepared the small dark wine. I have, this morning, written the small private declaration that the vow requires the two of us to write in our own ink. I have, here, she set her hand on her cloak's inner pocket, your half of the document. I have not read it. I wrote it on your behalf. I knew, at 4 o'clock this morning, what you would say. I will, however, allow you to revise it, if you decline any of its phrasing. I have written the phrases conservatively. Wednesday. Yes. I'm not going to revise. Acceptable. Wednesday. Yes. I love you. I have noticed. Wednesday. Yes. That's all. All right. She did not, for once, say it back. She had been raised, by her mother, to say it only when she meant it for the long arrangement. The mate's vow would, this afternoon, say it for her, in the small private way that, in her family, 3 small dark candles and a single drop of dark wine and a single line of ink in 2 hands said it. She did not, however, withhold it. She set, instead, her hand against his cheek. The touch said the rest. He set his against hers. The thread in her chest sang the clean low note, and the harmony, and beneath the harmony the third note that had been, since the room of requirement, hers and his together, and beneath that, this morning, a 4th note. The 4th note was the candle her mother had lit on Tuesday at noon, which had, all week, burned without flicker. The 4th note had, in the night, gone from white to gold. She did not look down at the small wooden box on the sill. The small wooden box held the diadem. The diadem had, for 2 hours in the cellar, sung a small low note of its own. Hermione had set the basilisk fawn against it at 1 in the morning. The diadem had, in its small wooden case, been quiet ever since. The cup had been quiet. The ring had been quiet. The locket, retrieved by Bellatrix in the small unmarked back stair on the 3rd floor that Wednesday's mother had, at 3, named, had been quiet. The fragment in Harry, this morning, had begun the small low note that was its own, the small low note that the diadem would have made, had the diadem still been a diadem. The fragment, this morning, was alone. The fragment, this morning, was the last. The chapel was 4 hours away by ordinary road and 28 minutes by the family's old portkey wagon, which Lurch had positioned, by 10 to 7, in the small wood at the south of the estate. They left at 7. They arrived at 28 past. The chapel was small. It was square. It had been built, 900 years ago, by a family whose name had been lost in the long slow Carpathian way of names. The chapel was set into the south face of a mountain that had, in the long careful patience of the Addamses, never been climbed by anyone who had not been invited. The door was iron. The door was salt. The walls were stone. The roof was stone. There were no windows. There was, in the middle, a single small wooden chair. It smelled of stone and salt and the small dry permanence of a place that had not, in 900 years, allowed any small dirty river of intent to pass through it. Voldemort, in his small cell at the end of the chapel, sat at the small writing desk with the single bell that did not work and watched, with the small attentive face of a man who had, in his retirement, begun to remember that he had been, in his 11th year, a boy who had liked to read. He did not look up as they came in. Wednesday and Harry. Morticia, behind. Bellatrix, behind her. Severus, behind her. Hermione and Ron, last, with their hands held in the small private way that they had, against the morning, agreed to begin. The chapel was full and quiet. Wednesday set Harry on the wooden chair in the middle. She knelt in front of him. She set her right hand on his sternum, the way she had in the room of requirement on Wednesday morning. She set her left hand, palm up, in his lap. Last time. Yes. It will take 7 minutes. Yes. You will not feel pain. You will feel cold. The cold will go down your arms. The cold will go down your legs. The cold, when it reaches your feet, will leave the chapel through the door. The chapel will accept it. The chapel, in 900 years, has accepted everything. Yes. The thread. Yes. I will replace it, over the next year, in small careful rituals. Yes. The first will be tonight. Yes. The first will be the mate's vow. Yes. Are you ready? Yes. She closed her eyes. She did not, this time, walk into him through his palm. She did not need to. The thread, between his sternum and hers, had been singing to her since the cottage. She walked into him through the thread. She found the fragment. The fragment was not, this morning, a teenage boy. The fragment was not, also, a knot. The fragment was a small dark seed. It had, in the night, retreated. It had, in the morning, not retreated further. It had taken, instead, the small private dignity of a thing that had been told, the day before, that it was not going to be killed. The fragment, in the small dark seed, sat in the soft warm room behind Harry's sternum with the small alert attention of a thing that had read a careful contract. "Hello," it said, in a voice that was no longer charming. "Hello. You have come. I have. You have brought. I have." She lifted, in her right hand, in his sternum, the small thread of her family's method. The thread was not a thread, technically. The thread was a small clear word in the family's old language. The word was the word for permission to go. It was, in the family's tradition, the smallest possible kind word. She spoke the word. The fragment, in the seed, breathed once. It looked up. It looked at her. Wednesday Addams. Yes. This was not, by my plan, today. It is, by my plan, today. You have, since Tuesday at noon, lost. The diadem. The cup. The ring. The locket. The diary, which has, by its own writing, retired to my mother's library to be a poet. The man called Riddle, who has, by his own writing, retired to a chapel to be a man. You, in this seed, are the last of him. You are not, today, required to die. You are required, only, to leave. To where? To the door. The door, in 900 years, has accepted everything. The door will accept you. And you will, on the other side of the door, be the small free thing you should have been when he was 11. You will not, on the other side of the door, be his. You will, on the other side of the door, be your own. You, quickly, please. We have a vow. The fragment, in the seed, considered her. It did, for 1/2 second, the small old thing of a thing that had been required, for 15 years, to be a tenant in a body it had not been invited into and had been, for 15 years, very small and very tired and very ashamed, although it had not been allowed to know it had been ashamed. It looked down. It looked, in the small unfamiliar way of a thing that had been told it could, look down at itself. It said, very quietly, "All right." She lifted her right hand. She lifted, with it, the seed. The seed, in her palm, was the size of a peppercorn. It was warm. It was, against the rules of seeds of its kind, a little soft. She walked, in her sternum to his, back to his palm. She withdrew her hand from his sternum. She lifted, with her hand, the seed. She set the seed on her own left palm. She rose. She walked, with the seed, to the iron and salt door of the chapel. She opened the door. The cold came in, briefly. She set her palm flat on the threshold. The seed, in her palm, lifted. It rose, very slowly, on a small breath of cold that had come in from the mountain. It hovered, for half a heartbeat, in the air above her palm. Then it was not on her palm. It was, at the next heartbeat, on the threshold. At the next, on the air above the threshold. At the next, gone. The chapel, in its long careful patience, exhaled. The cold went out, with the seed. She closed the door. She turned. Harry, in the small wooden chair, had his eyes closed. She walked back to him. She knelt. She set her hand on his sternum. The thread, in her chest and in his, sang the clean low note. There was, for the first time in 15 years, no second voice in the soft warm room behind his sternum. He opened his eyes. Wednesday. Yes. It is gone. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. It is gone. Yes. His hand came up, for one moment, to his own sternum, the way it had on Tuesday when he had, against his usual habit, registered the itch that the thread had told her about. It rested, this morning, on a place that was, for the first time in his small dark life, only his. Tears. She had not seen him cry. She watched him cry, now, for the small careful 7 seconds it took. She did not speak. She did not, in the small careful Addams way, make of his tears a thing. When he had finished, she set her thumb against his cheek and brushed, very faintly, the line of one tear. Harry. Yes. We have a vow. Yes. He stood. She stood. The chapel, in its long careful patience, made the small private warming of stone and salt that, in the family's tradition, marked the small private warming of a chapel that had, in 900 years, presided over 47 mates' vows of the family's daughters and was, today, presiding over the 48th. The vow was small. The vow was, in the family's tradition, the smallest possible kind of agreement. It was 3 lines of ink in 2 hands. It was 3 small dark candles, one for the daughter, one for the chosen, one for the witness. It was a single drop of dark wine on the threshold. Morticia, at the door, set the wine. Gomez, at the south wall, lit the first candle. Bellatrix, at the east wall, with the small new private dignity of a woman who had, in 3 hours, decided to be a cousin again, lit the second. Severus, at the west wall, with the small black professional dignity of a man who had been required, for 2 decades, to attend a great many small private rituals by which a great many small private people had recommitted to small private cruelties, and who was, today, presiding over the first small private ritual he had, in his life, approved of, lit the third. Hermione and Ron, at the north wall, held hands and did not, in the small attentive way of 2 young people who had decided to be guests, speak. Wednesday, in the middle, set down on the small wooden chair the parchment. She had written, on the parchment, 3 lines. The first was hers. It said, I, Wednesday Friday Addams, daughter of Morticia Frump Addams, last knife of the old compact, name Harry James Potter as the chosen. The second was his. It said, I, Harry James Potter, son of Lily Potter, last of the old line of the Southern Isle, name Wednesday Friday Addams as the chosen. The third was theirs. It said, by the small careful warming of this stone, by the small dark warming of this wine, by the small bright warming of these candles, we agree, on this 7th day of November in the year 1996, that the small private agreement we have, by the sight, made known to each other, shall, for the small careful balance of our lives, be honored, in cold and in heat, in light and in dark, in the small careful long road of our lives. She set the small black glass quill on the parchment. She wrote her line. She passed the quill to Harry. He wrote his. He passed the quill back. She wrote, in two hands now, her hand and his clasped on the quill, the third. The chapel, on the third line, made the small private warming. Morticia, at the door, did the small private thing her mouth did when she was, despite 48 years of not allowing herself. Gomez, at the south wall, did the small private thing his mouth did when he was, against the rules of his own restraint, very nearly weeping. Bellatrix, at the east wall, did the small new thing her mouth did when she was, for the first time in 13 years, watching a small private good thing happen and was not, for the small careful 3 seconds it took her face to recognize, quite sure what to do with the muscles of her face. Severus, at the west wall, did not move. Severus, however, allowed himself, for 1/2 second, the small dry private smile of a man who had decided, 20 years too late, that some people were redeemable. Hermione, at the north wall, wept openly into Ron's shoulder. Ron, at the north wall, allowed her. The vow, in 3 lines, in 2 hands, in 3 candles, in 1 drop of wine, was complete. Wednesday, in the middle, set the quill on the chair. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter. Mrs. Addams. Not yet. Almost. In due course. In due course. Polish your glasses. He polished his glasses. She allowed, properly, the small full smile she had been negotiating with all week. It was a small smile. It was small and it was real, and it was the 4th time in her life that her face had performed a smile that had survived its own arrival, and she did not, in this small chapel under a Carpathian mountain, take any of those 4 smiles back. By noon, they were in Hogwarts. By 1:30, in the headmaster's office, the long careful program of the morning had been delivered, for the small private benefit of Albus Dumbledore, by Wednesday Addams, in 520 words, with a single small black bone die and a piece of parchment in 2 hands placed on his desk for inspection. Dumbledore had, for the first time in 20 years, not been ahead of a conversation by even a sentence. He had, very quietly, listened. By 2, Avery, in his small holding cell, had, by the careful attention of Bellatrix Lestrange, who had, this morning, become the family's surprise legal counsel, been sentenced. He would, by the small private contract Bellatrix had drawn up in the carriage, spend the next 15 years on a small island off the coast of Mauritius, in the kind of confinement that, in the family's tradition, was called retirement. He had inclined his head, behind the gag, with the small dry professional dignity of a man who had decided, at the last, that he could write a memoir. By 3, the keepers of the compact, in Lion, had received from Lurch by hand a small folded square of parchment, written in the spider script of the last knife, in which Wednesday Addams had, in 3 lines, formally retired the office of the last knife from her family for the foreseeable future. The keepers, by ancient agreement, had, in 3 lines, formally accepted. The compact, after 156 years, was on a small private vacation. It would not, for the next 40 years at minimum, be available. By 4, the 4 orders chapter heads had, in their separate vestries, lit the small black candles their charters required them to light at the formal closing of a secondary contract, and had, in 3 lines each, by ink in their own hands, written letters of small dry congratulation to the daughter of Morticia Frump Addams, who had, for the first time in 9 generations, dismantled the compact's worst abuses without breaking the older agreements. The letters had arrived at Hogwarts by owl, simultaneously, at 4:07, and had been opened by Hermione Granger, who had, in the small private way of a young woman who liked to be useful, archived them. By 5, the Hogwarts staff, in the staff room, had, against their usual reserve, applauded. By 6, the small private dinner that had, since Tuesday at noon, been waiting in the kitchens of Nevermore Academy for a girl who had been gone a week and would not, by the small private program of the next 2 years, be back, had been packed into a small picnic basket and dispatched, by Eugene Ottinger, to a small mountain in Inner Mongolia. By 7, the long black hearse, with Lurch at the wheel and Morticia in the passenger seat and Gomez in the back with Bellatrix and the small wooden box that had once contained the curator's snuff box and now contained, by Wednesday's careful folding, the small folded square of the parchment that the chapel had warmed, was on the road north. Wednesday and Harry, in the smaller black Bentley, with Snape at the wheel because Snape had, against everyone's expectations, been invited to the airport, were behind. Hermione and Ron, in the smaller back seat, were holding hands. The road went north. The road went, after a small careful pause at the gates of Hogwarts so that McGonagall could, in her tartan and her clipboard, see them off, and so that Dumbledore could, in his lavender and plum, set his hand on Harry's shoulder for a single half-second and, with the small private quiet of a man who had been an institution and was, today, not required to be, simply say, go, to the airport. The airport was Muggle. Wednesday's family, despite the various magical conveyances available, used Muggle airports for international travel. They had, since 1974, found the airport's bureaucracy charming. The plane was a small black plane. The pilot was Cousin ITT. At 11:07, on Saturday, the 7th of November, in the year 1996, on the small black runway of a private airfield in Hertfordshire, with the long careful program of the week behind her and the small private program of the next 2 years in front of her, Friday Addams, 16, last knife of an old compact that had, this afternoon, been retired, daughter of a mother who had, this afternoon, kissed her on the temple in the small private way her mother had kissed her on her 7th birthday, daughter of a father who had, this afternoon, set a single white rose in her hair without comment, made of a 16-year-old wizard with messy hair and tired green eyes who had, this afternoon, written in 2 hands a vow with her on a parchment that the chapel of her mother's family had warmed, stood at the bottom of a small black plane stair and did not, against all the careful program of her week, climb. She turned. Harry, behind her, paused. Wednesday. Yes. Did you see something? Yes. What? The next 2 years. And the 3rd. And the 4th. Yes. And the boy who, in the 3rd year, would in the small careful program of his life have, with me, been requesting permission to. She stopped. She had not, even to herself, finished the sentence. She had not been ready to finish the sentence. She had been, for a small private heartbeat, 15, instead of 16, instead of 60. He looked at her for one heartbeat. Then, in the small soft thing his face did when he had been required, in the last week, to read her millimeters, he set his hand against her cheek. Wednesday. Yes. It's okay if you saw it. Yes. It's okay if it isn't a vision. Yes. It's okay if it's just. Yes. Just. Yes. Just an invitation. Yes. You said, at the beginning, that you didn't believe in mate bonds. Yes. You also said, at the beginning, that the site was, mostly, a reading. Yes. With a small layer of invitation. Yes. That was not coming from the site. Yes. Coming from you. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. I'll come. Yes. To Mongolia. Yes. To the rest of it. Yes. Wednesday. Yes. She climbed. He climbed behind her. The small black plane, with Cousin ITT at the controls, lifted off the small black runway in the small cold November dark of a Saturday at 11:11 and turned, without comment, east. Wednesday Addams, who had been raised among knots and nodes and long careful traditions, who had a rule against sentimental objects, who had been told by her mother that no Addams woman had ever, in 9 generations, been required by the site to abide a die that displayed an organ, sat in the small black leather seat by the small black window of the small black plane and watched, against her own forecasting, The lights of Britain peel away below. She did not, as the lights peeled, allow herself the corner of her mouth. She allowed, instead, the whole face. She did not turn it on Harry. She turned it on the window. The window, in its small attentive way, did not, for once, look back. It allowed her, instead, the small private dignity of a girl whose long careful program of the week was, against all forecasts, complete. The thread in her chest sang. In Wiltshire, in a small chapel under a Carpathian mountain, a man called Riddle began, in his small wooden chair, to write, in his own hand, in his own ink, a memoir that would not, in the next 40 years, be read by anyone but a small free seed in a small dark mountain wind. In Lyon, in a small cathedral library that had, this afternoon, been politely emptied, the compact's keeper, having retrieved his ledger from his roses, sat at his desk and laughed, very softly, the small dry laugh of an old man who had, in his career, finally been required by a 16-year-old to retire. In Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore allowed himself, for the first time in 20 years, to lift a glass alone in the small private way of a man who had, against his own forecasts, been outflanked, on a Friday before sundown, by a child who had refused to be sent. In Wales, in a small Welsh wood, a Hyde, on its bad knee, slept. In Vermont, in the small private library of the Addams house, a 15-year-old boy named Tom, who had, this afternoon, written his 4th sonnet to a 15-year-old girl named Cousin Matilda, set down his pen and considered, for a small private heartbeat, that he had, in the small careful library, become a poet. In a small Welsh sheep farm at the edge of a wood, a silver-bearded shepherd, returned from the wood with a small basket of mushrooms, set the kettle back on the hob, and turned, with the small private courtesy of a man who had decided to live longer than he had been planning to a small black painted carved sheep with a chip in its left ear, and inclined his head, the smallest possible quarter-inch, in thanks. And in a small black plane at 11:15 in the small cold November dark, with the small black wing tilting under the small bright stars, Friday Addams set her right hand, against her own program, in the right hand of the boy who was, by the careful warming of a chapel under a Carpathian mountain, hers. She did not look at him. He did not look at her. They did not, on this small careful plane, in this small careful evening, in this small careful first hour of the small careful next 2 years, need to. The thread in her chest sang the clean low note. The harmony. The third note, hers and his together. The fourth, the candle her mother had lit on Tuesday at noon, which had, this afternoon, in a small chapel under a Carpathian mountain, been allowed to go out. The fifth, this morning, the small new note that had, against all the program of her 16 years, been the small new private note of a girl who had, in a single week in November, decided, against her own forecasts, to live the long careful program of the rest of her life with a young man who, in his small careful sleeping breath against her shoulder, had begun, against the long careful program of his small careful 16 years, to dream. In Mongolia, in a small low stone house at the edge of a small green steppe, a small attentive curtain at a small attentive window did the small attentive thing curtains did when they had been, for a year, expecting a small attentive guest, and rose. The plane flew east. The last knife of an old compact, retired, in a small black plane, in the small careful warmth of a hand that had, against her, been hers, slept. For the first time in 8 months, she slept. Outside the window, the small bright stars were, in their small attentive way, accurate. She woke, against her own habit, twice on the flight. The first time was an hour east of Britain, when the small black plane crossed the dark fold of the North Sea and the small attentive engines did the small low thing engines did when they had been told, by a hand that was not the pilot's, that a passenger was beginning a dream she would, on waking, have wanted to remember. The dream was of the chapel. The dream was the small careful warming the chapel had performed on the third line of the parchment, with her hand and his hand on the quill. The dream did not, against the rules of dreams, replay the moment. The dream offered, instead, the small private gift of letting her stand a half-pace to the side and watch herself stand at the chair and watch herself sign and watch, for 1/2 second, the small careful relief that had crossed the boy's face when the second line had finished arriving on the parchment in his own hand. She had not, in the chapel, allowed herself to look at his face. In the dream, she allowed herself. In the dream, she also allowed herself to notice, in her own face, the small private shock of a girl who had, in writing a third line in 2 hands, reached the small private end of a long program she had not believed she would ever, in her life, be permitted to write. She woke, briefly. The cabin was dark. The small reading light at the seat opposite was on. Snape, who had elected to fly with them as far as Ulaanbaatar and to return on the small return leg, was reading a book. The book, Wednesday saw with the small careful satisfaction of a girl who had been raised to read titles upside down at 12 paces, was a book on the language of certain Mongolian birds. Snape, against the rules of Snape, had begun to plan ahead. She closed her eyes. The second time she woke was over Mongolia, with the small bright November sun coming up underneath the small black plain in a long flat line of white that was, in the small careful local color, a kind of pewter that had been polished for 100 years. Harry, against her shoulder, was awake. He had been awake, by the small alert thing of his breath, for 30 minutes. Harry. Yes. How long? Half an hour. You did not wake me. No. Why? You were sleeping. Yes. You don't, much. Yes. So I didn't. Acceptable. Wednesday. Yes. There's a step. Yes. It's the color of nothing. That is the color of the step. It's beautiful. I am told. He laughed. The laugh was small. It was, again, real. She allowed it. She set her right hand, with the small private permission she had, in the chapel, written into the third line, on his hand. The thread in her chest sang the clean low note. The harmony. The third note. The fourth, which had, in the chapel, been allowed to go out. The fifth, which had begun, between the chapel and the runway, to be a fixture. She turned her face, very slightly, to the small black window. The step was, indeed, the color of nothing. It was the color, she thought, that her mother had once said the wedding gowns of the family ought to be in. Her mother had been told off, by Wednesday's grandmother, in the small private way of a grandmother who had thought the family should, on the matter of wedding gowns, return to black. Wednesday's mother had, in 1973, married Wednesday's father in the small careful pewter color of a step that, in the small private program of the family, had been waiting for her. Wednesday allowed herself, against the rules of small black planes over steps, a small private thought about her own wedding gown. She did not commit to it. She did, however, allow it. The small black plane began the small careful descent. The small low stone house at the edge of the small green step was, by Wednesday's mother's careful arrangements, ready. It was not large. It was square. It had been built, in the long Addams way, by Wednesday's great-grandmother in 1914, on the foundation of a small private guest house her great-great-grandmother had bought, in 1898, from a small Mongolian dignitary who had, by Wednesday's great-great-grandmother's small careful program, been very pleased with the sale. The roof was slate. The floor was slate. The walls were stone. The windows were leaded. The doors were two, one of iron, one of salt. A small woman in a long red robe was at the door. She did not, on seeing Wednesday, bow. She did, instead, the small private thing of a woman who had been, for 50 years, the keeper of the small low stone house, and who had, for the last 30 hours, been told by the small attentive curtain at the small attentive window that a small attentive guest was on the way. She set her hand on Wednesday's cheek. She did not, in the small private way of the keeper of the family's most private property, speak. Wednesday inclined her head, the smallest possible quarter-inch. The keeper turned, with the small private permission of a woman who had, for 50 years, been very good at her job, to Harry. She set her hand on his cheek. She regarded him, for one heartbeat, with the small attentive care of a woman who had, for 50 years, been told by Wednesday's mother to expect, eventually, a particular kind of guest. She, very softly, in a language Wednesday's family had not bothered to teach Harry, said one sentence. Wednesday, against her program, smiled. Wednesday. Yes. What did she say? She said you have her eyes. Wednesday. Yes. That's the third, it is. She is, by my mother's choice, the small private keeper of this house. She has, for 50 years, been our most reliable judge of guests. She has, this morning, decided you are. What? Acceptable. Wednesday. Yes. That is the highest compliment I have received in my life. You will become accustomed. The small low stone house had, inside, 4 rooms. The first was a kitchen. The kitchen had a stove that had been lit by the keeper at 4 in the morning. A pot was simmering. The smell, Wednesday recognized at once, was the small private smell of her grandmother's broth. The second was a sitting room. The sitting room had 2 armchairs. Both were old. Both were, to a small careful eye, well used. The third was a small library. The library had, on its third shelf, in a small glass case keyed to Wednesday's blood, a small dark book. The book had not yet arrived. The book would arrive, by post, this afternoon. The fourth was a bedroom. The bedroom had 1 bed. Wednesday had, on the plane, made the small careful decision to address this room, the matter of 1 bed, in the small private program of the next 2 years, by writing to her mother for the loan of a second bed by carrier owl. The small private decision, however, was not for this morning. This morning, in the keeping of the keeper, in the small careful warming of the step in the November sun, in the small careful program of a girl who had, in the chapel, allowed herself to permit the whole face, the matter of 1 bed could, for 1 heartbeat, be merely the matter of 1 bed. Harry, on the threshold of the bedroom, with the small careful gallantry of a young man who had, against his usual habit, had a thought on the plane, said, "I'll take the sofa." There is no sofa. The armchair, then. The armchair is my father's. The kitchen floor. It is slate. The library. The library is my mother's. Right. Harry. Yes. You will take the bed. In the small careful program of the next 2 years, my mother will, this evening, arrange for the keeper to add a second bedroom to this house. The second bedroom will be ready by Wednesday. Until Wednesday, you will take this bedroom, and I will take, against your protests, the small narrow bench in the library, which my mother and I have, since I was 9, taken turns sleeping on when we have come here. I am familiar with the bench. I am very fond of it. Do not, on any account, attempt chivalry. It does not, in this house, work. Wednesday. Yes. All right. Acceptable. He set his small leather case on the bed. He turned. He came back to the threshold. He set his hand against her cheek, the way he had begun, this week, to be permitted. She set hers against his. The thread sang. Wednesday. Yes. 2 years. 2 years. And then. Then we will see. Wednesday. Yes. I think I would like to spend the rest of my life seeing. Acceptable. She, for the 5th time in her life, allowed the whole face. This time she turned it on him. He, against the rules of small Carpathian-trained boys, did not flinch. He, instead, did the small reciprocal thing his face had, in the last week, learned, the small almost smile that lived in the corners of his eyes and that, on him, qualified as the small careful version of the whole face. The keeper, in the corridor, called them softly to breakfast. In Britain, the long careful evening had become, in the small dark hours, a long careful morning. In Hogwarts, in the small chamber off the side of the great hall, Hermione Granger sat at the round oak table with her notebook and her quill and her small careful third column. The third column had, in the night, been completed. The third column had 317 entries. The first entry was the entry that had, on Tuesday morning, said, "Throws a knife." The last entry, written at 3:30 this morning, said, "Schedules her own first kiss." The middle entries had, against Hermione's expectations, been, on the whole, more frightening than either bookend. She closed the notebook. She set the quill on top of the notebook. She rose. Ron, on the other side of the table, said, "Hermione." "Yes." "Are we, yes, going to Mongolia? Eventually. For Christmas. Maybe Easter." "Hermione." "Yes. They got married. They did the mate's vow. It is older. Right. Ron." "Yes. They are 16. Yes. It will, in our world, work out. Yes. It will not, in their world, ever be ordinary. No. Are we okay with that?" A pause. Then Ron, with the small full-bodied conviction of a young man who had, in a week, decided several large things, said, "Yeah. Yeah." "Hermione." "Yes. For breakfast, can we do eggs?" "Yes, Ron." "Brilliant." In the small low stone house at the edge of the small green step, breakfast was, by the keeper's standards, modest. Wednesday's grandmother's broth. 2 small dark loaves. A small dish of what Wednesday's mother had once called, in a small private mood, the keeper's apology jam. A pot of tea black enough to walk away. Wednesday and Harry sat at the small wooden table. The keeper, in her long red robe, did not sit. The keeper, in the long Addams way, served and watched. Harry, against his program, took a second loaf. Wednesday, against hers, took a fourth dish of broth. The keeper, against her habit, allowed the corner of her mouth a small quarter-inch. The thread in Wednesday's chest sang the clean low note. Outside, on the small green step, the small November sun rose another small inch, and the lights of Britain, 6 time zones to the west, peeled, in the small careful way, the rest of the way away. The first ritual of the first year began at noon, in the small library, with the small narrow bench, on which Wednesday had been told, by her mother, she would sleep for the next 2 years, set against the inner wall under the third shelf, on which the small dark book that had not yet arrived would, this afternoon, be set. The first ritual was, by the family's tradition, the ritual of the first thread. The first thread was the thread Wednesday had been singing in her chest since the alley in Nocturne. The first ritual was, by the family's tradition, performed in silence. It required the 2 of them to sit, on the small narrow bench, side by side, with their hands clasped, with their shoulders touching, for 1 full hour. They did not speak. They did not, against the rules of 2 16-year-olds who had been, for a week, on the run, fall asleep. They did, instead, the small careful program, the bench, the books, the small dark book that arrived at 1:30 with a small soft thump in its glass case, the keeper, in the kitchen, allowing it, the step, the sun, and the third line of the parchment from the chapel did, for the first hour of the first year, allow them to do. They held hands. They listened. The thread, in Wednesday's chest, sang. It sang, this hour, for the first time, with no second voice underneath. Outside, the small green step, in its small attentive way, did the small attentive thing the step did when the small attentive house had begun, on a Saturday in November, the small careful program of a long careful arrangement. The candle, this evening, would not be lit. The candle, this evening, would not be required. The thread, in Wednesday's chest, would sing for the small careful balance of the day, and then, this evening, it would, without any small careful arrangement on Wednesday's part, do the small private thing it did. It would, very softly, hum. In the small low stone house, in the small bright November dark, in the small careful warm hand of the chosen, in the small careful long program of the rest of her life, Wednesday Friday Addams allowed, again, the whole face. The boy beside her, in his small careful way, did the same. The keeper, in the kitchen, did the small private thing of a woman who had, for 50 years, been waiting for a small attentive evening exactly like this one. She set, on the small wooden tray, 2 small cups of the small dark wine that, in the family's tradition, was poured at the close of a first thread. She did not bring them to the library. She set them, instead, on the small wooden table. She lit, on the small wooden table, 3 small dark candles. One for the daughter. One for the chosen. One for the small private witness, which was, in the family's tradition, the keeper. She did not speak. She did not, in the small private way of the keeper of the family's most private property, need to. The thread sang. In the small careful program of a long careful arrangement that had, against all forecasts, been written in 2 hands, in 3 lines, on a parchment that the chapel of the family had warmed, on a Saturday in November in 1996, by a 16-year-old girl who had, against the small private program of the compact, decided to live the rest of her life. In the small careful program that, this evening, had become, for the first time in 9 generations, possible. In the small careful warmth of a hand that had, against her own forecasts, become hers. Wednesday Friday Addams, on the small narrow bench, in the small library, in the small low stone house, at the edge of the small green step, allowed. She allowed. She allowed. Chapter 8 End.